Yo, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. I need to breathe, get me up and out of the sheets, onto my feet. Another cup of coffee and me, that's what I need. My eyes puffy, I can't see. I'm too tired to function, but too lost to sleep. Ay, I think I need to be on something medication. I think I need to figure out the segregation. I think I needed just a better education to understand a world that's so complicated. Intoxicated, every night faded, just so I can sleep thinking that it's sated. I feel hated, I feel hatred, I'm lost deep in my mind that I've created. I have dreams where my life is devastated, feels so real that I wake up shaking. Need thicker skin cause this life is no haven. Nod your head if you get what I'm saying. All these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. Yo, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. I don't really think I understand this world now. Got my head spinning round in a circle. Everybody lacks what they need internal, so they compensate with everything external. Not trying to throw shade, no way. I'm just trying to find a meaning of life, hey. There's happiness if you try to live the right way. Forget about what others have and live your life, hey. Be aware of who you are, what you're good at. Take a step forward, see where your foot's at. Stand tall, stand proud, talk loud. Every word out your mouth has purpose now. You just gotta get rid of the bad thoughts. Hating others cause you know that they got a lot. Forget that though, you got plenty. You're alive in this life, you got time, go get it. All these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. Oh, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. Oh.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? It is a Tuesday night, and let's see. I have good old Kimmy backstage. I
Hey
have
everyone.
Feta as well.
Hello.
Hello, what you got, Barbie?
Hello, Feta.
Yes, my Barbie needs a laxative.
Ooh, that's cute.
And
Love it.
Joni just came. All right.
Hooray.
There's Joni.
Hi,
Okay.
ladies.
Hey. Yours is a little echoey.
Uh-oh, no.
Mine.
No,
Mine?
Joni's. Nope.
No. I don't have anything open.
Okay.
I
It's
don't hear
Uh-oh.
an
better.
echo.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Hey, just quit shopping, girlfriend.
I know. I had to turn it off.
Well, at least you get to
Stop.
shop.
Hi, Leanie. Hi, Redhead. So I know. Yeah.
I just want to
Hey, Ben.
say something real quick because I have to get off here for a little bit to go eat with my husband. I haven't seen him in a few
Oh,
days, so I'm going to eat dinner with him. But I just want to say, I want to address something real quick.
oh
Um,
gosh, let's go.
just real quick before I hop
Okay.
off for a minute. Um, now, I don't want to accuse, but um, I was on someone's site. I can't even remember her name. And all I said was hello. And then all of a sudden, I got blocked. Um, it was the jewelry selling site, and I did nothing. I've even bought from them before. And as soon as I found out, I can't remember how it went, but evidently Mona went back and told them to block us because Dee got blocked too. And
I
Dee
did
didn't even
nothing.
do a thing either.
I was really waiting to see if there was any Sex in the City videos or anything. And once they told me they didn't
Right.
have
You was
it,
wanting
I
some
was like, yeah.
DVDs. And I
I wish
just,
them the best of luck in sales, though.
I mean, we're grown women. I mean, now, why would I've never done anything to you, Mona, ever. Matter of fact, you called me out in a video and I still didn't say anything to you. I let it go. I've never done a thing to you. And I don't appreciate you going and making me look bad to someone else. I think that's really messed up.
Yeah.
And if it's not true, then, tell me what happened because it was awful uh, apparent that that's what happened.
Yeah. Well,
Is there
um,
proof, Joni,
well,
of that?
it was shown in the
Or
chat.
whoever,
It did say that
it wasn't
I
Joni, it
emailed you or
was,
sent you something. And then all of a sudden I got someone telling me, "Oh, all your comments and Kimmy's comments are gone." I was like, "Oh, we both got blocked."
yeah, that's who it was. You're the one that told me. But
Yeah.
that's messed up. I mean, we're
I
all
don't know who
grown
told
adults.
you.
Oh
Who
my
told
God.
you that, Dee? I don't know who told you that, Dee. But
I don't
anyway,
know.
Yeah, I won't
yeah.
put it on. Yeah,
Oh,
it's just someone reached out and let me know.
okay.
Well,
Yeah.
I just think it's
So,
messed up. And I would never do that to you.
no.
Never done anything I would never tell somebody, oh, don't let Mona in here. That's so childish.
Well, you know what was funny after that? I guess soon after that, Rebecca went into the chat.
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm blocked from Rebecca, and I'm probably,
Well, I am, but she
and
said
I
she didn't
love
block me.
Colleen. I love Colleen. I think she's
Is that the one
cool.
with the blue hat?
Colleen
Yeah,
with
the
a
little one.
C.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's,
I
yes,
enjoyed her. That was
yes.
my favorite color. I even complimented on her.
And the little
Whatever.
girl that talks like Dylan, oh,
Yeah,
brother.
Tracy.
Yeah, she's got a real, high pitched voice.
Yep.
That's how I know it's her, But is her name Tracy? Was
Yep.
that
That's
the one we
different.
got blocked
That's a
from?
mod. I think I don't know her name, but it's a different one.
It's like
She's real.
fire or something, firefall, fire.
All of
Oh,
those ladies are really sweet. They're really nice.
They
yeah.
are, but now I feel like they think that I'm a bad person. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just messed up to do that to
Carlos said,
somebody. It's
wait
not
a
that
minute,
that's
hold
like
on.
a big deal. It's not no life changing situation or
No, it's not.
anything,
Charlotte said all
but
guilty by
it's still messed
association.
up.
Now there
Mm-hmm.
will
I
be
would
an
never do that
apology
to you,
tour.
Mona.
No, she won't. She deleted her channel, so just probably so they wouldn't see how she did the hate lives as well.
Yes. Oh well, I mean, we have probably some that we have recorded of her.
Yeah. Hey,
So
honeysuckle.
I mean, but I don't want to do tit for tat. I don't want to keep that something going. But
No.
if you have a problem with me, just come talk to me because I've never done anything to you.
Why would Mona do that though? For
I
what?
don't know. I don't know what she's
She
gaining
acted
from
like
it.
she was our friend.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't know.
get it. I don't know what the purpose was. I mean, she just missed out on some possible sales because you was wanting to buy some DVDs
Yeah.
and, you know, oh well, if they want to believe whatever they want to just because and she better not be telling them that she never hated on Jerry Ann because
Well,
we
she
all
was actually the
know
one that shared the doctor's
that's
appointment. So, hello. I'm just
right.
saying.
So I just want to be transparent here. I'm tired of all the backbiting and stuff. You got a problem, bring it out. We're adults.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry, a little.
You got that off your chest?
I got it off my chest. I did. I just thought it was messed up. Kind of hurt my feelings a little bit.
Right. No, I mean, I get it. I don't know, you know.
And we know what. So you were for sure blocked.
Yeah, I even went in
So,
there tonight and commented,
And you couldn't
and
see
I
it.
seen that you were in there and you spoke, and I spoke right after you, and no, nothing.
oh no,
Yep.
I
It's
didn't see
okay.
you.
Oh, so you said something to Joni, and so she didn't see it because you're
I
Correct.
sure
blocked.
didn't see you,
Right
Dee.
after Joni said something, I commented back. I went in there to see what they were selling, and they were kind of like, I think they were like neat, like little, were they tattoos or something, or
Oh, and there were she had some long stickers that go on.
yeah, there was
Yeah,
someone, the one lady was buying one, and she goes, "Nope, I just need one rather than two, a raven maybe or something like that."
yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Yep. So yeah, I was
So,
there, and I said hi to you, and
I'm sorry, Dee.
so
Yeah,
which
I didn't
channel
see
was
you
this?
on Colleen's channel.
I can't.
So,
That just breaks my heart because I enjoyed it. I like that claw special they had,
well,
and you're the
I
one that
like supporting other women doing
Other
you
small
women.
got
businesses and
right. You
stuff.
got
So,
them some business. You're the one
yeah,
that told me
I
about
don't
their
mind
page.
buying.
Yep.
So then somebody comes in there, Colleen, and tells you something about me, and then you block me. I'd never done anything. The
Well, I
only
didn't.
thing that I can think of that you would think that I'm a a troll or what is because we all changed our names to the Threes Company, and I was Mrs. Roper. I didn't even when I get on YouTube, I don't think about my name. I really don't. And so then everybody started knowing me as Mrs. Roper. Well, then I thought it's about time I change it back. And I told her that in the chat. I said, hello, whatever. And then I said, I'm Kimmy,
Mhm.
AKA Mrs. Roper.
Right.
I was just
That's
trying to
right.
be
You did.
honest and tell
Yeah,
them who I was,
yeah.
Right.
and I don't know if that's what Mona's seen. That's the only thing I can think of. But I just think it's messed up because I've never done a thing to you, Mona.
No.
So, but
Mm.
for somebody that gets their feelings hurt a lot, sure don't mind to hurt somebody else's. It's not a very positive thing to
That'd be a
do.
narcissist, right?
Since,
Sorry.
well,
I'm sorry.
I don't know if the shoe fits.
There's no
Speaking of
love lost on my
narcissists,
side. So
Well, and those women aren't going to get your sales now, too. I know that may seem like a little thing, but what
they're
those?
trying to
right?
make money. They're
And
trying to make a
Yeah, they're
living.
trying to
So
make money.
I
What
wonder
did
if
it
I'm
should.
blocked from Rebecca.
I'm
I
not
wonder if
going
I'm
back to
blocked from her.
Rebecca's, so I don't. If she has me blocked, that's fine. Block me. Go ahead.
Well, I think maybe
Did
some
you
of
ever
them are
get your
blocking.
invoice, Joni?
No, I didn't get the invoice, and I would pay her in a heartbeat. Absolutely would pay her.
I don't think
You
she
know.
wants to do the sale to you.
I don't know. I mean, I'll be the first to say I've never done this before, so I don't know how it works. So I asked him, I was like, how does this work? And I still need to get one from Arlene, or not Arlene,
No.
Colleen. And I
No.
said tonight to Colleen, I said, I need to pay you, or was that yesterday? And I said, so let me, I think it was last night. And I said, I need to pay you. I'd like to wait one more week and see if I can find something else for you to add to my box. Because I bought a little rabbit mug from her, and you guys know me with bunnies, and it was
Right.
just so
Yes.
precious. I thought, well, if it's going to be combined shipping, maybe I'll wait. And I love that she's not in a hotel room like Rebecca. And I get it. Rebecca doesn't have space to, hold on to your invoice or hold on to your stuff. And so I made sure to tell Rebecca via Gmail immediately. I said, hey, I'll pay you because she had said, please, everyone, make sure you pay so I'm not hanging on to your stuff. So I said to her, I've never done this before. So please, hang with me. I don't know how to do it, but I don't want to make anybody wait on their money. So last
Right.
night I made sure to tell Colleen, I said, I can pay you right now. Or if you have this staging area, like you said, I'd love to wait a week and see if you can find something just to combine shipping. Um, so yeah, I mean, and she has all the space. So she was like, yeah, I got you. So these I've never seen anything but kindness out of these ladies. They seem very kind. So,
Right.
um, but I just hate, to take business away from anyone, where they could make sales. So, um, from you guys so
Well, here's the problem. Jerry Ann Henson is telling Rebecca that we're all haters, and so she knows who we are. So yeah, she's gonna tell Rebecca, and then I guess Mona is transitioned. I don't know, but
Transition.
that's fine. Transition to the other side.
Oh,
I didn't want to
sorry.
say it, but
I
not trans.
kind of got
No. Oh
lost.
my
Never mind.
gosh. No. I don't mean transition like, oh my gosh. Help me out here,
Like a wee
feta.
wee. Okay. You know what?
No, I do not
You
mean
asked the
that.
wrong
I
person to help
promise.
you
I
out.
meant
I
going
think she
to,
just wants a new group
Yeah, she
to
does.
hang
I
out with
know,
stuff.
Hmm.
New,
but
a new
has she
start.
Which is
apologized?
good,
Well, that's none of my
but
business. That's none of my business.
that's wrong to block you guys. I mean, you've
Right.
never
Just
done anything to
because,
her. You've
right.
always supported this woman.
But, I guess if I had a channel and y'all had a channel, they'd be like, well,
I could
block
see if
that
we
one because
disrespected them.
Da da
Don't get
da
me
da
wrong.
da. They're just blocking because the other person's blocking. So I mean, they're just
Right. And
losing money.
I could tell you 100%, and I've showed ladies proof all the time, and I've put it on YouTube. I have 2 accounts. That is it. I don't make up any fake
And don't
ones.
prove it again, D. I'm
I
tired
will
of
keep
this.
proving it because I'm tired of it.
I'm
Well,
tired
D,
of
I
it
mean, people
too.
are going to believe you or not at this point. We know you only have 2 accounts, so
We
if
know,
people are going
honey.
to believe
And
it,
as long as we
yeah.
know, it doesn't matter. And
Right.
as long as you know, who
Well, that's,
cares
yeah,
what any
that's,
it's
mm,
just I'm gonna just lay it all out here. I think one of these trolls is Finny, and I don't care if you come after me because I'm tired of this bullshit keep going on. You disappear, you come back, you disappear. Oh, I'm sorry. Then you're not. Then you leave. Then you go silent. And then you come back as a freaking troll. And it's just getting tiring. Just damn, either leave or get your channel back and act like a damn grown up instead of going behind our backs and writing mean stuff about Diane.
well, I mean,
Y-
she
If you
actually,
don't
the
like
last,
her, get the
yeah,
fuck off in the damn social media.
well,
I'm
the last,
sorry,
Hmm.
y'all. I'm getting a little heated.
It's
It's
almost half a
it's time
decade.
to just be honest and lay it out there. It's stupid.
the one that she created was the one that was so, the one that with the guzzling. It was so obvious it was her that, you know what I
Yes.
mean? But, you know,
It's so immature and childish. Yes, I've done it. But my God, how long are you going to do it? 10, 20 years? I mean, shit. It's,
mm,
what, is she almost 60 years old? I mean, is she that
yeah,
bored? Just come back and be a normal person. Hang out with us. Ain't that
yeah, I'm
right, Joni?
clearly,
Yeah.
I
Except
mean,
I
why come
lost
back
track
and
of
apologize?
who are we talking about right here about coming back? I don't.
Sorry, I just drank a big old Mountain Dew.
Finny. She's talking about Finny.
I'm talking
Oh, I'm
about
sorry.
Finny.
I wasn't sure who. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't make the transition well to use that word again
I'm
over to
sorry.
who.
I retract that word. This is for entertainment and educational purposes
Yeah, because
only.
a couple of people in
Allegedly.
this chat were asking if you that thought she meant she had passed away. No, no, no. No one has passed away.
No, transition to the other side. Oh, I was taking it as like transition, in
Well, the other
gender
side
wise.
could
That's what I was
mean,
taking it as.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Oh
Oh,
my
Kimmy.
It's
God.
all good. It's all good.
I went the other way with the
Whoa, I've been
transition.
with a 9 month
Yeah, I know
old
where
all
Dee went.
day.
Dee
You
went.
do, don't you,
Okay.
Joni?
I haven't talked much today. I've been with a nine
That's
month
not
old.
true either. So, nobody's saying that
No,
either.
yeah.
She didn't
What is it? I'm not
tran-
watching it.
transitioning to being a male. No one did that either. Let's be clear.
And I had a conversation with both of them, and I told them, don't bring me up, I won't bring you up, which pretty much, I mean, I haven't been brought up. There's troll comments, or, hey, Tracy, I sent you an email. You want to read that? And then boom, Kimmy and I are
Right,
gone. Like,
right,
I would, like, that's childish.
right.
That's sad.
It's weird.
You know
I
why?
also want
Because
to point out.
we
Oh,
were
let me
honest.
point
We
out one more
protected her.
thing.
Go ahead, Kim.
I want to point out one more thing. Finny. Also, this is my from me. This is my opinion. Don't take it out on Diane, Feta, Joni. Nobody. That none of them knew any what I was going to say. Okay,
Kimmy has her own
so
channel.
right. So I'm just saying, if you want to come after anybody, come after me. That's my opinion. I think I'm not going to say which one, but damn, give it up. You know, it's tiring. Go get a hobby or something. Go find another cat. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just
Girl,
I'm
I'm
just
the one with
tired of
3 cats.
this.
What are you talking about?
I
I'm the one with the 3 cats.
know, but she found a cat. Remember?
Oh, oh no.
Remember? Yeah, she was somewhere and she found this cat and took it home.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I got the 3 Pebbles, Dino, and Bam Bam. Boy, this started off good, huh?
I don't know. I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of D getting slammed all the time and then people saying comments about Joni. My God, are you that jealous? I mean, they're her real teeth,
Thanks.
okay?
Thanks.
I don't get why they say that. That's so silly.
It's jealousy, honey. Because
It's
Joni is beautiful. She's got
yeah,
beautiful hair, beautiful teeth. She's kind to everybody,
yeah.
and then somebody's got to write about, I mean, not that you're not kind, Diane, but I'm just saying, I mean, she's nice to everybody. Even before I even went to their side, I would tell Diane, I love that Voxie. I
Oh,
love her. And because she's so kind. Okay. So leave her alone. Leave Diane alone.
Leave
thank
Diane
you.
alone.
Yeah.
Leave
Thank
Diane
you so
alone. Leave her kids
Just
out of
leave
it,
me
her
alone.
grandkids.
Oh, they
Well, I
have
think we
green.
all have different ideas of who may be doing what and that kind of
Right.
thing.
Oh, and there's several. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
because
a
I
couple
mean, we don't
specific
Oh
always
yeah.
agree
ones.
by who may be doing what and that kind of thing. So
I
I
mean, it
just,
is kind of fun to do a little bit, but my gosh, when you start getting personal about somebody's grandchildren and their
oh,
race,
we are,
get
Mom.
a freaking
You know,
life. That's
Just gotta
just
look at the
cruel.
source.
That's
Is
just
it?
cruel, though. Don't bring a child into it.
Well, that's what trolls do, though. They go after people when you
oh,
say
thank you,
expose
Amy.
something about your life. They'll hit you with that just
Right.
to get the attention.
Yeah.
Well, the worst troll is somebody being your friend and then you
Right.
give them information and then they turn into the biggest troll on the internet.
Yes, definitely. That is, yeah.
200
You
people.
know,
Wow. You guys hit that thumbs up for
and
sure. Please
and
do.
then they
Thank
come
you so much.
back, get
Oh
more
wow.
information, and then split again.
Yeah.
I mean, are we that stupid?
Yes, we are. I'm sorry. I'm going to say yes
You know
because
what?
we have forgiving hearts.
I do. I
But
really
none of
do.
us have left and took off and acted like, I don't know. That's
I
just, to
left.
me, there's a personality disorder to do
It is.
something like that. Keep making channels, leave, disappear.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
No,
there's,
Kimmy, I left. I left, but I left you everyone alone. I left I didn't even look at any of the channels, none of that because I
yeah, but
needed
you didn't
my
come back as a troll.
hell no. I was dealing with my own mental issues. I don't want to deal with it no more
Right.
You
at that
wasn't out
time.
trolling
Girl
people.
people.
Like,
No.
big difference.
The huge thing is they just want people. Some people want me gone. And you know what? I probably would have given up on this channel a long time ago if they didn't want me gone so bad.
Yeah,
I
Dee,
know.
that was something I wanted to point out is
Yes.
all they've made you do, and I'm the same way, where is it just makes you dig in harder because you just don't want to be pushed away by somebody. You know,
Right.
you're not gonna give in to that. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
have we been hurt by mean comments before? Yes, but I mean, it just makes you pick yourself back up again and say, "All right, well, I'm not gonna let you, keep me knocked down by that."
And
And
that's
it's
I
really
really
mean,
why
it
I
made
do
us
that.
kind of dumb about it. We just laugh. I mean, because it's, you
That
know,
is honestly why I try to vlog every day just for those
oh, thank you,
people.
really, Donna. Yeah, I mean, and I hate that we, as women, we tear each other down like that. And y'all, I've done it too. I know I've done it. I mean, and but I've learned a lesson
we
from it
all
where
have.
I truly have. I don't want to be mean to. I
No.
let Jerry and her situation make me into someone that I didn't like when I was at the gossip bakery.
See, that was
I
me.
just would,
Yeah.
I would get so frustrated, and I turned into someone I didn't like. So
Some
that is my fault. That's not Jerry's fault because we each are accountable for how we act. So
right. That I
now
didn't
the
even like my
things that I
reflection.
say, yeah, I do not feel that it's a hater now to want her to not mistreat to you know what I mean, to take to live on her own. Stop trying to make Sally pay for you.
Well,
Please.
my thing is, if Jerry's saying that she has dementia, well, she said Alzheimer's dementia, and I've worked with that, specific disease for 12 years, and Sally does not have dementia or Alzheimer's. And another thing, if she does, is Jerry taking advantage of a demented person by wanting her to do all this stuff for her?
Yep.
I mean,
Good
that's
point.
illegal.
That's a
That's
great point,
illegal.
Kimmy. That's a great
I
point.
have dealt with that in the hospital many times
Yeah.
when they try to deem somebody
It's
demented,
sad. It
doctors
really
saying
is.
no. And just
Yeah.
because they're on dementia medications, Jerry Ann, doesn't mean they have dementia. There are medications that are mood boosters, are stabilizers. I mean, I don't really, it's been a while since I worked with them, or there's new medication now, but she doesn't even need it anymore. Like she passed with flying colors. And it is defamation of character for her to say that she has got Alzheimer's dementia. And I've already filed a report to YouTube about it because
Well,
it's
do y'all
wrong.
see
That
the
is
difference though?
defamation.
You're right. Do you see the difference though, where like we're having accountability for things that we wish we did differently? The
Hmm.
video that she put out on Sunday, there wasn't a bit of accountability. It was all about we apparently have made her family hate her. We've never spoken to a single person in her family, have no desire.
Never.
I would never cross that line, would never contact her family. We didn't contact Lisa. We didn't contact Sally. They came to us. So we know better than to do that. I would
100%.
never,
Yes.
if we were brainwashers, we would be trying to do that. We don't do that. I would never do that.
No.
And you guys would never do that. That's just inappropriate.
And another
Mm-mm.
thing, if they think that they are, if Sally or Lisa or whoever think that we are that kind of person, why would they want to come and hang out with us? All they are over here for is to hang out and have a good time, hang out with good people. But we're haters because we're trying to help an elderly woman. All we do is give her advice. It's not like we live close and are making her do every little thing. She would
Right.
have shriveled up and died on Richard Drive, is what would have
Oh,
happened.
speaking of that, I've got to
Oh,
show
show
some.
D. Show
Yep,
that
hold
D.
on. Yep, hold on. Give me 1 second. I just have
I'm
to
not even
go.
sure of the agenda for tonight, but I know you had that to show.
Yep.
Hey, Boxy, tell about what she's talking about. Tell about that.
Okay, so one of the things that Jerry mentioned in her,
I'll be
y'all
right
couldn't
back.
even finish it. I couldn't even finish it. It was that bad. But in this talking about what Jerry put out Sunday, one of the things she mentioned was that Sally looks worse than ever. She just
Yeah.
looks terrible, and she's going to prove it. She's going to show pictures of her from the past when she lived with her, that kind of thing. And we're going to debunk that in just a minute. We're going to
Yep.
absolutely debunk that because fine, all right, if you saw Dee's live where she showed herself on camera and she showed her beautiful new apartment, maybe you could say, okay, well, it's true. I haven't looked at Sally from back then to compare. Well, we bring the goods, we bring receipts. When we say something, we're going to back it up. We're going to show you. If Jerry didn't do that, she said she was going to, but she didn't do it. Well, we're going to show you what she looked like when she was looking for that apartment. And this is
Yep.
fresh
Give me one
living with
second.
Jim and Jerry.
I just want to get into the right thing.
And you guys are each your own person. You make your own judgment call here, okay? We don't even need to
Right.
tell you which one's new and which one's not. Now, if you just you'll probably be able to tell because you know which one from the other day, but nobody's trying to brainwash anybody. Make your own judgment call. These pictures haven't been altered either because that'll be the next thing.
Right. That would be terrible if they said they altered them. Hold on one
Yeah,
second.
because nobody's touched the photos. These are just
Nope.
screenshots that and also another thing that's important, Sally shared this photo with us. We didn't go steal it, from YouTube is the public domain. If you put it out there, we can take a screenshot of it, but we didn't even do that. This is something that Sally shared.
Okay. Hold on.
And it's
I
the
do
one
want
with
to start off. Oh, sorry. This is how I want to start it off. Let me do this and share screen. 1 second. Because I want to start it off from where um, Jerry's speaking about when Sharon was there, okay? So tell me when you could see that photo.
Yes.
Okay. Now that is when Sharon was there. And this was 2, 3 years ago, I believe it was.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Then I've got a photo of her. Hold on 1 second.
Can you just say, Dee, the look on her face, isn't that when Jerry was claiming that she paid rent
Paid
on
rent.
the
This is Sally when she went looking for her apartment. When she wanted to get out of the house and find an apartment, she had had enough.
Was that
Do you
last fall?
see?
Yeah.
Yes. Do
Okay,
you see
that's
how
what, 6
gray and
months?
skeleton-like she is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And her color. Look at her color.
Yeah, the color's gray.
Pale
Are we looking at
gray.
the?
We
Are we
don't
looking
see
at?
the new one yet, Dee. The one
Yeah,
from
I
the
think we're
fall.
looking at Sharon's.
Oh, you
When
didn't
Sharon.
see it yet. Okay,
Yeah,
okay. I
we're
got to
not looking at
share it
the new.
individual. I'm sorry. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I just want to make sure I do them right. 1 second. Show in folder. I want to do it right. Okay, so you've seen from the live. Now I'm going to
Can
show
you
this
make
one.
it bigger? The picture,
Yeah,
not
I
this.
will once I get up there.
Okay.
Hold on 1
Okay.
second, honey. It's like freezing up a little
I
bit.
want them to see it.
Yeah, to see it is believe it.
Yeah.
It got stuck on a thing.
Isn't that
Hold
terrible
on.
for her to say how that she looked bad
I know. It's
on
awful.
freaking her dang video for thousands to see?
Millions.
Yes, millions.
It's just not right. It's uncalled for. Okay.
Very
No,
uncalled
it's
for.
not right at all.
Share screen.
Listen to what May said. Jerry needs to worry about Jim, not Sally. He is deteriorating both physically and mentally right before our eyes. Amen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is what she looked like when she
Wow.
He's
went.
not the one with the money.
You see it? You
I
see
don't
yours?
see anything.
This
See
is
it.
her. This is Sally
now
when
it
she's
is.
looking last fall for the apartment.
You could see how she looks gray.
Okay.
How she looks skeleton thin.
About 8 or 9 months ago.
Yep, that is what she looked like, and she wanted out so badly. And I didn't even have a clue that she wanted to move.
Oh my God, she looks sorry, Sally.
Right, she's stressed, and
Look at
when
how
some people,
pale
when
and
they're
yeah.
Look
stressed
at
and
her
depressed,
expression. Oh my
yeah,
gosh. Her
yeah,
hair.
yep,
Bless her
She's
heart.
gray
That's
here.
heartbeaking.
yeah. And
She's gray and
supposedly from what
pale.
Jerry said, that Jim
It
sees
left.
the same thing happening to his mom as he did his grandma. I think it is. Hold on.
Oh, Sally.
Yeah, he said that's what grandma looked like right before she died.
Come on,
Isn't that
like
terrible? I
awful.
don't see anything on the screen.
Just
Hold
trying to
on, I
make
gotta
Sally
bring the
feel
other
that
one
much
up.
worse.
I just took it down. I'm bringing the other one up, honey. Now, this was her, and I'm going to bring it up. 1 second, Kimmy. Just like you like my blinker noise.
Yeah, and that's a funny story. A quick little story while you're getting that up. I was on my way home today and I was listening to your vlog and I was like, "Oh
Again.
my gosh, that blinker." And it was my blinker.
Sorry.
It was my blinker. I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Diane."
That's okay. And then this is Sally on my last live. And you can see that she has regained her color. I mean, she's in her
And the
apartment at night. You know what
expression
I'm
on her
saying?
Wow.
face.
Wow.
Right there. Look at it. She cut her hair not once, but twice since she's been living in her own apartment. Her color is coming back. And if
Her
you
color's
can't
pink.
see a little fullness in her cheeks compared to the
Yes.
skeleton
And
like,
she looks joyful.
She
correct.
looks happy.
Yeah.
She's sitting up. Look how she is. Can you put a side by side of them?
I can't with the thing I'm using. Let me
Oh,
see if I can. It won't share both of them though. That's the thing.
Just the one from last fall beside that one would be good. I can probably do it if nothing else.
Can you
Hold
do
on.
it, honey?
I'll try. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, well,
Sorry.
that is the when you look at them side by side, it is terrifying. And Jerry's gonna say she looks worse than she
Right.
did. Come
No.
on,
And she's smiling. Yes, she's smiling.
she's got sparkle in her eye.
Yes.
are we going up?
You could take control, or do I need to do anything?
She's
No,
getting
we
it.
gotta Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm going upstairs with my husband.
I'm sorry. I just
It's all
thought
right.
it'd be
I will
Oh, I know how to do something. Hold on.
because
Let me
I
see.
need the 2 photos to be able to do it. So you'd have to drop them in a Discord for me to put them together.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Da, 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 da. 1 second. You guys can
I
chit
thought they
chat.
were already in Discord, weren't they?
We're loving it.
They are, but they're up like
Yeah, I'm
they've
sending
been
it to
posting
you.
higher.
Oh, see, I just go to search and put Diane's name, and
That's
then
a good
it
way to do
shows
it.
all and hit media, and it shows
I'm
everything
sending it.
she's.
Okay.
Is
Here's
that what you do,
one.
Feta?
Feta had to step away for a moment.
Oh, okay.
She had to do a couple things. 1 second.
Yeah, if I'm looking for something specific, or I'll be like, I wonder what Diane shared today. Like if didn't get to go through the messages, I'll go up there and then just look.
Okay. I sent it, Joni, in the Discord.
Okay. All right. We're going upstairs, so it'll be a few minutes. But
Okay.
I'll get it done. We'll show it.
Okay.
Just so everybody can see us side by side. Because side by sides are also powerful to see both.
It is. I want
Right,
people to
right.
see. I want people to know that we're not doing anything to harm Sally. She is
No.
free to step away from Discord at any
Yeah.
time. That is her
Right.
choice to be
Nobody's
there.
holding her hostage or anything.
Because she
Right.
brought up the Discord group in there. It is just a chatting app. That's all it
Right.
is.
Yeah,
Yep.
and it's just
And
so
she better
people
be
can.
glad that's all Jim was Discord, because we all know where he's been. Okay. So, I mean, she talks so bad about Discord.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, and
if
then
you're a
she.
good
What?
person
I'm duty. I'm
and
duty.
if you're not a troll, then you'll get along
Right.
just fine in Discord.
Wait a minute. Look at Chetty. I feel like you live in your car. I think she has a long way to drive for work, right?
Who, me?
No, Chetty. Chetty Hag.
Oh, Chatty. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not looking at the
Yeah, no, I think
comments.
she has a long way to drive to work. You know what I did? Well, I have my iced coffee here, which Joni don't have.
I'm
So
so
sorry.
jealous.
Oh, you too, Kim? You
Yeah,
took off
Kimmy
work?
doesn't have
Yes, I didn't
to.
get
We're
it.
supposed to do that one tonight.
No, see, I
No,
would
my
have ditched.
husband wanted Chinese and Duncan was on the other side. Like I would have had to
Oh,
went to the other side of town, and he was waiting for his food because he had just gotten off
gotcha.
work. And
I was gonna say I would have ditched the Chinese.
oh, I would have in a heartbeat. I haven't ate all day, so I'm a little hungry.
Because I know sometimes Joni, like when she starts talking. So guess what I brought with me? A bag of chips
Duct tape. Oh.
No, she got a bag of chips.
and
So,
my Dunkin' from earlier because I drank an Alani.
hey, Joni, on the live that you missed, I can't remember. You was somewhere and you
I was
missed.
out
You
of
wasn't.
town on
Yeah,
a
she was
trip
out of
with
town.
friends. Yeah.
Well, we did. I'm sure you've heard, but we did those prank phone calls. So
Yes.
we
Yeah.
were being really bad while you was away. It was
Mhm.
Not
so
me.
much fun, though.
Not me.
Well,
That was the
I
one
listened
of.
to a little bit of it, and my guy friends that I was there, I was the only girl at the time, and I turned it on, and I couldn't really get in there and comment much because, like I said, I was trying um, to spend time with our friends. So I didn't get to listen but to a few minutes when we were on our way back from the restaurant and stuff. But the next morning we were eating like a brunch and everything, and we're all sitting there, and I turned it on and I said, listen to my friends. And they got such a kick out of the fact that y'all were doing prank calls, and they thought the skin flute thing was
They're
funny.
probably like,
And
how old
again, I
are
was the
they?
only girl. I was the only girl sitting there. And so I think it kind of redeemed us because, when they just don't understand the whole Henson thing, because they don't know the story much and just don't understand it. So, but
I don't even
everybody
remember
knows what a
talking
prank
about them
call
that
is.
much.
I am
Well,
not good,
but
Helen.
everybody has done prank calls at least back in the day, so they
Oh
got a
yeah.
kick out of that.
Oh
That
my
definitely
gosh, we
hilarious.
used to call and like order pizzas to people and like to one of our friends or something, and we're mad at them or whatever,
Mhm.
or guys, that we like, thought they were cute. We'll order, like, send them pizzas with anchovies. But I live in Kentucky, so we get
Okay.
bored.
All right.
So
Let me.
as far as this suicide statement, no, I did not like it. One, because look at the live she had with Jim when Jim had his issue. So that's a very touchy subject. 2, I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Nope.
So to me, that was horrible to say something like that.
Oh,
And
about Jerry saying about the pills?
yes,
Oh, yes.
yes,
Now that is guilt. Um, she wants Sally to feel guilt. Um, she's putting that on her. It's manipulation.
Okay,
That's
B, can
all
you
it
see it?
is. Manipulation, honey.
Can y'all
that's
see my
all it
screen?
is. Yep, hold on, I'm
Uh-huh.
going to share it. 1 second. And I got to make us little. Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Okay. So
Now,
this is before she moved out is on the left, what she looked like, and now what she looks like living by herself.
okay.
The
So
difference, I think it speaks for
Amazing. A
itself.
world of a difference. Look at her chin.
Look
Look
at
at
her
how,
color. Look at, yeah, her cheek.
yeah,
Jerry Ann Henson to the front of the line. Look at this lady up here. She is beautiful. And
Yes, she is.
to say she looks like a grandma, Jim's grandma before she died, that is appalling. It is,
it's terrible.
It's
It's
just
it's,
cruel
terrible.
and vicious.
it's
But
way
how she
below the
looks
belt.
now,
It
look at
looks
how
like a
she
different
looks now.
person.
She's
She's,
taking time to care for her hair, which is another sign of not being depressed. When we're depressed and we let ourselves go, to me, that's a large,
look at her color.
indicator that she was depressed. Look at her, now where she
Look
cares
at the
about how she looks.
smile. Looks like
Yeah,
she's gained weight.
In a good
She's
way.
sitting
in a
up. Look
good
at
way.
that
Yeah, she's been so
posture. Look at that
small.
posture.
And another thing to point out, I know people have pointed out before, some older people are small. They're just not going to be big. They're not. My grandmother, when she was in her 70s, 80s, and 90s, she was, I mean, we just lost her recently. She was tiny. You know what I mean? She just wasn't a big person, but she was absolutely healthy.
Yeah, but when you're a big person, Joni, like Jerry, she thinks
Right.
that they
Everybody
should
else.
eat, 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 eat. I mean,
Right.
hey, I've done that to friends like that are a lot, they're petite like that. I'm like, girl, you need to eat.
Right.
But for her to do that to Sally it is below the belt. It is despicable.
Disrespectful.
It's evil.
It
Well,
just
yeah,
speaks volumes looking at the difference.
Very
And you notice
disrespectful.
she
Yes.
said she'd show the difference, and she didn't because she doesn't have anything to show that shows a difference like this.
No, now you seen the difference from when Sharon was there, definitely, right? But
Mhm.
the picture to the left of your screen is before she moved out.
Right,
That's while she was living with them that
right,
she began to look like that
right.
because she was stressed.
And the
Mm.
pictures aren't mixed up. The
Nope.
first one is
There's
before.
no copying,
So for the
edited,
trolls that's
whatever.
gonna come in here and say that,
Yeah,
and
and there's no filter put on because you know how like on your photos you can put on like whatever it is that
no.
makes the color brighter. Not they've not been
Well,
touched.
Sally can post it on her channel. These two, the same
Right.
pictures. Let
She
her
was on, yeah,
send them
she
to
was
you. She's
on a
not gonna
live.
alter anything.
It's a screenshot directly from the live.
Right.
So,
And like I said, if they think that we've done something to it, just ask Sally to show you out of her personal
And
photos. She don't
let's
care.
admit it, Sally didn't have a ring light on her like Jerry normally does, which the other
mhm,
Uh-uh.
photo, Jerry has a ring light, which it brings more light to their face. Was Sally a little heavier back then? Well, certainly. But the one to the left shows where the stress and everything took her.
Look at her
yep.
face. The
Hey, Lisa.
distress.
Glad you're
And what
here.
is that? Less than 2 months later? I mean, well, of living in the apartment.
Lisa says Jerry's last chat made me sick. She's an awful person. It was so bad, Lisa, that I couldn't even finish it.
I
It was
didn't
probably
watch
one of
it.
the worst ones I've seen.
It
Mhm.
absolutely was, because we know what we saw the week before, how bad that live was. If she thought she did herself any favors, Jerry, I'm here to tell you, you did not. That I couldn't even make it through it. I know I keep saying that, but I've seen you do some pretty and say some pretty awful things, and that should show you how bad. I had to turn it off. It was that appalling. It was horrible. I mean, you did yourself
Was.
no
And for
favor.
Rebecca to back that up,
It was
what is she trying to do? Lose credibility, lose respect? Because nobody should be backing that up.
Yeah,
Nobody.
isn't that strange how she backs it up? Like, why?
Hmm. But she talks, oh, it's about kindness. Everybody gets a voice on her channel. Unless you say something, you know,
Mhm.
whatever, then you won't get blocked. Well, that's a bunch of crap because we're not haters over here. We are
No,
supporting Sally, just like you're supporting Jerry.
Yep.
Right.
No difference.
No, I'm
absolutely
supporting
not.
a 76-year-old woman who's should enjoy her retirement life.
Yep.
Right. And she can walk away anytime she wants.
She's a
It's her
grown woman.
life. Yeah.
Do y'all doubt for a minute, just even for a minute, that if Sally said to Jerry today, tomorrow, she said, "All right, I'm going to pay for you guys to live here indefinitely as long as I'm alive. I don't know what you'll do when I'm dead, but as long as I'm alive, I'm going to pay for you guys. Pay for the house and your bills." Do you think for even a moment that Jerry would be carrying on about the dementia?
No.
She wouldn't give a but. She wouldn't care.
Nope.
Because this is about her pain. That's all this is about. The only one, this is what you need to remember. The only person that has anything to gain from Sally having dementia is Jerry.
That's right.
That's the only one, and that's the question you should always ask yourself. Who has something to gain here? Jerry does, because if Jerry can convince her she has dementia and can get that POA, she'll have Sally back home and looking like the picture on the left before you can spell out the
Yeah,
alphabet.
you keep them pictures. We may need them.
Jerry cannot override the doctor's
No,
diagnosis, though.
No.
No.
I'm not
And
worried at
that's
all.
one of the
No.
things YouTube told me. Because when I reported it, they said that unless they give out she said she had dementia, but she did not, it was misinformation because she didn't say that the doctor said she didn't have it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's
She
defamation of
omitted that
character, which
part.
that's what, someone's sending me a lot, getting the lawyer and blah 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 for defamation of character. Hold on. If anyone's doing defamation of character, it's Jerry.
Oh, yes,
I
100%.
have showed her content. I have shown what she has said.
Right.
Hmm.
Um, and I
Indeed.
really if someone really wants to do that, go ahead and do it because I really think the government would love for the PPP loan to be brought up.
Oh, it's being
Um,
investigated. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Diane, it's Jerry who's
Oh,
sending
it's
those
definitely
trolls.
been. Hmm.
Yes.
Do what
It's
would you say,
her.
Greta?
I just said that those trolls that attacked Dee, those are
Mhm.
Jerry's people.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yep,
They're
some of
they're
them are.
defending
Yes, I
her.
agree.
right. Well, then there are some that are fake that act like they're defending them, but they don't like
Yeah.
them.
Right,
Right.
right.
They're just trying to
But
piss us off, and we don't care. We don't
it's
care
funny,
how many people are hating on us. If
right?
we did, we would
Ellie's,
stop.
listen to
Like
what
that
Ellie's
would have been
Nana
gone a long
said.
time ago.
Listen to what Ellie's Nana said. She said, "I don't understand why someone with stage 4 cancer is so worried about what everyone else owes her." And if you guys noticed in the beginning of that, and again, I didn't hear the end, so I don't know what she said at the end, but at the beginning, she made sure to say that, it was mentioned that my family don't like that I have the fundraiser. And I think, was trying to make a joke, but it was obvious that she
It
meant
was
it too.
it was
And she said,
gross.
"I can send them an invoice for the things I've done for them."
Payment
Or yeah,
payment rendered
care,
or
right,
how is
caretaking
that?
or something rendered, and again, what an outlook to have on life about
Services
what.
rendered.
That's it. Services rendered. I mean, what a terrible outlook to go through life feeling like, okay, you owe me this, you owe me this, you owe me this. Jerry, you're on
But why would her family be upset about the fundraiser if she has stage 4 cancer?
exactly. Why would your family be and here's another thing, why would your family
Because
even
she
be
acts like
upset if you weren't
this.
abusing people like this? I think they know. I mean, obviously, there's no reason for them to be upset with the fundraiser if they think you really need it.
Right.
If they
Well,
think you really need it, but the fact that you admit that they don't like it, Jerry, that speaks volumes. That shows
Mhm.
that your own family thinks you don't need to have that fundraiser
Because she owes them.
because you
do
owe
you
them money. Every single one of them you've burned. Every single one, Jerry. They have all given you money and you've not paid each one of them
She
back.
burned her own husband for $12,000 on a
Wow.
Yes,
credit
my
card.
gosh.
Sure
That's a
did.
great point, you guys. She has run up so much debt in Jim's name. She has financially ruined him. $12,000 judgment that he's got now. And, taking out those credit cards without his permission. And then look, the one thing they have of value is the van, that van, and it's in her name. It's not in
Mhm.
Jim's name.
And
It's
he
in
got it
her.
out of repo. He
Yeah,
had to pay to get it out of repo with his money that he worked for.
Right. I mean,
That
don't
says a
don't
lot.
people think it's about time that Sally gets away from that? Them
so
two
she's basically
toddlers.
systematically tried to destroy both of them financially, wouldn't you say?
It's not, yes, it's not
Yeah,
Sally's fault. It's not Sally's duty to spend her golden years taking care of two toddlers that want to lay around and do whatever and get these new toys, these iPads and game. I mean, grow up.
brand new iPhone 16 Pro Max that she was holding.
Who's got that?
Seriously?
Somebody pointed it out that Jerry
Jerry
does.
Ann.
I can't say she does because I didn't see it, but somebody pointed out that she's got the newest iPhone
Mm-hmm.
16 Pro
Yeah,
Max.
I can't remember, but somebody,
Well,
yeah,
those are
somebody
well
did
over
say that.
$1,000. I have the 15 and I know how much it was when I paid
So
for it. That was just a few months ago.
So Jerry's mad at us because we're haters of Jerry, and we tried to get Sally to make them lose their home, and that
What
is
it, yeah.
bogus bullshit.
What it comes down to is she's mad that that Sally took her money with her. That's why she's mad. And then she
Right?
made sure to point out that Sally's in an expensive place. Of course you want her in a cheaper place because you said in several lives that you're mad she's not as generous with you anymore. But then you belittle what she did and you say all she did was pay the mortgage.
Can you
No.
imagine sitting around on your ass all the time and expect an elderly woman to take care of you? It is despicable. I
It
would be
is.
embarrassed to come on social media and air my dirty laundry. She has no shame.
Yep.
She has no
50
shame in her game.
plus. 50 plus year old people that
Yeah.
behave
Yes.
this way? Come on.
Can you imagine? That's why everybody's
That's
drawn to
awful.
this. That's why everybody is drawn to this freaking lifetime special.
Yeah.
It
I
is.
I really don't want
Jerry.
Sorry,
anyone to
Feta.
injure
That was
themselves.
I'll give
I
Feta
don't
credit
want
for that one.
anyone threatening to do that. To put that on the internet and that get into the wrong person's ear who might have had thoughts about that's horrible.
It
Don't
is.
Right.
ever. Self-harm is terrible.
She
I'm not at
don't
all worried
care.
about it. That a narcissist does not, she is not going to harm herself, y'all. She's just not. I'm
Nope.
sorry. She's not. She's no,
Well,
She
I
no
can
way
tell
in
narcissists
you,
this
bring down
world.
the people that are
Yes,
near them,
exactly.
just like that before and after picture of Sally. I bet if you put a side by side of Jim,
Oh my gosh, it's beyond
she has
shocking.
worn him down just like she did Sally.
His
And
is even
again, I'm
more
not a
shocking.
hater. I'm just showing the facts.
It's just the truth. It
It
is.
is the
It's the
truth.
truth. And she doesn't want him to look good because,
Mm-mm. And
again, she
now,
can't chance him going out in public and somebody saying to him, why do you look worse than a homeless person? She can't
hmm
chance anybody seeing any value in him, that kind of thing. It's all about maintaining control.
right.
And it
And the
really
next
is
step is
sad.
isolation. Just
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what's happening. Because that's
Well,
already
because
happening.
he's not allowed
No
any
more
friends.
lives. So, isolation. He
Yeah,
doesn't.
he's not allowed to have a single friend.
Mm-mm.
That's on
But
Jim, though.
that's on
Because
Jim. And I'm
yeah,
not mad about it. I think it's funny. I expected it.
Yeah,
I mean, I
Jim.
don't think it's
That's on
funny, but
Jim.
I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
Jim's
what
a
We
he
not
knew.
said.
grown
upset or
man. He
hurt
can
or
decide if he
anything. I'm
wants.
not
Yeah.
mad.
No, it's just on
Mm-mm.
Jim to.
That's up to
Yeah.
him.
We
Absolutely.
knew.
And I wouldn't have been mad at Sally if she didn't move out of the house either. These are
You
their
can't make people
choices.
do what they don't want to do. It
No.
is just what it is. So
I
to
guess
say
Jerry
that we
thinks that we're
brainwashed her
powerful.
is just ridiculous. The only
Yeah,
person that's done any brainwash is Jerry. By
right.
getting Sally to stick around as long as she did, as miserable as she was. Sally admitted that she had wanted out for a long time. She said before they bought the house, she did better living alone. So she's the one that was brainwashed. If
But they didn't
anybody was.
listen to her.
They didn't listen because that wasn't what was important.
That
Their
wasn't on the
entire
agenda,
lives.
honey.
Yeah, Jerry has mooched off of an adult older than her entire life. What are
Hmm.
you, Jerry? If I was your friend, I would seriously be saying to you, you wouldn't allow me to, but I would be saying to you, what are you going to do when you don't have an older adult to mooch off of? What will you do? I mean, seriously, that is a very worrying question. I mean, what will you do when you don't have someone? That's why it is the loving thing to do for you to figure out how to live on your own. You talk about
She
getting thrown
better.
out of Section 8. Come on, it would be a small portion of your income. The difference is that if you're late, they will throw you out. Sally
Right.
did. Sally didn't, and
She
Sally's
better be
paid.
glad that she's got a mother-in-law that lets her do that.
Right. That's why though, y'all, she doesn't want to move. Section 8, if she doesn't want to, if she spends all her money on Dave and Sissy deals, well, you will be thrown out. That's what happens to adults.
Yeah.
So that's true. She's right that she could get thrown out. But here's an easy way to not get thrown out: pay your rent first. And it will be
Hmm.
rent because you
I
can't
get so
afford.
tired of her talking about the budget. What
Oh, God.
budget? You don't have
She's
a
worked
budget.
harder and she's working way harder for the money than her cancer. I think that's kind of weird.
She hadn't mentioned the
That
cancer
is
in
weird, Feta.
forever. Have y'all
If
noticed that?
I got
Yeah, she doesn't.
cancer, I would be the most humble. That would to me. I've never had
Right.
it. I I
Knock
feel
on
like
wood.
that would be when I would want to humble myself.
Who is it?
Wouldn't you think? Not fight with everybody.
Or
Hello?
fight for the
Absolutely.
money.
And I
Oh,
I
would
I
be
was
thought I
so
lost you.
worried making
I was
sure
knocking
that
on
your
wood.
husband is taken care of. Not that
Right.
he's saddled with a house that he finds hard to take care of. He certainly can't pay for.
Mm-hmm.
That would be like me trying to do that to my elderly mother. She's 85. She's got a studio apartment. She's got more money than. Do you think that I care about her money?
Same.
I would
I don't want
never,
anything. Right.
I would
Yep.
never try to say she had dementia to get her money. I tell her
Never.
to spend it all the time. I was like, Mom, spend that money.
Yes. Enjoy yourself. You've earned
Right.
this.
She won't go get her hair done. I mean, she does, but like, you know how little old ladies go get their hair done every week. I guess other people will too, but you know what I'm talking about. And she won't. She won't do it. And I tell her, let me come clean. No, I want to do it. And I want her to be independent. So I don't want to unless she asks me to do something. I don't.
Yep. I
I
don't
don't
want
want her
my
to
mother's
lose that.
money.
No.
No, I do not.
It's just
And
sad.
if she moves in with me, if that comes to that, I don't want her giving me anything.
Absolutely. Yep. She did. Called us bitches and told us to donate money.
And actually, I mean, she only names me out, really. So it's
Isn't
me.
that crazy?
I
You're
don't
the
know why
leader.
he focuses on you, Dee, the
Yeah.
most. Because, yeah, it's unfortunate.
But
I mean,
we love you, Dee.
yeah,
Thank you.
We do.
Thank you. I was wondering, is her
I
family
mean,
upset about
she
the
could have had a good
fundraiser?
friend in you. You gave her so much good advice.
yeah. But you didn't tell her what she wanted to hear, and there's a difference.
Right.
Jerry only wants to hear what she wants to hear. If you tell
I
her,
would be on the, I'd be listening, I'd be like, D, stop, stop.
who's typing?
Well, Jerry's number one going to be house poor if they can afford just to pay the mortgage. And I wonder if her family is
House
upset because
poor.
maybe they're upset at what what they are doing to Sally. It could be that they're upset about that.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, D, how come when we have lives, I can't hear you as well as I hear everybody else?
Who,
I'm
me?
soft spoken.
Somebody's
No,
asking what's all that
D.
racket. I promise I'm not typing.
What
Well, it
racket?
sounded like someone was typing.
Yeah, it
I'm
wasn't
not
me,
typing. I'm just sitting here.
No,
I
I'm
ain't
not
doing
either.
nothing.
but
No,
somebody's saying what's all that
And not
racket.
me. I was
I
on mute.
feel like I'm not doing anything.
So I'm hard to hear.
Well, I just feel like you're not as loud as it, you
Oh,
know.
Charlotte said she did. She said that only two of her haters are married and understand what marriage is. Jerry, if I had your marriage, I would rather be alone. I'm just going to tell you that right
What
now.
does that have to
There's
do with it
nothing
anyway?
shameful. There's nothing. I think that's the one thing she feels she has, that she can hurt somebody who's single. And I'm here to tell you, I
Oh
would
my
rather be
God.
single than have your
Me
marriage.
too.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with being single, for
No,
heaven's
there's
sake.
not.
Nope, ain't
Well,
nothing
she was
wrong with
talking
it.
about how you get, yes, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I do, tell my husband, like, dang, will you stop,
Oh
But
yeah,
I
we
mean,
fight, but we love
it's
each other.
normal.
And we
But
have real
she,
love, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have him on a leash. Like, his guy trip he went
no,
on, I wanted him to go on his guy trip. You know, remember I used to get hit by a troll who would say, "Oh, he's trolling the pool halls." Well, first of all, it's a very nice, it's
can
in
you
a nice
imagine?
club.
I guess,
And
but that's what their husband's doing to them. That's why.
apparently, right. They want me, and I'm not, I'm here to tell you, if I have to worry about that with him, I'm not gonna be married to
That's right. Me and my
him. Okay.
husband are the same way.
I want him, like, when he came home, he was so excited to see us. We were so excited to see him. That's how it should be. Keeping
Hmm.
your man locked in the house, doing your beck and call every 5 minutes. Literally, her own best friend said he doesn't get 5 minutes where she's not calling for him. That's her best
That's
friend.
ridiculous.
5
Right.
minutes.
Girl,
Isn't
I want my man to make money and smell good, okay?
Thank you, and look good. I want him to look, I mean, it's, my husband always says it's a compliment to him when, like, if someone looks at your wife or vice versa. I mean, like, I got my husband 2 really cute outfits before he went, golfing or whatever. Y'all, he looks so sexy and cute. You know that at those golf events, there's golf groupies. Am I worried about that? No, not for a minute. Because again,
no.
if you believe in your spouse, you want them to, you know what I mean? To go have fun and to feel good about themselves and to get away from you and come back to you wanting to see you that much more. That's just
Right.
I mean, that's what a healthy relationship is. And absolutely, marriage isn't easy. You're going to fight. Absolutely. But there's a difference in toxic fighting and in just having a squabble about something.
Right.
So,
Do
And
you
my
see this?
husband would empty my bedside commode for me, but I wouldn't post it on
but
Would
I
you
any
wouldn't
social
record it?
do it.
media. Can you
Would you
imagine?
record it?
Never. And I would, y'all, I feel like I would crawl over broken glass before I'd let him do it. But if he had to, absolutely he would, you
Do you
know?
see
Oh
the
yeah,
comment?
my husband changed my colostomy bag for me.
Oh,
Okay?
Aw, that's love.
And
well, that is, that's,
and I'll be honest, he was more
That's Mr.
like
Lover Lover.
he
Mr.
I
Boom
guess he,
Bastard.
cuz I almost died, so he was like,
it's
I'm going to
scary.
take care of her. It scared him,
Yeah,
I guess.
yeah.
And he was just so sweet and went to the store and got all the food I, was supposed to eat and but we're
Jenny's a
kind to
smart
each
girl.
other. I don't say get your ass in there, what's for dinner and sit on my butt.
Right.
My husband be like, "What?" I mean, he does cook sometime, but not very often. I
Well,
mean, he
I mean, I
works so
think,
much.
yeah, he's always working. He's out,
Mhm.
providing for your family. And y'all, I mean, I know it's 2025 and some people won't like this, but some things don't change. And my husband is very adamant about this. Men need to feel like men, and they want to, they define themselves by their work. And his guy friends and my guy friends, I mean, he has different ones than I do, and then we share some, but they're all the same way, 2025 or not. Men want to be respected for their profession and for working and for bringing home a paycheck and that kind of thing. It's just that's the truth. Okay.
Right.
And so for to belittle someone and to make them feel like they just can't do anything. Are you okay? Do you need a nappy poo? It's only been 3 hours since you're up. Okay. You may not, and remember, you've got that neurodivergent brain that doesn't work very well. And remember, you're not able to focus for more than
And tells
3.3
the whole
seconds.
world. Tells the whole
I mean,
world.
what? Yeah, how shameful to not only tell him that in person, but to tell the world. It's just sad that, I mean, and 20, and imagine you guys, 20 something years of that. It's no wonder that, somebody feels like, I mean,
Beat him down.
it makes it that much more miraculous that Sally got out of there and that she survived it
And
intact
she's so passive
with her
aggressive.
brain.
Like she'll give a compliment and then take it away.
Take it away. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Yeah.
So
I mean,
passive
I'm sure we've
aggressive.
all known someone like that. I had a quote unquote friend that used to do that. And, and I had a couple of friends that used to tell me, they were like, she's jealous of you. And I was like, no, no, she's not. No, she's not. And then I started listening and I was like, wait, she doesn't ever give me a compliment that doesn't, she takes it away at the end. You know what I mean? She'd give me a compliment, but it was always followed by a but. Do you really want to wear that? Because, you might look, whatever. I can't even remember. It's been too many years. But I just know that I finally, after enough times I started listening, I was like, wow. And then I realized the insecurity is hers. For people that feel the need to tear you down, that's one thing important to remember is they're the ones who are insecure. And most of the time people pick on you for things that they're insecure about. So,
Right.
for instance, the ladies that are always calling us old, and we end up laughing because, at least one of them I know of is older than most of us by a good bit. And it's like, well, first of all, why? But sh- this is said about us all the time, over and over and over again. Well, that is definitely some sort of sore spot with someone when they keep bringing it up all the time, So it's just, again, it's just sad to me that, she calls this a marriage and then tries to use it. I think it was a shot at Dee trying to make and others. I mean, because she named our whole community. There's
I
only two
mean,
of us that are married, which is
like
ridiculous. Dee loves being single. And again, there's nothing wrong with being single.
we
I
don't
enjoy
want
being
D to find
single.
we don't want D with a man. We want her with
Mm-mm.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah. And I mean, Dee
She's
knows
happy
how
with
to
her
go out and date
grandbabies,
somebody if
honey.
she wants to. If Dee wants to go out and date somebody, she can.
Oh,
She chooses
definitely.
not to.
Definitely. Diane's a
So
little hottie, honey.
yeah, so I mean, if you want to go get somebody, she can. She wants to be there for her grandchildren. I mean, a lot of people don't. I mean, to me, that's truly, if you don't have to have someone as a spouse or as a partner. I mean, have y'all ever, you've heard people say they complete me, and therapists will tell you that that's really not a healthy statement. You really, for the healthiest relationship, you need to go into a relationship whole, not looking for somebody to complete a part of you. Because
Right.
then that's when you get mad at that person because, you know what I mean? They're not fixing you. So, and some of the happiest people I know are single. Like my guy friend that his wife died a few years ago. A lot of times people think that men
But
get
even if
married
she's
really quickly.
single,
I think he's going to stay single. And Dee may stay single. Good for her if she
but what
does.
does it matter is what I want to
Exactly.
know.
Why take it?
It's
Why
not
take a
like we don't know that men get on our nerves. Like that was the point she was trying to make.
Was it? Okay. Yeah.
Well,
Y'all,
yeah,
I was
because she kept
so
talking
mad.
about the cabinet. She was talking about the cabinet. Well, you all don't know that I've already told him 5,000 times to shut the cabinet. So by then
So
I'm like,
what?
shut the dang cabinet, you know. I mean, like
Yeah.
like a single person wouldn't understand that you can get frustrated with your spouse,
Yeah.
but you don't do
Storm
it
is right. Jerry wasn't looking for a healthy relationship. She wanted someone she could manipulate.
in
Yep.
control. Yes.
Yep. Because I don't know. I mean, I'm telling you right now, my husband would put up with a bit of that. Mm-mm.
Oh,
No
mine
way.
wouldn't either.
Oh
Mine
my
wouldn't.
stars.
Sometimes I'll get snippy with them, but joking around snippy, and he'll give me that look. I'm like, I was just kidding. I was
Right.
being sarcastic, you know. But yeah, I mean, me and my husband get frustrated with each other, of course.
That's again, I mean,
Well,
that's normal.
matter of
That
fact,
is
here he
just
is right now.
Oh,
Mike,
hey.
you want to say hi to everybody?
Hi.
He said
Hey.
hi.
Hey.
He's got a deep voice.
I know
That's
his name, but I'm
Etta
not gonna
and
say it
No,
on
we're
here.
not saying his name.
But
no,
We're
hey,
gonna call him Mr. Kimmy.
yeah, Mr.
Mr.
King.
Kimmy. Yeah, yeah. He's he's probably ate all my Chinese.
You better eat your food.
Just put
Yum. I want
yourself
that
on
tomorrow
mute.
night for
That's what I
takeout.
did.
Well, tell everybody bye, Mike.
Bye.
Tell the
Oh,
people. I'm gonna be like
Bye, Mr.
Jerry.
Kimmy.
Tell
bye,
tell
Kimmy.
everybody
Bye,
bye,
Mr. King.
Jim. No, I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
oh,
He
right,
know.
Storm. I'm sorry. Oh,
Hey, Mike, would you put up with me? If you had to listen, if I had to pee in a bedside
oh
commode,
no.
and you know the bucket, and if I, couldn't do it or whatever, would you empty it for me?
I've done worse than that.
He just said I'd done worse than that. What'd you do?
With
Oh,
your thing.
Yeah, he said, yeah, with your colostomy bag. Of course,
oh,
okay. But what if I posted it? What if I recorded you emptying my bedside commode and I put it on social media for thousands of people? What would you think?
I wouldn't think nothing of it.
You wouldn't?
I was shoveling horse crap at 10 years old. I mean,
It wouldn't embarrass you?
embarrassed
Sorry,
me.
I don't mean to laugh.
Yeah, but there was a song to it. What was the
Mr.
song?
Mr.
Lover,
Lover
lover,
Lover.
Mr. Lover,
Mr. Lover
lover.
Mr.
Lover.
Lover, lover.
Y'all, I
Mm.
hate that song.
Oh,
I thought
me
that song
too.
He
was
would just probably shake his head because I'm
What
a
would he do
wild
if
and
you
crazy
pooped on the
girl.
floor and had to clean it up?
See,
oh gosh.
it wouldn't bother him, he said. Come on now, you're
Oh,
supposed to be on my side.
Yeah, you're supposed to say
oh,
yuck,
sweet.
gross.
He's so sweet.
I
Get
just
it
think
paid.
that it would be humiliating for somebody. Like,
Well, nobody would want to do it. But I
no,
think it'd be more humiliating than a person that wouldn't do it when they needed to.
that's true.
Oh, yeah,
He's a
But I
good
mean,
guy.
tell
he
your
is a
good
good
guy,
guy.
does he want like a nice soundtrack to when he's dumping the doo doo?
Oh
Yeah.
no.
What song would you want me to play if I ever do this?
Thriller.
Mr. Love.
Y'all, oh my gosh,
Can you
I'm
think of
waking up
one?
the dogs laughing.
Oh, Lord. I can't
He's a
believe
good
he
guy,
wouldn't be
Jen.
mad that I would post it on social media.
Oh,
Wait, did he see? Well, never mind. I don't know where I have it. I was gonna show.
Are you trying to find it?
I
uh-oh,
was
she's
gonna,
going into
but
her library, y'all. It
Mr.
is a
Lover Lover.
that's on my phone.
oh,
That's
Mr. Lover
sweet
Lover.
though.
you have a
Mm-mm.
library though. It is a force to be reckoned with.
And
Like
You
how
you
need
quick
to
do
can,
I find it?
organize it
you can
though.
pull it up.
Yo, Kimmy, organize it. Ask people how quick I find it.
Oh.
He's
Well,
super
we're still
You
quick.
ask
waiting.
me for
No, I'm
something, and
just
within
kidding.
2 minutes, I'm pulling it up.
She is. Y'all seen like
Is it an alphabetical? Do you know if well never mind, I'll tell you later.
have y'all seen
Sometimes I
Beauty and the
forget.
Beast
I
where she's
sometimes I
in her
forget I'm on
library?
live, guys.
That gif you showed, Feta, with Beauty and the Beast, Belle, where she's in her library, that's Dee with her screenshots.
Oh my gosh, I bet you she has a ladder too.
Let me ask her something.
I'll have
Oh,
to upgrade my phone at some point and get the 16. Well, I'll wait till the new phone comes out,
Same.
and
I'm
then keep
waiting
this
for the
one.
new one.
Yep, and then keep this one for all the screenshots.
Yeah, good storage tool.
hmm.
Oh, and Jerry, I'm gonna pay cash for mine, okay? Thank you.
Yep,
Oh,
same here.
wait a minute, you guys. One of my newest comments is my car was a buy here, pay here.
It was a what?
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 Someone in the comments, a troll, said, "Oh, don't worry about it. Her car was a buy here, pay here." Are you effing kidding me? The things they come up
Yeah.
with.
That's because their car is a buy here, pay here.
Okay,
So
I
I'm
don't
so
even know what a
familiar
buy
with
here,
it.
pay here is. What
Oh,
is that?
yes. Buy here, pay here is like people that have really bad credit and they don't check your credit. They have big signs that says buy here, pay here, no, credit check, blah, blah, blah. That's what
Yeah.
it's
That's
for.
another question I had is why do they not care about their credit? I would be in tears and
But why
freaking
do
out
they
if
care
my
about
credit was
Diane's credit? Is what I
Well,
want
the
to
thing
know.
is,
good
that just
point,
makes me
D.
want to post the bill of sale where I paid the cash for it.
No, you don't need to do
No, we
that.
know you did that.
No, don't you?
Yeah, don't
Jimmy's going feature butt.
Stop.
Kidding.
D
It upsets
D.
me when you try to prove these
Yeah,
freaking weirdos.
because they're sitting there. Look at the time these messages come through. They don't sleep.
No,
No,
Yeah,
They have no life.
they
no
have
they're
no
life.
between
life.
they're between midnight and 4 a.m. Eastern
Right.
Standard Time.
How sad is that?
Who is it?
Well,
When
I
is it
can't
Eastern
now?
sleep.
Standard Time.
y'all know who I think it is, and I know it's different than everybody else, but I
Well,
just,
no, because
regardless,
I
it
think
is
she's
a
out there
pathetic.
too. That we've got so many.
But it's true. There's more than one, but it
Oh
really is
yeah.
There's
pathetic.
more than two. There's
But Kimmy,
Yeah.
yeah.
you know you're so right that nothing D shows is going to change anybody's. You could show anything, and they're still gonna like.
That's what I'm
I mean,
saying. As long as
yeah,
we know and she
yeah.
knows, who cares
We're
what?
good.
Stop showing proof.
Oh,
Yeah, stop.
Because doesn't it make him look
I
stupid
know,
in
but
my
it
opinion?
make it
They,
gives them the attention, and when you give
yeah,
them that intention, they just not
they're
intention attention.
satisfied.
Yes, it
Yeah.
satisfies that weird thing they got going on in their mind.
It's a
But
fetish, man.
it's just like to me, it's
Yes,
a bitch slap in their face.
yes.
Nah, they'll come up with something else. Can we see your
It may
underwear
be a bitch
size?
slap in the face, but
Oh, and I'd
don't
show
let
that
them know
too.
it. It may be a bitch splash to the face, but don't let them know that. Just ignore it.
Well, there's
But now you can make little comments like you do about the Duncan and the little sly things you slide
yeah,
in there.
little sly, little sly.
Yeah. Yeah, like so what? I'm gonna go back and get me a second Duncan. So what?
Kimmy, you shouldn't go more than once a day. Don't guzzle them down.
It's my life. It's my body. It's my
shoot! I
health.
want to win so bad right now. I don't know what I'd do to it.
Can't you? You don't have
It's
anything at
not
home
like
to make it?
she's just laying there
No,
and
I'm
door
out of
dashing
my
them and
own.
she's not
Out of
getting
my
off the
own.
couch.
I know. I don't even want to spend spoons to get off the sofa. But you know
Is
what I'm
that
gonna
what
do?
it
I'm gonna
is?
go get one tomorrow. I am gonna
Oh,
go get
I'm getting one tomorrow.
But why haven't you made a homemade one?
one. Because I need to get my stuff. They were out of the zero sugar one.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
The caramel macchiato.
yeah. That's so you got
Yeah.
me hooked on that. It's good.
Oh gosh, delicious. And I'm out.
That's
Yeah,
what Tasha has. That
but it's
with
hard
caramel.
to find. It's
Yeah.
And then I
almost
put more
always sold
caramel
out.
sauce on mine.
Now, so does Tasha. So does Tasha.
Mhm.
What do you do?
She does that caramel macchiato. She does the caramels, international delight caramels, whatever creamer, and she also puts caramel syrup in there.
I
Oh, I
love
do
that
that, and
caramel,
I put
honey.
caramel. I put the caramel cold foam on the top too. I have like
Oh
4.
my gosh, that stuff is
Dang,
addicting.
that's a dessert.
I
Was
know.
there any
Oh,
coffee in it?
honey.
No, there's no coffee in it, D. There's coffee in the name. My husband laughs. He's like,
The
"This tastes
first
way
one
too much
doesn't
like coffee.
count.
You won't like it." Mm,
Yeah, the first one don't count.
See,
no.
that's how I feel. Well, today I went and I got a medium, but then I went back and got my large. But guess what? I still have it.
Hey,
Mm.
if they were still open, I'd go right now.
I know. Doesn't it suck that they close early? They used to be 24 hours by us. However, because of COVID, no longer.
Same with Walmart.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
I used to love shopping in the middle of the night.
Yeah, me too.
Where all the crackheads would go. That's
Yeah,
well. Oh, same in your town, huh? I thought it was just
yeah.
our little hick
It's
town.
everywhere. They
What
want
They'd
to.
have their
closed
They want to
down?
kids.
smash and grab.
I mean, yeah, they'll have their toddlers out at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you know.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't see any of that here.
These meth heads, yeah. They they bring them whenever they were open
Oh, wow.
24/7. Oh yeah. I've
Yeah, no,
seen
I
it
didn't
all.
see. Yeah. No,
Wintertime,
our
they wouldn't
store
even
will be
have socks or
empty.
shoes on their kid.
That's sad.
Oh, it is sad.
Big
Mine
I mean,
closes
boomers.
you
at 10, so it closes in 9 minutes because you just made me think
Well,
I could
go get
drive.
me one, Joni. Hurry, you got 9 minutes.
I don't
So
have
wait a
time.
minute. Joni, were you really thinking about it the last 5 minutes or so right now? Because
Yes.
you went quiet.
I was like, I want so bad, but I'm gonna wait till tomorrow. Yeah. I know. I want one so bad. The more I think about it, I'm like, well, let me just make one. It's better than nothing. No, I don't have that either. So what I do now, you guys, when I buy it, I buy like 2 or 3 cartons to at least have it at home, the homemade. It's still not as good as Dunkin', I admit it. But y'all, I told you my Dunkin' stopped the sugar-free, and I just do that to have less calories. I know the sugar-free is not good for you,
did
but
you hear that I asked mine and they said they hadn't had that for 8 years?
what?
Huh?
The sugar-free caramel.
Oh my
Oh.
gosh. Wow.
Yeah. When I asked, because I just wanted to see if they had it, and they said we haven't carried that in like 8 years. I was shocked.
So I looked online to see like ordering it by Uber Eats to see if I could order it with the sugar-free caramel. They even have like raspberry, but you don't have caramel sugar-free. I would think that caramel would be a much bigger seller than raspberry and blueberry sugar-free. How is that? I don't understand that. How those are both bigger sellers, but
Mm.
whatever. I
Caramel,
just
caramel is like one of the biggest.
right. Why wouldn't that be the one that you're like, okay, raspberry is a special thing that we, if we're going to let anything
Yeah,
go,
who
it'll be
eat?
raspberry.
I mean, that's not a very popular one.
They have 5 sugar frees. And like I said, 2 of them, I don't get why it's blueberry and raspberry. Maybe those are really good, but I don't see why that should be more popular than caramel. I mean,
So
how?
is it blueberry, raspberry, vanilla,
Coconut and I think,
coconut?
yeah,
Vanilla, baby.
vanilla, coconut, blueberry, raspberry, and then one
Raspberry.
more. I can't remember what the other one was. Something like maybe like almond or pecan or something. I don't
Or
remember.
there's a pistachio now too, they were saying, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I tried
I
that
thought my
one.
husband might love that because he loves pistachios so much. So he loves like pistachio ice cream, and we both love to eat them as the nut or whatever. Those are really good. But, yeah.
Mm.
I
Oh well.
wonder if it's a manufacturer thing or
I don't know. I just wanted to not have as many calories, but
sorry, I have to
maybe
keep muting. I'm coughing.
and Kimmy got me stuck on having 7 caramels in it now. And y'all, that's a lot. I mean, I don't even want to know how many calories are in it.
7. Did I
You
tell
told
you
me,
7? I meant 6.
girl, I've been doing 7. So I've been ingesting more calories now because I went with what you said. What? Right.
I'm gonna go back
7?
up. I'm gonna go to 7 then.
Oh
Oh,
God, it's so good.
I may have been to 7. I don't know.
Go big or go home. I go to 7. It says you can go to up to 10. Good Lord.
And then I get 4 Splenda. Excuse me, I got a cough.
I do 4 Splenda and I do 4 cream. Sometimes I do 5 cream, depending on how creamy I want it.
Lisa
But
said,
my
"Hey,
husband
sorry
likes
I'm late. I
coffee.
forgot I had some finance seminar tonight, but hey,
Hey,
Is Lisa coming up
Hey.
today?
he's a sweet girl. I love pistachio. Anything he has.
Is
Pistachio.
Lisa coming up today?
is what?
Oh, the extra
Lisa.
Oh,
extras
no,
before.
she's gonna skip this one tonight.
Oh, okay.
But we want her to join us sometime soon if she will. Did you see Helen said Duncan's extra extra is a shortage? What?
Where is
No.
it?
Yes, we're having a good time, Hippie Mama. I didn't know it was a shortage on the extra extra because I've been wanting to try that from the store.
Oh, and the Dunkin' Creamers, right?
Maybe that's what she means. The like the one you get in the store, not at
Right, Dunkin'
Yeah,
themselves.
I haven't seen that in a while actually. Now that I think
I
about
know.
it.
I
Tasha,
haven't either.
5 caramels and here I'm doing 7. I feel just so
What'd she
decorated.
say? Oh,
She
I
said,
see it.
"Damn, ladies, I only do 5."
I'm just laughing with you.
One day
Yeah,
Kimmy
but
said to me,
Tasha
she
gets
said,
real sugar. I get Splenda.
I feel like that's like saying I'll have 5 Big Macs and I'll have a Diet Coke. But
But
I do
it's
it.
I used to like Diet Pepsi though. I mean, I still do.
Oh, I'd rather get the
I'll
pavement.
order a big oink oink meal and get a Diet Pepsi.
Well, it's because you get used to once
The
I have a
taste.
regular Coke now, it's just too sweet for me. It's too
I've
Yep.
sour.
never drank diet. I cannot. I've never been
But
used to it.
I
can't
don't like
do
diet.
I do the Coke Zero because I'm telling you right now, Diet Coke and Diet Pepsi, I would rather go outside and lick the pavement. To me, they both taste so diety. But Coke Zero, I don't know what they put in it.
You're
It's
gonna
still
lick what?
the pavement.
Hey guys, Jim just posted a video.
Oh
No, he's not
God.
allowed to.
Yeah, he just posted a video. I just got
Oh
the
no.
notification.
How
D, are you
long
gonna
is it?
cover it?
Is he gonna cuss us
I don't
out
know. It
again?
just come across my
Hold on.
yeah.
Oh, here goes D. Here goes D.
I just
You
want to
go,
see how
D.
long it is
Go.
first.
Hey, it
We
reminds
were
me of
nice
that
to
meme
him.
where
Oh,
what's
I'm
that
Diet
guy
nice
on
to Jim.
Pepsi is
Forrest
so
Gump and he
good.
runs out the gate and runs up the
Run, Forrest, run.
Yes. You
Dude,
know
we
that
were nice to
meme that
Jim.
huh?
I said we were nice to Jim. He better not talk about us.
Uh-oh. Oh boy. You know what? If he does, we'll just laugh it off. It's Jim, you know. You do
He says,
you.
let's watch it.
I'm not mad
I'm
No.
at
not
all.
either. It's his life.
Yeah, you do
It's
you.
his
2
life.
hours and 16 minutes.
What? 2
What?
hours?
No, you're lying. He must have cooked in it or something.
Hey, you better save it or record it or something.
Hold on.
He's probably confessing his love for Jerry.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
we've been expecting this. It's right
Right.
on schedule.
2 hours.
Oh, it's gone. No, it's not.
What?
What?
You
Oh, he
see it?
looks
2
Good
hours.
Monday evening, everyone.
Hold on.
Oh, I
2
hear
Oh,
it.
right
I'm
Brother.
gonna mute my
2
mic.
hours 6.
D,
You
2
see how long?
hours. Put him on
Put
super
them on
speed.
fast.
Put him on like 5, man.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Chat.
hold on.
You all got to keep up with this, okay? We're going to put him on 5 and it's going to go fast.
I don't know if I can keep up with 5.
Well, we can't do 5. We got to hear how he sounds first. Can you see my screen?
Do it
Yep.
on at least 2.
I
Well,
see
let's
it.
make sure, right?
Go.
Okay. Go. I'm gonna mute my mic if you're playing.
Hold on,
Yeah.
I gotta.
But I want to make sound
Okay.
effects.
Well, you can. I'm gonna mute because
Okay.
I'm eating.
Yeah. Enjoy your din.
Thank you.
I'll do it. Try 1.5 at first, okay?
All right, Jim.
Everybody. I know that a lot of people had asked if we were doing lives yesterday. We decided not to. The reason why we're not going to do any more lives is because there are too many people out there who are twisting our words and our truth to something that's
Again?
not. And most of you guys know who this person is or person.
Wow, is he really? No.
Are you kidding me right now?
All right,
well.
hold on. I'm gonna put this up too. Oh, he turned it off.
You
Never mind.
guys, we've been expecting this.
I know.
Like,
Y'all, I mean, you knew
Not
it was
so
it's
coming.
quick.
serious.
True.
I mean,
But it's
he
sad.
does this every single time, so
Every
it's
6
nothing
months.
new,
Okay, here we
right?
Persons. I don't have to, I don't have to say names.
go. Thank you.
A couple of them created a Discord site to speak to me off the books or off camera, whatever you want to call it. But the moment they realized I was not going to listen to them or follow their demands, because that's what it felt like towards the end, they canceled the channel. Which is fine, Danny. It's fine.
Oh, you made a man.
Wait a minute.
That's not me.
The couple were
That's not-
people that he, like he's kind of close to. So is he saying
Yeah,
that these
quick.
are the people that went
They
against
weren't
him?
really helping me. They were actually making me.
It's not me.
Not
It
me.
ain't me.
Not me.
That is too funny. All right. So
making
go
things a
ahead.
little bit more confusing for me to make my own decisions. Now I made my own decisions. There's going to be no separation. There's not going to be any divorce or any of that negative crap that goes against my moral compass. And if you don't like my
Who
moral
would want?
compass, that's
Who
probably
tried to
already
get you to
screwed
get
up
a
to the point where you
divorce?
can't even.
I don't know of anybody trying to get you to get a divorce. For heaven's
Wow.
sake.
He's a little hyped up here, so I got to slow him down a little bit. Sorry.
What
But
did he say?
yeah,
I missed it.
about someone trying to have him get a divorce, like he's trying to say something like
Yeah.
that.
He always
That's not
goes
You
to
can
true.
fix
that.
it. You're trying to
Nobody's
destroy somebody
trying to
else.
get him to get a divorce. For heaven's sake.
Wow.
All right, I'm muting.
I don't know, and I really don't care. Now, this is my life. I get to choose how to live it. And if people do not like it, that's their problem, not mine.
Good for
I'm
you,
not
buddy.
here to live by somebody else's standard or to live my life the way they want me to. Jerry has never fully controlled me. I don't know where people get that. What I do with
He has
Jerry,
said it.
Yes, he did. He said she controls. He's not even allowed to think his words.
I have all the screenshots.
Yes. I'm
Wow.
not even allowed to think.
I knew it. That's the reason why I captured most of them.
Wow. This is wow. This is a perfect example of reprogramming.
You guys, they warned
Well,
us though. There was a lot of viewers warning us of this. Remember?
Well, of course.
Yes.
As you know, I mean, this is what's going to happen. That's what
we were
happens.
just giving support.
Absolutely. It is what it is. Nobody ever would say to him, I know I'm certainly not going to say to him, get a divorce. That's not my call to make. I'm
Didn't
not.
he ask you to have him meet a woman?
Yes,
Or
he
find
sure
him a
That's
did.
woman?
all of us to find him a woman
Yes,
to
he
take
was
care
the
of.
one that said that.
Yep.
He
Yeah,
was the one.
Yeah.
right.
Okay, here we go.
Jerry's request and whatnot is up to me. Now, I've never said this to anybody because I never thought about it until recently. I never thought I could be a caretaker. A caretaker is somebody who is loving, giving, and does not think about themselves until
Jerry taught him that.
after hours or whatever. I've talked to Jerry about this, and Jerry does not want that from me. Jerry wants me to be able to do what I want to do. You know, granted, there are certain, there are certain areas that I have to realize that even though I might be in the middle of a project, Jerry may ask me for something that has a timeline because of its importance. When she tells me that that I need it done now because I don't have enough time or whatever it is she wants me to do, needs an answer as soon as possible. And a lot of you think it's hard to making demands, unreasonable demands on my time and my life. No. She's offered many times to do the dishes, and basically I'm thinking about taking her up on that because the idea is, since we have a tall patio chair inside the house where Jerry can sit on it and do.
Okay. She should have been doing that for a while now, Jim. And Jerry cut your hair messed up, just to let you know.
Some prep
And
work or
also,
cooking or
Dee,
whatnot.
when she offers, she knows he's going to do it. There's a
Right.
difference. She
Yep.
knows he's going to say, no, I'll do it. So offering, that's like her offering to go, I don't know, build a house or go, I don't know, run a 5K. She knows it's not going to happen. So it's easy to say, but I offered. So,
Right.
Offering to wash dishes, that's her chore.
right. Can't
Good
even do
God.
that. So,
Okay.
Which we've done. Actually, I think next time we're going to do work together at prep work, I'm going to show you where she does it, if she does it there. Yes, the house needs a lot of work still, and yes, her way of doing things is going into a room, clearing out whatever whatever may be in her way or whatnot, and then slowly but surely bring it back in if it goes back in that room, or just leave it in a
Touching it
what
3
we're now calling a
times.
staging area. And I don't mind doing that, but when it comes to my stuff, I'm gonna do it my way. Whether I ask her for some simple advice or not, I'm gonna do it my way. Jerry Ann and I did talk about mom's side of the house, and we did some not real measurements, but like guesstimations. And I mean, her side of the house we can basically turn into our apartment because we only need 2 rooms. The bedroom is big enough for all our bedrooms.
Hold up.
yep.
We could turn it into our apartment because we only need 2 rooms. But you can't move into a 1-bedroom house apartment with a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom. I'm lost.
I'm lost.
I also thought they weren't supposed to have renters.
Correct.
So they're going to
stuff.
construct the
And
house again?
I guess they might move into mom's side of the house.
What the heck?
But whatever they do, you guys, first of all, he doesn't have the skills. They don't have the money. You're not supposed to just go and build a bunch of stuff without doing it to code, getting permit. Like, I mean, they don't own the house, no matter what Jerry says, they don't own the home. And so starting a bunch of stuff that you not only don't have the money to do, you don't have the skills to do, and that you know good and dang well you won't finish, that is only going to make the value of that house plummet that much further. And it's stuff you
Well,
don't even have permission to do. If they want to go ahead and do that and Sally allows it, I mean, that's on Sally and that's on Jim and that's on Jerry. That's not our decision. But I
Yeah,
can
who
tell you
cares?
now, it's going to plummet the value of that house even further.
guys, if they rent that house, they have to claim that income. If they rent anything, they have to claim the
Yes.
income.
And they
Yep.
won't, but
They'll get away with it.
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
then some.
Listen, y'all, they don't have the spoons to do nothing.
No, and
So
that's
we
why
don't have.
they start. They
I think
won't
it's all talk.
put up what Hippie Mama said, if you don't mind. This is Jerry making one of those far-fetched suggestions to make him feel better, like moving to Colorado. This is just
Yep.
a selection. Here, Jim, look, squirrel. Wow, let's do this. I
The
like the garden,
camping. Remember the camping?
the camping. Lately, it's been
Yes.
gardening. Now it's gardening, and now it's going to be that they're going to do this to the house.
And he
And
doesn't see it.
And if Sally allows this to be done to the house, that's on Sally. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean to Sally. I'm just saying it's her
Right.
home. She's
That's
the one
her.
who can decide, you
Right.
know, to allow this to happen or not. It's a shame because I got to tell you, again, it is going to plummet the value of that house to let these two at it. And you know good and well, they won't even finish a tenth of it. It won't be done right. What's
Who
done,
would want to live there?
Not me.
well, I mean, to give an example, they think it's a good idea to start taking the doors off of the roof. People don't want to buy a house without doors. That's
Or
just, and
putting a wall up, or
yeah, taking this down. So,
it's annoying.
now she's trying to offer it to him. Okay. Well,
51st dates.
and to reprogram, that's what she does. So what she does to
What
get him
she
back
did.
in is she dangles something in front of him.
Yep.
She knows how to do it. She dangles something in front of him to get his attention and to make him feel heard.
Just
'Cause
like he said, if he whatever he wants to do, he's going to do, because that's what she told him when she reprogrammed him.
right. Oh, Jim, I want you to do what you want to do. In fact, I think
Yes.
you said you were stressed. You need a place of your own. Let's
You think
do
he'd
that.
catch
No
on
matter
after
that
20 years.
and you notice she doesn't say it doesn't matter that we don't own the house. It doesn't matter that we don't have the money. It doesn't matter that you don't know how to do this and neither do I. It doesn't matter that your mom doesn't want us to do this. It doesn't matter that even if we did get renters, they would be appalled and so would we at trying to live together. None of that matters. It's just getting Jim back in tow. And she did it. And good for her, Jerry. That's on you. That's on you. We knew it was coming, so have at it. I mean, it's just her game. That's how she plays.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, she's manipulating
She sure
someone
is.
that.
This might get deleted quickly, knowing Jerry. Kim, you weren't
Are you
supposed to do a
recording it?
video. We agreed.
I think she's proud of this right now because he's saying stuff she wants. I mean,
Oh,
if
yeah.
if he goes off script, she will. But right now, this is all stuff basically where she can get smug and she'll say, "Ha ha."
Oh, I'm sure she made him do it.
Oh yeah. So I mean,
You get your butt over there and make that video.
Mhm.
The mom, the
Show
room
these
that mom
people
was
they didn't
using is
win.
big enough
We
for
don't
my
care.
office
Right.
and then some. And we were talking. Well, I was talking, not we. I was talking about the possibility of taking the room with the bay window and turning it into my office plus craft room or mini greenhouse for window plants. Now, unfortunately, I did not learn enough to. I don't know if they're still alive or not. The mint practically
Oops.
died. The bay leaves or basil, I think it was. I think they're dead.
Because you
The
didn't take
rosemary
care
is
of them
starting
and you
to
don't know
die,
what you're
and I'm
doing.
Right.
Sorry.
And Jerry takes with too much time.
Yep. I mean, anything that they bought for gardening the other day when they said they were buying it, I was like, you might as well just burn that money. I mean, you just might as well because stuff, I mean, each plant has different care requirements. And
it
he's
is
already said he
deleted?
can't. What? Is it
Redheaded
already?
Storm said it is deleted.
Are you sure? Really?
I'm not
Okay.
going to get off of it. I'm not checking.
Okay.
Okay, go.
Okay.
I'm doing everything I can. I think what I need to do is start watching more YouTube channels with gardening information. I know that the one app I had, which
It
I
is
didn't like
deleted,
towards the end
Kelly
because
said.
when the plants started dying, it couldn't. One of the things they said, "Oh yeah, that's marijuana," and the other thing that they said it was something totally different than what I know what they were, and I was just kind of like, what the, you know. But I'm not going to give up on the idea of growing herbs and vegetables and produce that we eat on a regular, and it's
Download his
kind of
little down.
getting very expensive.
How is he allowed to do whatever he
That's why
wants if she's already made him take down his video?
Right. Right.
I mean, big man, Jim, you were already told by Mama, second Mama, to take it down. So,
And FYI, our viewers increase too, so they may be watching.
Yeah.
Well, let's watch it before it gets going.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm getting confirmations via personal messages. Yes, Jim's video is gone.
Oh,
Well, let's
shit.
watch it.
Yeah.
the one piece of property
called it.
that I saw that
Yep, you
by the
did.
looks of it, if our credit was messed up, there's this place
Credit
out
is
in,
more than messed
Salem,
up.
Missouri, which is like maybe 20
I'm
30
reading.
minutes away from Rolla. And it's 2.8 acres of land with a pre-designated gardening slot and planter's room or workshop
Who's
or
that
whatnot.
for? People with money.
And then it's got
Right. If you can't get a loan to keep the house you're in now, you're not going to get a loan for something else.
He's
No, we
eyeballing
better get through this
Sally.
before it disappears.
I think Jerry already revealed their credit score.
It's in the 500s. That is.
Oh, I thought one was 400 too.
Oh yeah, I thought she said 4 and 500. Y'all, that is horrendous.
Listen, y'all, we got to watch it because it might go off.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
true.
Go, make
enough
it go a
room for
little
like-
bit faster, though.
You guys can understand them, okay, everybody?
Yeah.
I
I
can.
can.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
I'm afraid it's going to disappear.
I know.
It probably is because I mean I'm
No,
surprised.
I'm in the middle of it. Hold on. Shit. I mean,
Don't
Okay,
you
maybe-
dare go out of it.
Maybe don't even touch it. Don't even touch it. Just play it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
just
think
play it.
Amy, he posted it and she
Yeah,
told him
just
to take
play
it
it.
down.
Yeah, just
Okay,
play
here we
it. Don't
go,
worry
here we
about it.
Yeah.
or like a tiny house or a trailer or something like that. Which
Again.
to be honestly with you, I mean, the house is about as big as this place. Is 4 bedroom, 3 bath, or 5 bedroom, 3 bath. Looks like all the rooms are very nice, spacious rooms. Like 2 or 3 carports. In the back lot, looks like it has like a tree line with a stream or a brook,
She's selling
which
him
is
a
where I
dream.
would probably put a tiny house or something like that for Mom. And
Oh my
I mean, the only
God.
thing I would need, and the way things look money wise, the only thing
I got you.
we would need is just Mom to be a co-signer or something like that. And
Wow. Just need
I don't
her
know
as
if
a
we would,
co-signer.
I don't think I would charge her.
Right. Oh, he's going to talk about not charging his mother rent.
After she's
Don't
gonna
rewind it. You
Oh,
can't
no,
I'm
God.
not
rewind it.
rewinding it. I'm not rewinding it. No.
Yeah, keep going.
Any rent, the only thing I would ask her to do is pay her bill, her electric and whatnot bills, or a portion of the utility bill and whatnot.
Why
for
would
her.
she move from the beautiful place she's in? Maybe she
Because
will.
they're going to say she's house poor. Why would she move? No. Oh my God.
What?
Okay.
For her tiny house. Otherwise, I mean, I look
They
at it.
want Mom for her money. If she had
Amen.
dementia, Jerry wouldn't even think, or Jim would think about her getting another loan.
Well, and also if she has dementia, she can't sign for you.
Correct.
You can't have it both ways.
And if she has dementia, I don't think they'd even care for her. They'd find some sort of facility to place her in.
Amen. They just want the POA.
And
Listen, they need to leave Sally alone.
They're not gonna do ever. They want that money.
without an FFA or anything like that, the current numbers for monthly mortgages within me and Jerry's means, it's like a little over $900. And between what Jerry makes,
You guys can't get a
what we bring in from
doghouse.
YouTube,
Between what Jerry makes and he's saying what we make at YouTube, they don't make anything, because I'm telling you, I do vlogs and stuff all the time and I don't make much.
No.
Trust me, Sally, I'll prove it to you.
Yeah.
I thought he wasn't supposed to talk finances.
Yep.
Maybe this was for the private club.
Oh, maybe because it's 2 hours and something.
Could be.
We would have
Who
no
there might
problem
be
with
different
it.
people on
This-
here.
Mm-hmm.
Never
Well, they
know.
won't know I'm showing this. You know what I mean?
No.
I'm in 18 minutes on my TV, Martin says. All right.
Keep going. Let's see if it'll.
And
Yeah.
the thing is, Mom doesn't want to leave Rolla because of Carla, which, hey, I understand that. So it's like one of those things where it's like, honestly, if Mom could help us with just the signatures and whatnot, it would be a lot less on less.
I hope somebody is
Wow, the
recording this.
signatures. That's her
Cozy.
credit.
I
It's
think
already
You're
being
Cozy's-
using her.
Okay, good. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it's being
duh.
recorded. Yeah,
Wow.
we're good.
I'm so dumb.
And I don't mind driving
You're not
half an
dumb.
hour or more to come see Mom every so often. You know, it's like Sunday I run her Easter
She's not
dinner.
confused.
Her favorites, mac and cheese.
Oh, Sunday he brought her Easter dinner. You know why? Listen to this, Jim and Sally. I'm sorry to disrespect your son, but Jerry and Jim, listen to this. Kissing up that brown hole a little bit.
Yep.
Oh, I'm livid.
If she'll
She's
just
one
ruin her
better.
life and sign for us, even though
Right,
we
you know
think
the
she's
way-
got dementia.
Yo, this is terrible.
Keep going.
She loves that stuff. So I brought it over there. Maybe sometime this week I'll go back over there to get the one dish that was mine.
Of course.
Whoa.
But for the most part, most of it was her dishes that she left here, and I didn't get around to taking them to her. So it's kind of a win-win situation for them.
Oh,
Her mom got some good dinner, and she got some of her.
D. Kelly says if
Um,
you keep pausing, it'll refresh and you'll lose it. So let's not pause anymore.
Corel.
Yeah, let it
Okay.
go.
Or is it Corel? I don't remember. I don't know. I remember the name of the particular type of dishes, but for as I'm concerned, Sunday was a really, this past Sunday was a really good day because of all the busyness with, cooking dinner and the fact that we slept in and, a breakfast, which now that I'm thinking about it, I don't even remember what we ate for that day.
But you don't got dementia.
Oh, I decided I didn't want to have a large
Right.
breakfast like we normally do because of the meal, the dinner. So I think Jay had one of her yogurt parfaits, and I just ate a apple pie yogurt that I get, or was it tiramisu? Or one of the two. But everything was great yesterday. I didn't feel like anything bad was happening. But then today, a lot of things happened that were not exactly unhappy, but it was just kind of like, okay, certain people are showing their true colors with what they want. And I'm like, I cannot deal with trying to figure out my own desires for me and Jerry, let alone having a bunch of people who are either talking about divorce or trying to make Jerry look like a bad guy. And I know Jerry's not a bad guy because there's a lot of things that could have happened when we moved from New York to here that would have made us bad guys. I mean,
wow.
Before Mom got involved with a bunch of the negative nillies, we could have robbed my mom blind, but no, we didn't.
What the?
We didn't. When we were out looking for houses for all three of us, Mom.
We could have robbed my mother blind.
Keep going, keep
that?
going, keep going,
Keep
please.
going,
in the
keep
car.
agreed
going.
to move in with us because I wanted her close by so I can watch over her. And
I bet.
this was the house that we found that was perfect for us because there was 2 bedrooms and a bathroom on one side of the house. There was the 2 bedrooms on this side of the house and a bathroom. Granted, this room and the room behind me, which was at one point in time one big room, and until I put up this full wall. So there was no extras for me and Jerry. Mom agreed when I was working. Mom agreed to pay the mortgage, and that was it. Jerry and I were taking care of all the other bills: the phone bill, the utility bill.
Wait, when Mom.
Any bill for the house.
I'm
Me and
still
Jerry
positive.
were
I
taking
wanna
care of
see
while I was working. And there was time when Jerry was working too. She had a job. She had several jobs. While I had a job or 2. Now, there was a point in time where I had 2 jobs and I barely got 4 hours worth of sleep in between the jobs, unless one of the jobs I had a day off and I could sleep in or go to bed early. The thing is, you guys think you know everything about us from what? Videos, pictures. You guys saw Jerry Ann the first time and made a snap judgment that she was lazy and ate just nothing but junk food. That's not true.
This shit's.
That's not
It's
true.
so true, honey.
And because of my hair and whatnot, you made assumptions about me. And because
Okay.
yes, there were a lot of times when Jerry Ann and I were doing on her live, and I was confused or was tired. And yeah, I had facial expressions that you either misread or just
Boy,
didn't know,
she
didn't
controls
understand.
him.
Yep.
You know, and I'm like,
Somebody's typing.
just because, you know, for a while when I was in a Discord chat with certain people, that I was answering full sentences and talking like literally, but then I started getting to the point where it's like, it's the same shit. It's the same shit. I'm fine. I'm okay. There is nothing wrong. I am working to make myself happy. But when I started getting those red flags with a lot of the things that they were saying or showing me, and I was like, who's the narcissist? You know, the people who are trying to tell me how to live my life and how to deal with Jerry and get out of this relationship. Why? One of them had multiple failed relationships. You know, my mom, bless her heart, I love her to pieces. But I know at the time that I was not happy because mom had this boyfriend who was trying to kick me out of the house so my mom could take care of him and his 2 kids while he was basically a leech. Laid around, drank beer, said he was going to college so he can become a writer. And most of the stuff he wrote was like garbage. Made no sense. You know. Now, I've had a couple stories. Never tried to publish them because they were my stories. They were for me. They weren't for the general populace. Now I know once things settle down and I start getting into a routine and do things that make not just myself but Derry happy, I could sit down and easily start writing stories again. You know, I had several different characters and they were, well, one of them was a sci-fi like story. Another one was a fantasy story, a D&D type story. You know, I had my character, you know, Grey Wolf, half elf, archer, hunter, ranger type person with a pet wolf. You know, I had several other different characters that I could have thrown into a story, but I wanted it to be focused on around one character. You know, because sometimes it's hard to take multiple characters and put them into the same story without getting confused. You know, so and then there was at one time when I was living with mom, and I continued it when I was living with Jerry. I got into a group on, I don't know if it was the AOL chat rooms or what it was, but this was way before Discord. And we were texting or not texting, but emailing each other what our characters were doing and how they were interacting with other characters, blah, 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 blah. And we all had our own characters and our adventures kind of intertwined. You know, I wish I can find something like that. Maybe do something on Discord. Maybe I can find people from Discord to you know, be part of that again. You know, it's just, I've had my ups and downs throughout life. And I tell you what, and this is not a dig on my mom or anything like that. I have learned more either on myself after my dad died or because of Jerry and her father. Yes, mom let me go get the, you know, do the driver's license test and use her car to take the actual driving part of the test after the written part of the test. And the only thing I had trouble with was parallel parking. My thing is if you don't live in a city where you have to parallel park, how many people actually parallel park in this country or any other part of the world, except for maybe big cities in England, like London, that's a big city, or Edinburgh, Scotland, or Dublin, Ireland, or I can name off a whole bunch of cities in Germany. I mean, you got Bonn, you've got Frankfurt and Stuttgart and God. Well, Bonn was the original.
No.
Bonn was the capital of West Germany after the wall went up. And Berlin was split in half, but Berlin was still considered the capital of East Germany, if my memory serves me correctly. But still, I have to give more. I hate doing this, and like I said, it's not a dig on my mom, but I have to give more credit to Jerry for finishing my upbringing and sticking with me through the hard times as much as I've stuck with her.
Oh my God!
You know, the cancer journey alone proved a lot for me and Jerry, because when she found out she had cancer and she had broken her leg and had that fixed and had all these tests and whatnot, she gave me an out. She said, "If you don't want to be with me because I have cancer, I'll understand if you leave." No, I'm sorry. I did the whole Christian vow in front of a minister and God in a church. Granted, we were dressed in Renaissance age garments, but I took that vow. And I'm sorry, there are vows that I take very seriously because of my upbringing. And it's kind of funny because a lot of people think about upbringings and how people are raised and why they are the way they are. Well, I am the way I am because both my parents, when I was growing up, were very godly people, very godly. When we were going to churches, when we found churches in our new locations, like I disliked Arkansas because of the way the people were back in the 70s. And how many times my mom nearly got into an accident because of somebody, you know, not caring when they were driving. But my father was a Sunday school driver for the bus. And I rode with him on multiple occasions, and he kept everything in order. He kept all the kids and whatnot from being a wild child. And there are several times where he made threats that if they did not settle down and get quieter than they were, that he was just going to pull the bus over and drop off the bad kids. He wasn't going to deal with them, But everybody listened. My father we used to make a joke about my dad. We used to say that when my father stepped in a room full of people in conversation, that everybody, including E.F. Hutton, would shut up and listen just because of his demeanor. And he wasn't one of these, like, I'm taking control of everything. It was just the way he was soft-spoken for the most part, unless he got upset or somebody pushed his buttons the wrong way. Guilty. But most of the time, he was a quiet man his tone was one of those commanding tones where it wasn't harsh and barking orders or anything like that, but it was one of those, oh, what is he saying? People stopped to listen. We used to also joke that he could sell a refrigerator to an Eskimo if he wanted to, because that's how good he was in convincing people of things. Yes, granted, after he passed away, and I had many conversations with my mom and my aunt and cousins who lived in Arizona at the time, that, yeah, my father was a bullshit artist. He could really be he could bullshit into anything or out of anything if he needed an out. But when it came to family and that kind of stuff, there's no playing around. I think I've told you guys a couple of times, my, God rest her soul, cousin Debbie had a husband, she did have one kid who unfortunately also passed away because of COVID. But she had a husband and they got married in the 80s while we were in Germany. And when we got back from Germany, we found out that he was a troublemaker. And my aunt and cousin, my Aunt Lee and Debbie, my cousin Debbie, asked him to take this guy in and straighten him out. This guy thought he was special, thought he was better than most people, if not everybody. My father helped him get a job at a gas station. Now, one night, I was left home with this guy. He didn't do anything like bad or anything like that. But he did have like this higher than thou type attitude. And anyhow, my mom and dad went out to go have a night to themselves. And he went to the gas station to get gas. And it was the same gas station that he got a job for this guy. And the owner said, hey, what happened to your nephew? He hasn't been here in X amount of days. My father went, well, thanks for letting me know. Well, they got home. They came home. No, they stayed out. They did their dinner and whatnot. They got home. And my dad was like, hey, George, how's that job? I got you. He was like, oh, yeah, it was a great job, blah, 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 lying his ass off. And my dad said, oh, really? I just came from there. And the owner said, you haven't been here for like a week or more. He doesn't know what I've been doing, blah, 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 putting on a show. And my dad said, this is your last chance. You got a choice. Straighten up, start providing for my niece and your son, or you're out of the family. He was like, oh, you can't kick me out of the family. You have no right to kick me out of the family. My dad said, oh, really? I have every single right to kick you out of my family. That's my niece you're screwing around with, on. You're not holding down a job. You're not trying to be a provider for them. You're practically living free with my sister-in-law and niece. And he was like, oh, I'm going to kick your ass, blah, blah, blah. My dad was like, bring it. And the guy tried to do a roundhouse on my father. And my father grabbed him by the ankle, spun him around, grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, and the seat of his pants, looked at my mom, didn't say nothing. My mom got up, opened the door, and my father threw this guy over a railing with a rose bush onto the front yard and basically said, if I ever see you or hear about you being anywhere near my family, I'll have you in jail. And that's the last time we heard about it. Heard it from him until after my dad died, and my mom had to serve him divorce papers in jail. He was in jail for aggravated assault and B&E, breaking and entry. I'm nowhere as good as my dad. I couldn't lie to save my life. I could try to, but 9 times out of 10, there's certain tales that my wife learned. So I got to the point where I got to be honest with my wife. I can't be bullshitting. I can't be goofing off. I can't be trying to run off on her or any of that stuff. And yeah, I did try. And why? Because at that point in time, back in New York, I was not happy. And it wasn't because of Derry. It was because of her brothers and her cousins and their kids. And I felt stressed out every day, not just because of the family, but because of the environment of New York, the constant noise, the constant traffic. Granted, the house we were living in, which my father-in-law got for a pretty penny because it was a demo house, so insulation sucked. Windows were thin, things like that. And that was back in New York. Now, yeah, here I was unhappy for a while because adjustment periods and trying to figure out who was who. And unfortunately, I'm an empath. And when mom started getting unhappy, after agreements and whatnot. And she never, we always encourage her to speak her mind, tell us what's going on, whatnot. The thing I have problems with my mom is bullheaded. She's a Missouri mule. My father was bullheaded. He was a stubborn Southside Chicago, growing up in the 40s and 50s. So I was born stubborn. I was born 100% stubborn because I had two parents who were 100% stubborn. But one thing I do remember is my parents tried everything they could to work things out. Now, I'm more like my father in the sense of family. Family needs to be protected, watched over, taken care of. I also follow the Bible, but the Bible says for the wife to separate from her family and live with the husband's family. Now, I can't tell you when things started going south, but I can tell you it was definitely right around the time that Jerry got her cancer, and I was doing a lot for Jerry to take care of Jerry because of the cancer. My mom knows about the cancer. My mom knows it's real. In fact, I think because my mom told me, and I believe my mom, that she tried to tell you guys from the negative side the truth, that it is real. She's not faking it, but you wanted to ignore her. You heard from a third party a conversation with Jerry Ann and her one doctor who is basically a quarterback that deals with this cancer. He's the guy who got Jerry to see a specialist in New York shortly after she broke her leg, and she was in excruciating pain, and Jerry couldn't walk that well. And instead of riding in the front seat because of the pain, she was laying in the back end of the car on top of blankets and whatnot. And every so often when we were to go out and do stuff and then go through a drive-through, people would look back at her and I'd be like, she got cancer and a broken leg. So she can't really, sit. She had to have that leg straight, and then she had got the TSL brace where everybody was making fun of her or making comments that weren't true. And I hated it because, yes, I got mad about the whole situation, but I understood it, even though I wish I had more help. My sister-in-law came down and helped for a while, and she went back to Vegas for the holidays and ended up breaking her leg or some kind of injury that really kept her from coming back because she said she was going to come back. But I can only speculate a whole lot of different reasons why she didn't. And, see, I know Jerry has rubbed people wrong in many different ways, including family members. I really think why her oldest brother and nephew have lost contact with her is because of me. Not because of her, but mostly because of me, because her younger brother, before he passed away, basically did the same thing. So I'll help you move to Missouri. And then once we got out here, it was like ghosted. We were being ghosted by him. Her one sister is busy with, her life, her family. Another sister is busy with her spouse, who has various health issues that makes it hard for travel or stuff like that. I think she's got fibromyalgia or something like that because she's always in pain. The other sister, I don't know the ins and outs of why she doesn't want to come back out here or anything like that. Part of my problem with her when she was here was a lot of the foods that she made, I was not into. And now that I'm into the Nordic diet, I would love for her to come back out here and try one of my dishes, one of the Nordic dishes. She's not big into beef. I don't know if she's big into pork, but she used to make a lot of different chicken dishes. And one of the dishes she made I wasn't into because that was before my Nordic diet situation, was she made something with curry. And I was like, ooh, curry, isn't that really like, harsh? A harsh spice? Well, when I started using curry to make my that one chicken wrap dish, I was like, oh no, it's more smoky and spicy. So that's what I did. And I learned from my own experience. Now, if I don't want to say names, but if that one sister or even older daughter or daughters, any one of them, because one of them I think is still in her teens, but the other two are like, the oldest one is like almost in her 30s. The other one I think was in her lower 20s or lower to mid 20s. And the third one I think is late teens, maybe early 20s. But I mean, I don't care how people feel towards me as a family. They're in-laws. You don't have to love them, but you have to at least endure, But I tell you what, other than her older brother, I love all of her sisters. I feel sorry for the one sister for losing a child to what they're saying is COVID, whatever. But for her younger son and middle son, who is now married and a father, the middle son is, they're young men. And I would love to part some of my wisdom, and let them either take it or leave it. And that's all I've ever tried to do is part some wisdom from my brain And people can either take it or leave it. I don't need negative comments. Jerry doesn't need negative comments. Mom doesn't need anybody to tell her anything. Okay. The whole situation with my mom is still upsetting, but I understand from her point of view. But I'm having trouble getting her to understand my point of view. And no, I did not want my mom here for her money or any of the bullshit people are saying. Granted, yes, I loved the help, but I never begged for anything from her. I've only asked, and if she said she could do it, and she decided to do it, so be it. We asked mom to take care of the phone bill because I was out of a job. And Jerry was only getting X amount of dollars. And, yes, for a time we had extra money every so often to go out on a dinner date or to the movies or dinner and a movie, but that was when, we had good money coming in, but people want to sit there and tell my mom that all we want from her is her money. No. A little assistance, yeah, but I don't want her to pay for me for the rest of my life. I don't ask my mom for anything that she is not willing to give. But what upsets me about this whole situation with my mom is a combination of people telling her things that, one, was not within their right. Two, it was distorting the truth of our family dynamics. It was, I am 99.9% sure that if we had done some of the things that we had talked about doing, me, Jerry, and Mom, to insulate, soundproof, give her her own environmental system, she probably would have been fine staying here. She probably would have been fine. But nobody wanted to jump into the pool. I was standing there going, okay, when are we going to do this stuff? When? Mom acted like she didn't want to. Jared was doing the research and finding prices and information. But by that time, the negative Neelys got into Mom's head and got her ear and poured bitter sweets in her ear and used forked tongues and vinegar. And because I know my mom. My mom would not have jumped up and moved out of this house as quickly as she did until she knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Jerry Ann and I could deal with the bills, the mortgage and the phone bills and all that other stuff. Granted, we did lower our phone bill. We did lower some food bill. So the only thing we had to deal with was the mortgage, the utilities, and the phone bill, But y'all think we can't do it. I've already seen numbers saying that, yeah, we're good until at least June, maybe until July. It depends on how different things go. There's a lot of things that are happening in this house that you guys don't know about because I don't talk about it. But I will say this much. What I do know and what I have seen, yeah, we may be able to buy this house pretty soon, buy it from Mom for a decent cost. Find out what houses in this area are worth or rated. Maybe we'll be able to buy it for that much. But that's between me, Mom, and Jerry. And I really, really wish a lot of you would just leave us alone. Stay out of our business. Okay, you're all happy for Mom. Great. Be happy for Mom. Just worry about yourselves. Worry about your finances. Worry about your family. Worry about things in your life. Quit worrying about other people. Because all you're doing is spending your time finding ways to gossip. Big no-no, according to the Bible. All you're doing is finding ways to mess with other people's lives. In my book, that's a no-no. So I don't go around trying to tell people how to live. I give them information. I offer up advice because of my experiences with learning disabilities. I don't sit there and go, oh yeah, Diane, whomever is back on the wagon or off the wagon or whatever, however they call it. Does that do me any good? No, I'm not part of Diane's life. But you guys think you're part of ours just because we're on YouTube. Jerry doesn't have a negative or evil bone in her body because if she did, there's so many different things that could have been done or said that would definitely throw us out of the good graces of God. I could spend half my time instead of doing positive things looking at Diane's life, her past and whatnot, or anybody else's that is attached to Diane or has said bad things about us. I could criticize a number of different people for some of the things that they've done that are part of Diane's circle. You know why I don't have friends? You know why I don't have circles? Because one, I don't need negative people acting like my friend, but in truth are just using me to get information to go create negativity behind my back. The friends I had when I was younger and being raised within the military, the heck is it noise? the thing is, and when I was growing up in the military, it was great. It's great. I had friends. Granted, every 3 years I'd have to find new friends because, unfortunately, the military is like, yeah, you got to move. Time for you to relocate. How many times have I relocated in my life? Let's see here. Philippine Islands. I don't know if I was alive, but I'm going to say Utah, Arkansas, Little Rock specifically, Tucson, Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, Germany. 1, 2, 3, 4 different places in Phoenix. So I've probably relocated 10 times in the entirety of my life. This is the third place I've ever lived longer than 3 years. Yeah. And I can't even count how many times Mom moved around after I was born here in Missouri. But yeah, I've relocated several times here in Missouri. So maybe 15 times I've relocated to a different neighborhood or a different house or a different part of the city. I'm not even counting relocating. No, I am counting relocating because let's see here, Arizona. We got there in '83. Mom and I moved out in '94 or '95. Lived here in Missouri, even though it was 4 different places. No, I'm not going to count my aunt and uncle's place, but 3 different places here in Missouri between '94, '95 to 2000. And then from 2000 to 2013, New York. And then Sandy came along, and Jane and I relocated here to Missouri to be with Mom in 2013. And the thing is we could have tried to stay in New York after Hurricane Sandy until we could have found a place to live, or just lived in that little itty bitty apartment with built into the group home that she was working at. But I was unhappy. I had to take a bus to and from work. That was a good hour and a half every day. Actually, if you count it totally, it was probably about 2.5 to 3 hours each day to and from work, except for maybe the 2 days I was off. And the thing is, there was multiple times that I nearly missed my stop because I fell asleep in the bus to work or from work. And the thing is, if I did not catch a certain bus on time from work, it would have dropped me off in like Hempstead or up by the mall, which wasn't too far to the group home. But there was a couple of times I had to call my wife to have her come and pick me up by the mall because the last bus that I should have stopped running at a certain time. I hated that. It's one of the reasons we didn't stay as long, was because I was so uncomfortable and so just did not like my life after Hurricane Sandy. Then we moved here and things were a lot better. But the thing is, I'm not doing lives anymore because of all the negative nillies, and doing blogs. I can at least get rid of or delete the negative comments or the anonymous persons, because I don't care how long you've been on YouTube. It's your negative attitude or your negative comments I don't want to deal with no more. Jerry don't want to deal with them no more. I think Mom doesn't want to deal with me anymore, but she's gotten sucked into listening or watching or being a part of the negative crowd. And I am extremely disappointed in her, because up until those people got her to listen to them more than me, her own flesh and blood, really started pissing me off. Because it's like, I am pretty sure what was happening was I would talk to my mom about various ideas, and she would say something to the negative crowd, and they'd be like, oh, don't listen to him. He just wants you there for money, or he just wants you there because he just, can't deal with, being an adult. Or anything. I'm like, really? I can't be an adult. Well, if it wasn't for Jerry Ann and her father in New York, I probably could not hold down a job for more than a month or two. Not 3, not 4, not even 5 years. I was doing better in the job department when I moved to New York. Yeah. I was doing better in a lot of different ways, thanks to my father-in-law, God rest his soul, and Jerry Ann, and even her sisters. I didn't want to be a moocher. I did not want to not have a job after I got married, because I was taught I was supposed to be the breadwinner, no matter how I hated my job. And the thing is when the job got to a point where it was too negative, too full of problems, I would at least make sure I had another job that I was going to before I quit the other job. Yeah. Did the same thing here. I had 2 really good jobs that I really enjoyed going to because of people I had camaraderie. I could call them friends if I dealt with them or knew about them or knew anything outside of work, I could have called them friends. The first one, truly the first one, was working at Taco Bell at night, overnight at Taco Bell. But then they moved me to the daytime because they wanted me to get familiar with daytime and the transition from breakfast to lunch, dinner. I worked just about every part of Taco Bell, but my favorite part was either working in the drive-thru window or making the tacos, making the burritos, putting the food together to serve to the people, because I really loved doing that. But I had to have somebody make an accusation and try to fire me, and I was like, you can't fire me until you show proof of me doing something wrong. But if you don't have any proof, you can't really fire me. It's against labor laws. You have to have an excuse. And the woman who was the district manager was the one who wrote it up. I never got to talk to her, never got to see the so-called proof. And I didn't really sign the paperwork to be fired. I just said I quit. But because they already had the paperwork made up, they could hold it against me. And I didn't care. Because if I'm going to be accused of something and you can't prove it, you're not worth working for. You're not. And then the second one was Price Chopper. It was basically the same thing. Somebody had a grudge and decided to write a note and give it to management. Management used that to fire me. And I said, look, somebody's note doesn't mean shit. I can write down a fucking note on all the different people I think shouldn't be working at that job. But I didn't, because I don't have it in me to do that kind of stuff. So when they took me into the manager's office, and I had my work shirt, the only thing I had over the work shirt or under the work shirt was a hoodie. And I had already taken it off and put it in the back with some of my extra work equipment. And I said, you need better proof than a note. Nope, barely holds up in a court nowadays. But they said that they had proof. The cameras caught it. And I said, where's the proof? Let me see it. Oh, we can't pull it up. It's in our database. I said, well, until you can pull it up and prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that I did something wrong, technically you can't fire me. Missouri labor law, you have to have evidence. 2 places that said they had evidence but didn't want to show it. Said they didn't have to. That's bullshit. So I looked at them and said, well, if you're not going to pull up evidence or anything like that, I quit. And I took off the work shirt in that office, threw it on the desk, walked to the back of the store for my hoodie with no shirt on, put my shirt up, and I yelled as I was leaving, free stuff in my locker, because I took my lock with me. You know what I found out from friends? That 2 weeks later she quit or got fired, one of the two. And I also found out from the deli manager. He was like, I regret firing you. I should have fought to keep you. But she had this note. And I was like, well, did you have video evidence? He said, not enough to show you touching her. I said, yeah, because when I walk by people, by the slices up front where everybody can see me, my hands are up in the air, behind my back, so I can't touch anybody. Because I don't want them to get hurt using the slicer. Or make a big mess trying to scoop salad out of the display case. 2 perfectly good jobs. And the thing about Taco Bell, they were ready to start training me for shift lead to be management. Because everybody saw my qualities. Everybody saw how good of a worker I was and how diligent I was of making sure customers had everything they ordered in their bags, had their drinks, the straws. I even asked them if they needed napkins or what kind of salsa. The guy that I considered a good friend who ended up, I don't know if he's not working there or not, or working in a different Taco Bell or a different position, but he was a general manager of that store. And I considered him my best friend. But the thing is what I should have done, should have ripped up both of the, definitely the Taco Bell papers that they wanted me to sign. I should have just ripped them up and said, well, Gatton. And that's what we called them. Said, it's up to you. Do you want me to continue working here? Or do you want me to just walk off? And he was like, well, there's nothing I can say. The district manager said anything. I said, I don't give a damn about that bitch. I don't give a damn. You're the general manager. Stand up for your people. Otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, you don't want to stand up. You're not a manager. You're just another puppet in the cog of Taco Bell's franchise. Did I stop eating Taco Bell? For a while. Do I want to continue eating Taco Bell? Too expensive. I'd rather get the products here in my house and do it my damn self. I can take ground beef and make taco meat. I can take chicken and make it into that chicken fajita type stuff that they used for different tacos. Do I worry about people? No. If you're my family, you're my family. I'll worry about it. If you're in my corner, I'll worry about you. But like it says in the Viking, a lot of different Viking themed wording, if you're with me, stand beside me. If you're against me, run. I will defend the weaker elements of my family or whomever I think I should be defending. And I don't care if it stresses me out to the point it causes a heart attack or anything like that. But I'm just done with all these people who want to influence my mother in a negative way or speak negatively towards my wife. You want to talk about me? Fine, dandy. 9 times out of 10, I'll probably laugh because you don't know jack about me. So you shouldn't be talking about me unless you just want to find yourself on a one-way trip to Hades. You know, shouldn't be talking about Jerry because you don't know Jerry. You don't know her past, and you don't want to believe what I tell you. And my mom does not know enough about Jerry's past to really say anything negatively towards Jerry. But you all have the gall to make fun of my wife, to use my mother against me, to try to tell me how I should live and deal with Jerry. You want me to walk away from her? You'd say, no, we don't. We don't want you to separate. Bullshit. I heard it from Lisa. I heard it from Fox or Joni or whatever she wants to say, and Carla. Carla, who's my mom's best friend and should be treating me like a best friend and treating my wife with some dignity and respect. Carla said she hates Jerry Ann. Well, that's a strong word. There's a lot of things I hate, but it's not people. Because as far as I'm concerned, saying that you hate a person, and yeah, I might have said it towards Trump, but to hate a person, especially when you don't know them, all you see is video clips, you don't know their history, their past, their family, their upbringing, any of that, to sit there and go, I hate that woman. I feel sorry for you, Carla. I really do. I don't care how Christian you think you are. To be filled with such negativity towards a person that you literally say, I hate them. That's more damning towards you than the person you say you hate. That's why I don't talk about politics or Trump anymore, because my opinion is my opinion. And I'm not going to get into an argument or a discussion of any kind about politics or Trump and Musk and all that. You know, this. I really feel that we're in the end times and we need to get our asses back on the right track and stop with all this negativity and hate and spreading rumors or lies or twisting other people's words or using other people against other people, especially when you get into a family. To do what you've done between Mom and I because of your feelings towards Jerry is just downright spiteful and evil and fruits of the devil, not fruits. But the thing is, in the long run, it won't matter. It won't matter what you say to me. It won't matter what you say about my wife or what you do to my mom to keep her from listening to me. Because in the end, what's going to matter is when the band upstairs decides to weigh your soul against a Christian golden standard, which unfortunately every single one of us has failed to keep or uphold in this day and age. I have a feeling there's going to be more people left behind to live through Armageddon. So I'm sorry for those of you who are filled with negativity. I'm sorry for all those of you who want to be spiteful, want to literally break every single commandment the Bible has ever put out, from the Old Testament to the New Testament. You say you're Christians. You don't act like it. You don't sound like it. You're mean. You're spiteful. You're judgmental. You're people living in glass houses throwing stones on your own house. I think a lot of you need to stop going to a church building, and get together in a house full of true believers and relearn your Bible and start living the way the Bible wants us to live. And I know that's very hard to live a life without anger or without displeasure or with negativity. I lived with my mom a very long time before I got married, and I never realized how negative my mother could be towards another living soul until my wife and I moved out here. And even more so when she started listening to people like Diane and Joni, and even, I'm sorry to say this, Carla and her displeasure towards my wife. And as far as I'm concerned, if Carla cannot respect my wife because she is my wife, she's no friend of mine. Because I can find all kinds of faults in her thinking and sitting there saying that she's a Christian, and then have this negative outlook towards another person. And if you don't like the way I choose to live, even with your, oh, she's manipulating him, or he's being reprogrammed, or she's controlling him somehow, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. You know why I didn't last in the Army? It wasn't just because of my physical health. It was because I realized I hate people who think they have authority over me to tell me what to do or how to live my life. And I don't judge any of you for your decisions or how to live your life unless you're doing it negatively, or you're influencing my family in any negative way, or have negative attitude towards my wife or myself or my mother. That's when I don't like you. But you know what? I have this. I have these books, verses, chapters, verses, however you want to put it, to remind me how I'm supposed to live and what kind of person I should be. Yeah, I see so many people out there who don't even know how to live properly within the grace of God. All I see lately are people who want to stick their noses in other people's businesses and tell them how to live. That's the devil. My wife never told me how to live. She helped me learn how to live, but she never demanded how to live. She never has done the things that you people have done on a constant basis. Because only those who have evil in their hearts will want to try to control or demand how another person lives. And that's the way I feel about you people. You're not trying to help me learn how to deal with certain things, like the so-called narcissism you see in my wife, which I don't. If I don't see it, what's the problem? If I don't feel like she's trying to control me, what's the problem? If I don't feel like I'm being manipulated, controlled, or demanded of, then I don't see a problem. The problem is you, not me, not Jerry, you. You who want to demand what I do with Jerry. You who try to tell me what Jerry's doing when I don't see it or sense it. And I tell you what, right now, I have grown up with a very developed sense of right and wrong. My dad had taught me right and wrong. He taught me how to look for it, how to see it, and avoid it. You think I'm not? Well, it's because I don't see it. If I don't see it or sense it, what am I avoiding? Well, I think I know what I need to avoid. People who are demanding me to make a decision for them, not for myself. And I tell you this right now. Those of you who want to come here into my life, not knowing how I feel, and only seeing spurts or spats of unhappiness or displeasure, yeah, that's that moment. That's not every day. That's not a constant issue or happening. That's my problem. That's my issue. Nobody else's. Okay, so what? I put it out there online, which I realize I should never do. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm going to put it in a place where only certain people will see it, and those certain people will be able to help me out and not diminish my wife, demand me to live a certain lifestyle or a certain way. Because nobody has the right to do that. That's God's job, not y'all's. And if you have a problem with the way I live or the way I see things, go talk to God. Don't try to come to me and demand shit. Because all that's doing is making me dislike you more. So if you want to be on my good side, try to lift me up. Try to lift my wife up. Quit making up shit. Quit using our words against us. Stop trying to make me see things that aren't there. And if you don't like that, well, again, that's your problem, not mine. Now, this video is already going up to an hour, and I do want to talk more about certain things. And those things are of a positive nature. Things that me and Jerry have been talking about. Things that me and Jerry have been working out. And certain decisions. Now, it is nobody's business but mine and Jerry's, or maybe even Mom's, but I'm still leery about telling my mom anything anymore because misunderstandings, wrong wording, stuff like that. And like I said, it's between me, Jerry, and my mom. And if my mom has trouble keeping it between the three of us, well, I'm gonna have to think about certain things. Certain things I don't really want to do, but because of other people's influences and interference and stuff like that, and the way my mom looks so skeletal-like, well, you think she's fine and filling out, which I don't know where you're seeing that. I went over there Sunday, and I was ready to sit on her lap and force feed her food because the way she's starting to look, I'm very concerned because my grandmother started to look like that before she passed away. And when I looked at pictures of her before she passed away from my Aunt Sue or other family members, she looked the way my mom started to look, like a walking, talking skeleton, because she had stopped eating, and all she did was sit around smoking her cigarettes and drinking her Pepsi, and barely eating, or not eating at all, according to some family members who had found out that she wasn't eating. And I don't want that for my mom. I really don't, because nobody should go that way. And I wonder, is she not eating because she's still stressed out by people? She's stressed out because of the negativity, because the negativity will eat you up from the inside out. It will. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to do what I think is right for my family. And if you have any say whatsoever, or try to get yourselves involved in something you should never have gotten yourselves involved, we'll see what a court of law will do, because I'm done playing games. Because as far as I'm concerned, nobody has a say in my family. Nobody has a say in my family. You want to be negative towards Jerry-Ann? Get the fuck out. Because unlike Jerry-Ann, I already know what's going to happen to me when I die. I've already foreseen it. And I don't care. I really don't. So if we want to get nasty, right now, since I don't have a job, I can sit and start researching, finding out information about people, using that against them. I have no problem with that. Because I know this. Everybody has a skeleton or two in their closet. Don't fart around with me. Really, don't fart around with me. Don't get your nose into my family's business. I've already got enough problems with hemorrhoids. I don't need somebody's nose up my ass, or my wife's ass, or my mom's ass. You know, I know what brown nosers is like, and pretty much everybody on Diane's side is just a bunch of brown nosers. You know, so I mean, get your noses out of our asses. Go find somebody's ass that, you know, put your nose into, or maybe focus on your family. Because I don't focus on any of you guys, but you're pushing me into a corner, and that's not a wise decision. I've had people push me in the corner, and they find out real quick how dangerous I can get. And I'm done with everybody's lying about my family. I am done with everybody poking their nose in my family's business, which includes my mother. I've known her for 50 years. How long have you guys known her for? 3 years? 4 years? What you know of us, what you know of this family is a drop in a bucket. And there's a desert out there that needs water. So why don't you take that bucket, fill it up with your water, your problems, your situations, and go water your desert? Because, put it metaphorically, not even a mustard seed wants to grow in your desert. So get yourselves right with Christ. Quit bugging me. Quit bugging my mom. Quit bugging my wife. Our lives are none of your damn business. It's not. Because we wanted to get online and talk about our lives, our interests, show you, my wife showing you DIYs, me starting to show you cooking videos, which I want to get back to. That's all we wanted to do. We wanted to educate, entertain, and have a good time. We didn't want or need any of the negativities. People who are making judgments over my wife without even knowing her. And when we try to tell you about us and give you facts, you want to twist them around to your narrative. That's so, I mean, I can only guess from my days in Ozark Christian College, in my asking myself almost constantly, what would Jesus do? I am pretty sure Jesus would not want any of us doing what you guys are doing. He wouldn't want us to be fighting. He wouldn't want you guys to be negative or basically splitting a family apart or any of the stuff you guys try to do. Now, as for my people on my channel and my wife's channel, we love you guys. You guys really support us, and you help us out as best as you guys can, and you follow your hearts and not make criticisms or falsehoods or stories or anything like that against us. I mean, yeah, I can be stubborn, and I have a hard time with a lot of different things. You know, you want to share stuff? Fine, share stuff. Just don't sound like you're trying to be bossy or controlling or demeaning or anything like that. I mean, when I decided that I needed to get back to Christ, there are certain things I still keep with me. My knowledge of herbalism, you know, my enjoyment of crystals. You know, science has proven certain crystals do have their own power. I mean, they learned a long time ago that you can take a quartz crystal and put it into a transistor radio, and it will act like a power source. Yeah, that's a piece of quartz. And you tell me that crystals don't have any power. The rabbis during during Christ's time wore crystals that represented the different tribes of Judah, or tribes of David, or however they put it. You know, in the Dark Ages or Middle Ages, kings would put crystals on their crown to represent power. The thing is, what I try to tell you guys all the time, no witchcraft, but this is what I try to tell you all the time. Whatever was made by God, the crystals, the herbs, are good. They have a usage. Ancient Chinese used different colored crystals on your back to align chakra, the energy of your body, into a straight line. We know that a magnet, which is made from the earth, is a type of rock, can be placed on a compass to point true north. That's power. I've got a book here with 250 recipes of apothecary recipes using herbs and spices for various different issues the body has. Cinnamon. You can take either a cinnamon stick or powdered cinnamon, ground cinnamon, put it into a cup of hot water, stir it up so the water gets infused with the cinnamon, and drink that. Or even have the cinnamon bark capsules with powdered cinnamon in there. And that's supposed to help your blood pressure. Yeah. Chamomile is good for your nerves. Mint is good for your stomach. Chamomile and mint together helps with upset stomach, headache, nausea. I can go on. But my point is, we are doing things with our negative attitude and our making fun of people or lying about people or doing stuff to pull people down. For what reason? It's not godly. It's actually evil. It's the devil's work if you look at the Bible. So why do we do it? Why did God give us the ability to think for ourselves in our own consciousness and then take that gift from God and use it to do evil things, to say evil things? What's the purpose of it? To weed out the believers? To weed out the bad people? Why did he give us the ability to make our own choices? Yet he spoke to various biblical people to put his word into writing so we can read it. Granted, translating from the original biblical text to modern day English has had a lot of negative effects on the Bible itself because of various books or chapters or verses being removed from the Bible by mankind because of a king or a priest or a religious group or a race culture was afraid that if mankind during those particular times would get the idea that they can go against the established church, that there's more that God wanted us to know that the church took away so we wouldn't know about it. Or they just didn't want the Bible to be, one humongous book filled with godly knowledge. I don't know. It's an age-old question that theologists have been asking since the modern times, since modern times. Especially since we found evidence with the Dead Sea Scrolls that there's certain that we don't have all the information God wanted us to have. And I blame mankind. I blame religious zealots and over-righteous kings who did not want their people to have that knowledge and fear of the people revolting by the established norm. There's no normal. There's no such thing as normal unless it's a dishwasher or a washing machine. There's no true normal. The true normal comes from the book of the Bible. It comes from God's word. But people didn't want everybody to know all of God's words. So we have books out like the missing books of the Bible or the book of Enoch, which was never put in the original Bible, but it is a biblical text. People need to read the Bible more, and they need to find ways to understand the Bible more and not pick and choose what they want to believe as the Bible, because that's already been done for us. Because if you're going to pick and choose what you want to believe as the Bible, you might as well give that Bible to a local church. Donate it to the local library. Stop reading it, because you're doing exactly what the Catholic Church and the Church of England wanted to do or did back in their time. Now, I'm not bashing these two groups, these two religious groups. I'm bashing their decision of taking information out of the Bible as a context of the original word. Now, granted, the original text the three languages that were used were different in various ways. You have Hebrew, you have Aramaic, and then you have Latin. Those three languages were created from their original writers. But the thing is, because Hebrew and Aramaic did not have proper nouns or did not use names or things that we're used to in our English, it got lost in translation. Now, the Latin, granted it's Old Latin and it's still used in the Catholic Church, anybody could take the Latin parts of the Bible and translate it into modern day English. Now, yes, they say that King James had the closest translation from the original text, but he did not use all the original information. He was the first one to take it out when he decided that he wanted to mass produce the first mass-produced Bible, which was called the Gideon Bible. There's a lot of arguments against Gideon, the first mass-produced Bible, and the man who did it. That's fine. Everybody has their faults. But guess what? There's no faults in the Bible. The Bible was spoken to from God to righteous men that God chose to write the Bible in its various sections or various points in time. It's fine. But the thing is, you cannot change what the Bible says. You can misquote it. You can decide to skip areas that you don't agree with. But you can't change the meaning of the Bible and the truth within the Bible. You can't. Yes, I spent a lot of my 20s and late teens researching and studying every known written religion and some that weren't fully written to understand not just my place in the world, but to understand the bigger picture that most people miss. And yes, the Bible is the keystone to all of it. It is the literal keystone to everything. And the thing that gets me is every known religion has an origin story, has a starting point. Not all religions, godly or pagan, are the same, but they have a basic origin story that sounds very much like the Christian biblical origin story. But I feel that a lot of the original, the original Genesis had been removed because they did not like the sound of the origin story that was originally put down in Aramaic. Now, I personally don't really care what your religion is. There are several religions that state that they're godly religions, especially Latter-day Saints and Mormons, because they want to follow the story of John Smith finding gold tablets in the desert of Nevada or Utah or wherever that was shown to him by an angel, and the angel said, God left these for you. No, the original tablets that were left to us, given to Moses and written by the finger of God, is the only tablets that we should be worried about or following or listening, and then take those 10 commandments and either leave them on the wayside, which is your choice, and follow the word and the gospel of Christ, because he was a new beginning. He was the child and lamb of God, and he gave himself up to take upon all the sins of mankind, to be crucified on the cross, and 3 days later, his tomb was empty. Some scholars and theologists say that not only was the tomb empty, but the stone in front of the grave was split in half, and the other side of the stone and the interior of the cave looked like it was burnt by nuclear power, a power that nobody could explain or describe, but the interior of the tomb was blackened because the power of Christ's resurrection was so powerful it left its mark on the tomb and the stone and caused the two soldiers to run in fear and having to lie to Caesar or whoever was in control of Rome at the time so they would not be put to death. So far as I'm concerned, if you don't follow the story of Christ and his disciples and learn to live a good life and not pick and choose what you're going to believe out of the New Testament, then you are right with God. And if you ask for forgiveness, you're right with God. But you cannot half-ass the Bible and be right with God. You cannot half-ass the Bible and say that you're a Christian and your prayers for forgiveness are heard, because God will deny that. God will deny you for half-assing his word or picking and choosing what you want to believe in. That's why I believe that Mormons are not going to make it to heaven, because they're not telling the whole true story. They're telling the story of John Smith, not Jesus Christ. So I listen to Mormons and I go, how can you follow that line of rhetoric and have it start and focus on John Smith, and then create a religion half based on the Bible and half based on a mortal man. That's why I don't understand Mormons or Latter-day Saints. It does not mean I shun them, but I don't see where they get their story. To me, what I've read in their Bible, in their book, is half-assed. It doesn't make any sense. But, I'm not going to go around trying to convince people who are so solidly stuck in their belief of mortal people being gods. I read enough about various different religions like Confucianism and Otism and Taoism and Buddhism to understand that, okay, yeah, these people that they worship did, according to their text, godly things. But even Odin spent a very, very long time walking amongst everyday men to learn things. And that was one of the things about Odin that I liked. He wanted to learn stuff. He wanted to gain knowledge via experience or communing with mankind. The whole Habanal, which is basically the book of Odism, speaks of different ways of living and walking their path, basically. That how much of it was taken from a different source? I don't sit here and go, Odin is the only way. No, because Odin died. He died. Christ has not. Christ is still alive. He's just not among us anymore. And I feel the day is coming soon, that he will return and he will remove all sin, all evil, and he will renew the earth pure and holy. And the holy city of God will be amongst us on earth. And we will live amongst our believers and our God and Jesus. And I believe that when that happens, if you're still around, if you're still alive, the thing is going to return to the way God wanted it. And there's going to be a lot of changes, not only physical changes, but changes in belief, changes in reality. Nobody will be speaking different languages. We'll all speak the same language. We'll be able to commune with God face to face, or at least Jesus. We may be able to speak to animals and hear their thoughts or their words. It is believed, because our brain only uses 10% of its maximum capacity, that other 90% is stuff that we no longer know how to use because we've become too sinful. I believe that 90% has a lot of ability with PK, telekinesis, telepathy, empathy, levitation, whatever it is that God really put in there for us to be able to use to sense the truth, to see the truth, to understand all of it, that all of what God had done in biblical times and all the things that God wants from us as believers. And I pray that I can be one of those people, whether I'm left down here to live out Armageddon until the final day when God comes down and takes his children up from the dissolution and the sin of our current world. I hope and pray I'm one of the people that either gets to prove my belief in God, or maybe I've got enough belief in God that I am one of the 140, I don't know if it's 140 or 140,000, but the 144, not 40, 144, or I'm one of those 144 that go straight up to heaven before the full onslaught of Armageddon, where the Antichrist is riding across the world with the four horsemen, destroying 1/3 or 1/4 of everything on the planet. Landmass, life, oceans, people, animals, everything we have. And there was, I'm going to end this soon because it's almost 2 hours and I did not want to go over 2 hours, but this is where my head and heart is. There was a comedian, my mom would know who this is. His name was Mike Warnke. He was a Christian comedian. Granted, we found out he was not after years of him doing Christian skits of comedy. And he said, and one of the things he said that I thought was really funny, but also kind of like I would love to do that too. And of course, I found out the truth about Mike Warnke. He said, I would love to be a Christian that is standing amongst sinners when the day all those that Christ plans on saving are bringing up to heaven before the final end. I want to be around I want to be around sinners, so I can grab one of each arm and go, okay, you want to repent now, or should I let you go? I'm sorry. If I saw the glory of God shining his holy light upon the earth to bring up those he wants to save before the final end. I am pretty sure if I saw something like that was so blinding that I could not see anything but a silhouette of what I perceive as Christ, as it shows in many different photos, or not photos, but paintings and whatnot, I would fall on my knees. And the song that plays in my head right now is called I Can Only Imagine. I mean, would I be dancing or on my knees? Would I remain silent or sing to him, sing his glory? I don't know. And that's why the song I Can Only Imagine, I'm getting goosebumps, I'm sorry. That's why the song I Can Only Imagine is so potent. There's another song that comes to my head too that's known as Reckless Love. I Can Only Imagine is done by Casting Crowns, I do believe. I can't remember the gentleman's full name, but I think his last name is Goki, who sings Reckless Love. And it talks about how no matter what a person has done, especially a person who repents or returns to Christ, but everything that we do, God's ahead of us. He knows what we're going to do. And he's there waiting and ready to either pat you on the back or give you a big hug or turn you in one way or another in the direction he wants you to go to. And maybe one day when I'm not worried about earning any money, I'll play those songs for you guys. I'll play both of them. I'll find a way to play both of them. But if you're somebody who knows Christian music and you know the songs, or you want to look those songs up and listen to them, the first one I was mentioning by Casting Crown, at least I think it's by Casting Crown, is the song called I Can Only Imagine. There's also a movie out based on that song called I Can Only Imagine, with the main artist of Casting Crown as the lead actor, which I didn't know he could act, but he did a really good job. The other one is called Reckless Love. And I wish I could sing it for you. Maybe one day I'll listen to the song on my tablet and sing the main chorus or the main part of the song. But the power of God is amazing, because no matter how much you want to resist it, and if you resist it long enough or you do something really bad against God, you might not feel his presence anymore. I know there was a time that I was so confused in my religion that I didn't feel his presence. And I can tell you now, with my decisions being my decisions and not being influenced by anybody else, and me being still enough and turning off everything that could be a distraction, I can feel his presence. Might not always hear his voice because it's a very still, quiet voice, but I can feel the presence. And like now, I'm starting to feel it. And I'm about ready to cry. And no, this is not a show. This is not me trying to convince anybody of anything. This is me. This is not some gimmick or some show or whatever you want to say about Derry when she cries. But I will tell you this much. I hope and pray that anybody listening to this video either turns back to Christ and becomes a true Christian, or returns to reading their Bible from cover to cover. Or if you want to, since it's almost the middle of the year, start in the New Testament, read the New Testament, start back over in Genesis next year, depending on how quick or how slow you read. I know sometimes when I'm studying the Bible, I read it slowly so I can not only get word for word what the Bible's saying, but get the meaning behind the words. And I know from doing this in the past, every time I read it, I get a different personal feeling or personal meaning, but I don't distort it. My understanding of the words becomes stronger. And I know I'm not well versed in the Bible. I can't remember every verse or whatnot that I've read. Or sometimes I remember the words, but not the location in the Bible. Like, I think this is from John 3:16. And maybe I just realized I don't remember the full word, all the words. But basically what I do remember is God gave his only begotten son to free us from our sins. And when I think about that, when I think about those words, and I'm pretty sure Bluegrass Lover can give me the exact book, chapter, and verse and words. To me, that's one of those things that keeps me from being the bad person that I know I can be or could be, because of the way my mind works. I can think of crimes that nobody would know I did it, or would not be able to find any evidence of those crimes, because I know too many ways of getting rid of bones, getting rid of evidence. And I live pretty close to hog country, and I don't mean just like a farmer, but I'm talking about the boars, the peccary, as they're called, or collared peccary or something like that. Wild boars they're feisty. They got some sharp ass horn or tusks. And I've heard stories of them going and getting pissed off at hunters and going up fearlessly and ripping the shreds out of the tires of the vehicles. And I would not want to be in boar country, as a lot of people call it, with no spare tires or one spare tire, because like I would be afraid to get out of that truck and try to hike my way to civilization.
Boars?
Because you get them boars pissed off, and they'll shred you up right there and then, and leave nothing behind except for maybe your rifle or whatever you're carrying that they can't chew up like metal. You know, and I know even hogs on various hog farms and whatnot, they'll eat every inch of a body, teeth, bone, hair, everything. And if you're lucky, you might get some sort of DNA from their feces, but by the time it gets through their system and gets pooped out, there's no evidence. There's no way of tracing any evidence, because that's how their stomachs dissolve the bone. You know, dissolves the hair. You might get a piece of cloth or anything like that, but it's so decomposed and damaged by the acids of the boar and whatnot. You know, I could be a very bad, sinful person, but my heart won't let me. You know, I can't bring myself to do harm to another person. I can barely let myself do harm to animals. And I'll be honest with you, sometimes those animals are better than dealing with humans, because, you know, they don't hide anything. If they don't like you, they'll let you know. They've got their way of letting you know. You know, if they love you, they're sensitive enough to know that you're hurting or you're upset, and they come and try to comfort you. Oreo does it all the time to both me and Jerry. She's literally the perfect pet for us. You know, yeah, I'd like to get a cat. But cats are you know, very, very independent. They do have their way of showing affection and whatnot. The other thing that I thought about, because, you know, I thought it would be funny to get like a gray parrot or a cockatoo. Or is it teal? The bigger of the two. You got a cockatiel, which is small, and you got a cockatoo, that's big. I don't know which one is which, but some of the funny animal things that I've seen with these particular birds are hilarious. I love the one. I think it's a cockatoo. Cockatiel is the small one with the long tail. The cockatoo is the bigger, but this one has its own. It has a very large vocabulary, and it's funny to listen to it because, you know, and so does this one gray parrot that we watch. You know, they can say hello. They can say I love you. Unfortunately, they can also curse. Like the cockatiel. No, cockatoo. A big white cockatiel. Cockatoo. I'm gonna get these two birds messed up. The owner was playing hide and go seek, right? And as she was lifting the sheet up, the bird's head feathers would move, you know, up and down. And then at the end, she throws up the sheet and disappears, right? And as soon as the sheet hits the ground, the little bird, the bird was like, what the fuck? You know, and I thought it was funny. You know, I know a lot of people don't want to hear the birds curse like that, but the timing and the wording was just like, yeah, if I was a bird or an animal that had some, you know, because they've done it with dogs, and dogs will be like, what? You know, looking all over the place for them. But there's a lot of ways we can have fun and commune in a positive way without bringing each other down. Unfortunately, there are too many people out there who have chose the latter and rather not be friendly or nice or courteous or kind or positive, which makes me go, has their life been so bad that it's become so negative that that's not the only way they can be? And that's why I'm worried about my mom, because she might seem like she's in a good mood and whatnot, but she can be very, very negative. Now, like I said before, I thought of 1,000 different ways to make her happy and still be, you know, on the same property. So I don't have to get in my car and drive. I might have to walk a couple of yards and whatnot, which would be good for my health and stamina and breathing and all that fun stuff, or vice versa, or get one of those mules, as they're called, for either one of us. You know, don't know, but, you know, there's a lot of things that I have thought about that we can do as a family, and every one of us will still be happy. But either certain people has convinced my mom that she shouldn't do it because we would be relying on her for money. That's not true. If we can get that place in Salem, Jay and I can pay the mortgage and still have plenty of money for other things, for other bills and whatnot. And mom would only have to worry about herself and her bills and her food. But no, everybody's like, oh no, they're doing it because they want your money. No, we don't. We've never wanted her money. You know, we wanted to live together in harmony. We even told her when we first moved in, the only thing you have to take care of for us is the mortgage. And then when I lost my job, we asked her to take care of the phone bill. That's it. We took care of the bulk of the bills. If you want to consider number of bills, not how much each bill was. But we were probably paying the same amount of money mom was paying for the mortgage and the phone bill that we were paying for food and utilities and cable and internet. So I don't get where you people think that we were using her for her money. We never were. We came in this with an agreement, and we agreed on this house, and we agreed on who would be paying what until I lost my job. We didn't need mom's money. Not when I was working. Not when me and Jerry were working. We didn't need mom's money. I was making $600+ from one of my good jobs. When I had two jobs, I was making almost $800+ when I was working 2 jobs. And yes, I did work 2 jobs. Either I was working Burger King and Price Chopper, or I was working Taco Bell and Price Chopper. So, unless you guys know your facts and know them as the true facts and use them to speak your mind about us, you have no place to stand. You have no standing about us. You really don't have any right to talk about us. You really don't. You know, if you're going to be negative, you should just worry about yourselves. Because the way it sounds from what I hear just by listening or watching, you know, certain people's lives and being negative about us, I'm like, I would be taking that energy and my time to read, do research, take care of my family, take care of my house, not worry about anybody else. You know, there's enough in life to worry about that you don't need to be worrying about another person unless that person happens to be a family member. And then you worry about them. But complete strangers, the only people I know of that worry about complete strangers in a negative manner are people who are just too messed up in their own lives or in their own heads that they have to make themselves feel better by talking negatively about somebody else. It's the only people I know that talk negatively about somebody else. Now, if certain people either don't have grandkids or children and they have nothing better to do in their lives, I'm sorry for you. Because, I mean, if I had taken the time as a young adult to focus and harness my energy and my mind on what I knew I can do or felt I can do, I would either have a job as a park ranger at any one of the various parks around this country, or be working in the zoological department at a zoo, most likely wolves or bears or bald eagle or, you know, animals that I liked, you know, or be in the kitchen where I was cutting up and prepping food for the various, you know, zoo animals, you know, or taking my time cleaning up an exhibit or a group of exhibits, that kind of stuff. But I didn't take my time to do that. One of the biggest reasons why is because I was afraid that my my learning disability and my difficulty with anxiety when it came to testing. You know, it's not a lot of colleges, not a lot of places will let you take a test on your time, not based on a clock that everybody else has to use. You know, I would have enjoyed any one of those jobs, but once I got to New York and finally got that one job at that one store, Stop and Shop, and meeting the people I met and working with the people I worked with, between the younger kids is what I'm gonna call them, because they were a good 15 years younger than I am, maybe more. Talking about various things, my experiences, you know, as a military child, my experience in Yellowstone National Park, you know, my love for video games. That my supervisor, she was a big help for my attitude, my work ethics, the whole 9 yards. And I already had a good work ethic. I just had a problem with people. So when I got into a job that I really enjoyed and the people were friendly and good and not harsh or backstabbing or anything like that, I really enjoyed my jobs. I mean, if we had stayed in New York, in the Long Island region, where if we could have moved closer to my original job at Stop and Shop instead of trying to transfer to a different Stop and Shop, I could have easily gotten into management there. You know, I could have gotten involved with not only management, but I mean, I was already involved with most steps. You know, I was involved with the catering process and making sandwiches. I was involved with the kosher foods and the slicer for the kosher foods and the rotisserie oven and the making, you know, the presentation of the salads and all that stuff. I don't remember her name. Don't have her number anymore, but her name was Claudette. African American woman, very nice, very friendly, very open. For anybody who treated her with dignity and respect and not be negative or what's the word, belligerent or bigoted towards her or her family. And I had an African American manager. or supervisor for the deli department. And even though I didn't quite see eye to eye to him, I didn't have any problem with him because for the most part I dealt with Claudette. But I don't understand why people have the attitudes that they have towards other people because of their differences, their looks, their weight, their religion, their ethnic background, their disability of one form or another, whether it's physical or mental. And I don't know if they have any grudges or anything like that towards people with physical disabilities because it's physically obvious that they have a disability. But the disabilities I have are psychological, they're mental, they're not seen physically. And so it makes it harder for people to understand people who have psychological disabilities that are not visible. And I've been dealing with that all my life. And I don't care what other people think on that spectrum or in that area because, not everybody can show their disabilities or their pains or anything like that. And I am me. I am who I am. And I don't expect anybody to try to change me. I don't expect anybody to try to point out problems in my life or my relationship, marriage, whatever you want to call it. It's not your department. If I'm happy where I'm at, and if my wife is working with me for our happiness, let alone her happiness or my happiness, that's not your place to judge. Nor is it your place to point out faults of any kind about either one of us. If I'm happy, why are you trying to make me unhappy? I get unhappy not because of Jerry. I get happy because of situations. And when my mind works clearly enough, I can sit down and talk to her and we can work it out. And we've done that several times. But the thing is, most of you, from the negative side of the fence, want to see nothing but the negative side, the bad side of the relationship, the bad side of the marriage, the bad side of Jerry. I have my bad side too. Why aren't you pointing that out so we can fix it? You're not. You want to just be mean and rude and sarcastic and negative towards my wife. You want to use your negativity and your sarcasm and your problems that you have with Jerry, with my mother, and try to convince her that we're the bad ones, not you for pointing it out, because the only people who will point it out are people who don't want to see happiness amongst two people or a family. Now, I have my people on my channel and my wife's channel who do point out a lot of things on both sides of the fence between me and Jerry. And I appreciate that. You know why? One, they're being nice about it. Two, they're being gentle about it. Three, they're not being harsh about it. I've had many people say, hey, Jim, you were a little harsh with Jerry. Maybe you should apologize. Or, hey, Jim, I understand you were mad, but you didn't have to bring it, online. Or, hey, Jim, I know seeing that you're having an issue or two. Here's how I think you should deal with it, or how you need to work on it for yourself. They're not being, oh, Jerry's a narcissist. You should watch out for this. She's trying to control you. Blah, 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 blah. You see her trying to control. I see her asking me to help her with stuff. Or a lot of times she'll be like, if you feel up to it, can you do me a favor? You don't see that. You cause problems between me and Jerry, and then when we bounce back and hit you back with your own attitude, you want to try to play the victim and call Jerry in a narcissist, a control freak, has a bad attitude. Because you don't like it being thrown back in your pretty little sarcastic faces. And because of that, you want to make my wife look like the bad guy when you're the one who's the bad guy. It's the way you talk to us. It's the words that you use in certain manners that comes across as being negative and rude. If you're not trying to be negative or rude to me, you should be trying to do the same thing to my wife. Because what you do to my wife affects me. And then I get uppity and mad, and that affects her. Then everybody becomes the bad guy. It's the ripple effect, the butterfly effect, whatever you want to call it. But you're the ones causing the issues. You're the ones causing the negativity. You don't care what her history is. You don't care what her story is. You don't care about anything about her. But you want to turn around and say that you care about me. I'm going to call out bullshit. Because if you don't care about my wife, you don't care about me. And if you're going to use my wife against me or against my mom, you don't care about any of us. All you want to see is what you want to see. You want to see mom happy and whatnot. Great, you got that. But you manipulated her to evacuate this house before an agreed point in time, which was 30 days. And no, she did not give us 30 days. She barely gave us a month. Not a month. She barely gave us 20 days. We still didn't have anything worked out. And that was the thing, 30 days or as soon as everything's worked out. Trey and I didn't get that. So she got what she wanted for money to move into this place where she is paying almost 3 times as much as if she would have stayed here. And even if she stayed here and took care of all our bills, which I don't want her to do, she still would not be paying as much as she would there. She is now house poor, literally. And I hate every single one of you for it. Every single one of you who convinced her that she should try to move out instead of work with her son and daughter-in-law to do the things that we knew would have worked, to give her side of the house, better insulation, better soundproofing, her own ductless heat, air conditioning, thicker windows, insulation in all the walls. We already moved the dog to the front yard that faces out towards the street, towards Richard Drive, so she wouldn't hear the dog bark. But the thing is, we're surrounded by dogs. So which dog is annoying her the most? Oreo or all the different dogs from the neighbors? I got 2 dogs there. I've got 1 dog there. I've got 1 dog there. I've got 1 or 2 dogs, 2 to 3 houses down. I've got 2 dogs cat corner from us, and then 2 more dogs across, like next door to one of the neighbors. We've got dogs in all this surrounding us. So which was more of a nuisance? Oreo, who barely barked, or all these dogs around her that she can hear because she doesn't have proper insulation on the other end of the house? And that's why the other end of the house is cold, because it did not have proper insulation. Because the person who put this house together, he was a contractor, not an architect, not a builder. So he knew how to make things work without having to do all the things he should have done. But you want to convince my mother it's me, it's Jerry, it's Oreo, it's us mooching off of her, which we never did. But you know what? Take that attitude of yours that you used to split my family apart and shove it up your rear end. Have a good night.
Whoa.
Good gracious.
Whoa. Can I go back?
Try.
Oh, I
Good
can't.
Monday evening, everybody.
Not at all. Okay.
You can or can't?
Yeah. You just
Okay.
want to see? Look, check this out. I'm just like in wow. Wow.
Well, that was meant to be. I see that as they put out that nonsense that was nothing but cruelty, and then they tried to hide it. And God or the
Look,
universe, whatever you want to call it,
look, it
that
let
I
me
felt
go
God.
back to it.
I know that a lot of people had asked if
It let me go
But
back
no,
to
they
it.
tried to hide it, Dee, and God was like, "No, I don't think so. You're going to be shown for what you are tonight."
Wow.
And that's what just happened.
You guys, never again. I want to help this person.
Never.
Ever. I'm sorry.
I don't hate Jim, but
No.
that was despicable.
It was. I don't hate him either. Never have hated him.
No.
But this
We
is
tried to help
foolish.
him. It is what it is. We expected him to fall back into line. But you guys, the biggest thing I want to say tonight after this is, if this right here, I just said it in the comments, but if this doesn't prove that Jim needs out from under the stress of that house, I don't know what does. Because right here, he is screaming for help. He is spiraling. And we called this months ago. We said this was going to happen, that he was probably even going to end up in the hospital again. And the one lifeline that can be thrown to him, he said it himself last week, where he said they can't afford the house, they need to move, but he can't be expected to say that himself, to say, yes, mom, sell, because he doesn't know where he's going. That's a scary thing for him to take on. So to me, all this proves to me is that every day he spends in that house, it is just making him worse. Because think about it, you guys, every day he knows they can't afford it. Jim's smart enough to know that. He knows they can't afford it. He's being fed a line of bull by Jerry, and she just deflects to keep his mind off it and think that they can. But no, to me, he's screaming for help, basically.
This is a
And
good
he's
one
not
right
getting it
here.
from us anymore because we've tried.
Do you think Jerry wants us out to make Sally worry about Jim?
I think she made him delete it.
Yeah, because it's
But
wrong.
I do think she wants him to. I think she would absolutely drive him to the edge on purpose to try to, if that meant that Sally would say, "Never mind. Oh no, I can't take that. Never mind. Hold on. I'll move home, or I'll give you money, or whatever." Yeah.
Maybe he posted it and she was like, "No, Jim, I want to watch it before you post it."
Right.
How long was the video up? Oh gosh, not even 5 minutes.
Yeah, minutes.
Yeah,
Yep.
because I was the first few.
And that
Yeah.
probably was what she said, you guys, because, she knows he's volatile. She knows he's angry. And she probably did say, no, Jim, I need to see it first. But even if
Right.
that's what she said and it wasn't that you're going to take that down, she's already starting to build in him a little bit of animosity to where it won't even probably be 2 weeks and he's going to be so angry at her again. And this time he's not going to have anywhere to turn. Before he did, we were willing to give it one more chance. And it's like, Jim, every time you slap the hand, I mean, look what you just did. You threw your mom under the bus. I counted at least 9 times that he threw his mom under the bus.
Right.
Made her the bad guy. It was, and us, I
And,
mean, constantly.
he said that she looked so bad he almost sat on her and force
Yeah.
fed her.
Yeah.
Like
Said she was a
what?
skeleton.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look,
That's
we showed the
BS.
picture
Does he not
earlier. You can
show
see the
that
big
picture
difference.
again?
Yeah.
Joni.
Oh, hold on. I'll get it. Hold on.
Yeah. For people that may have missed it, I think
Yeah.
it's very telling. Now, if anybody believes that she is a skeleton right now and he had to practically force feed her,
Mhm.
Sally, you may have to start sending us pictures every week to prove that you're not.
Oh, May said he said it was Monday night on the start of the video. Okay.
What do
Oh,
you mean?
he did. Yes, he did. I remember that.
I'm lost on what y'all mean about that, but
So
Well,
Jeremy
because he
probably
said good
did see
Monday
it.
evening or something like that.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He filmed it Monday.
Right, here's the picture. Here she is when she's still living with Jim and Jerry on the left. That's her looking grayed out and looking just sallow and just very unhealthy.
Yeah.
In skeletal, talk about skeletal. Her hair doesn't look healthy like it does now. She doesn't
No.
have a rosiness to her cheeks. And here's another thing. Now, one of the biggest ways that a person that like a psychologist and stuff or a psychiatrist evaluates if a person's doing well is how well kept are they? In other words, look at Sally now. She went and got herself a haircut. Look at how much
Twice.
better.
And
Look at
it's
how she
fixed.
yeah, she's dressed better. I mean, I
Mhm.
think she's got on earrings or not, but you guys get the point. Look at the difference. Look at the difference.
Cheeks are filled out. She's got a
One is a person,
smile.
yeah,
And to the left, she was with them.
right.
Yeah.
That's the difference. So, I mean, night and day.
I don't care to be called a hater. If I encouraged
Yeah,
her to step out of her comfort zone to get where she wanted to be, all we
mhm,
did was encourage and support. We
right.
can't make
Look,
anyone do anything they don't
on
want
the
to
couch,
do.
you can see her shoulders. She's holding them back, like better postured.
Yes, that's what I said earlier. She's sitting
Oh,
up.
okay.
She's
Yeah.
that
I'm
means more.
proud of
She's more
it. Yeah,
confident. She's got more
Oh my.
self-esteem.
I would think the most we did to Sally is give her motivation, possibly, and love.
Strength.
Something she was
Strength.
not getting in that house. Strength, yes, not
Yes.
motivation. Strength.
right.
Something she wasn't getting in that house.
I'm
Give
worried
it
about him,
out.
y'all. I mean, I'm serious. I'm not going to try to help him anymore, but I am worried
Heck
about him.
no, I'm staying clear of
Yeah,
that man.
this is
He
a
is
very
nuts.
volatile situation. This is not good. We said it was going to happen, and I hoped it wouldn't. And yes, absolutely, Jerry will use it to her because she's going to point to it and she's going to go, "Mom, you leaving. Look what has happened. Look what it's done to us." And then he will play the part like he did now, and he will, this is not good. It's not. I mean, I don't know what needs to happen to see that house is a major player in this situation. It just is. It's not our decision to make, but it's just, Jim either needs to go get a very good job tomorrow,
Yeah.
because, it's not that the house has to go, but he needs to be up and getting a very good job tomorrow, because even if his what do you call it, disability came in tomorrow, that's not enough to afford that house. If that's the house you guys must have, then you're gonna have to go get a job, and it needs to be a very good paying job, and it can't be part-time. I mean, you're
And
gonna
then
have
he was talking about a different house with acreage and maybe not charging his mother rent. Like,
Right.
y'all,
what?
He also called her house broke.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's house broke because she's probably going to pay the mortgage and the. How is she house broke?
Right.
Well,
Here's why she's housebroke. I'll tell you exactly why. Because she now doesn't have the money to pay for them. That's
right.
why. She's housebroke because she has enough money. She's not house poor. She has enough money to pay for. She doesn't have bills at this place. Like in other
Right.
words,
It's all paid
everything's
for, right?
included. It's all
Right.
paid for, D, except for her phone. Everything is paid for. So
Even
she's
internet. Yep.
yeah, exactly. So she's paying on bills. She's actually not house poor. Sally's a smart woman. She went into this. She waited to get the funding because she didn't want to be house poor. You know what I mean?
Right.
She waited to get the funding to know she could afford it. So she made a decision like a proper adult does. And she knew rather than, she wasn't going to get herself in a situation she couldn't pay for. She's only quote unquote poor in Jim and Jerry's terminology because she can't pay for them now also. And she simply can't. She doesn't have enough money to do both. And there's the issue. They're mad
Right.
about that.
Right.
And somebody brought up the remodeling earlier. Any of these ideas that they have all have one thing in common. All of
Sally
them.
paying for it.
Well, yes, without exception, they all include Sally paying for all of it. All
Yep.
of it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's why they don't want to move. I mean, people said, well, Dee told her about a cheaper phone. Well, okay, it might be cheaper, but she has a free phone. Sally's paying for the phone.
Right.
So, I mean, Dee's plan might be cheaper, but cheaper, she had it free with
Well,
Sally
she could have
paying
got
for
it free because she had Medicaid.
it. But
She
you get
could have
my
got
point.
free phone service.
But you get my point. The point
Yeah.
is that she doesn't want anything that's not free from Sally paying for it. For instance, moving to Section 8, she's right. Let's give her that. She's right that she will probably get kicked out. If she spends all her money that she gets 900 something a month and she spends it on Dave and Sissy deals, they will eventually kick her out. I don't know how long they'll give her, how many warnings you get, but they will kick her out. That is very different than Sally, who for over 2 years now, is it? She has paid for them only the mortgage. How despicable to say that, you
Right.
guys. The
Yeah.
mortgage is what has kept a roof over your
Your
head. The thing
head.
you're oh my gosh. Only the mortgage, the box you're sitting in right now, yelling at her and are yelling and being disgraceful and you know, uh, it's just so it's so sad, y'all.
My
I
question
can
is,
imagine.
how is Jerry going to pay for her 62 degree AC bill this summer?
Uh-huh. That's
Oh
exactly
yeah.
right. Because let me tell you right now, it's expensive, as you guys know. We keep ours, the lowest we go on ours is like 69. And let me tell you, our electric bill is $500 and $600 in the summer. It's insane.
Yep.
And that's at 69,
Yep.
62.
Yep.
I mean, and that's with me even keeping some of the vents upstairs closed. You know what I mean? In the guest rooms that you know what I mean, that I'm not using. So I still do what I can. I can't. It's like a 20, well, I don't know how, 2,500 square foot house or so, give or take. I don't know. Regardless, even with help, that's so expensive.
I don't know what to say, guys.
Somebody
I'm at a
said
loss
Jerry will
for
always
words.
put her
I can't
comfort
believe
first.
I can't believe how he was speaking. I was at a loss for words.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same here.
Like
yeah.
seriously, my mouth dropped I don't know how many times.
Redhead Storm says apartments don't take as long as mortgage companies do to kick you out. And see, Jerry, I'm sure she knows that. And all of a sudden, she's realizing that, wait a minute, I have always lived off of an older adult. Well, that time's coming to an end. You're in your 50s now. You're running out of people that you can mooch off of as far as an older adult in your life. Okay.
Right.
I mean, and Sally won't live forever anyway. So again, that's why I keep saying to Sally, and I would say it to Jerry if I was her friend. I'd be like, look, the most loving thing to do for you is for you to learn to pay for yourself. I mean, that's just the truth.
Right.
It's the truth. Unless you plan to get some grand inheritance that no one knows about, you're going to have to learn to pay for yourself. You just are.
So what does she tell Rebecca then? Because how does Rebecca think this is okay to be scrounging off an elderly person?
I don't know. I did see, to be fair, because I want to be fair, that Rebecca said in the comments that she doesn't agree with everything that Jerry does, and she thinks she kind of alluded to them needing to move or something. I don't know if Rebecca's saying that now because she doesn't like that people are pointing out how reprehensible it is to support someone that is bleeding their mother-in-law dry, or that would act the way that she
Did
can't.
I just lose Joni?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, because I think you were talking and it cut off.
Oh, well, all I was saying was I don't really know Rebecca's intention there, but it did sound like Rebecca did kind of hint she doesn't agree with everything as far as them needing to move. She made it sound like they do need to move, but Jerry's not going to listen to that. She's not going to move. I mean, Jerry is going to have to, they're going to have to make her move. I mean, you guys know she's not going to willingly move. Do you agree? You guys not
I
use
totally agree. And also, it was before Jerry saying, well, she was the house she planned on dying in. But then in the one live that she deleted, she said, well, she doesn't have the energy to move. So
Right.
why are you changing it? We don't, you do.
Right. We don't have anything to change because we're not lying. When you're not lying, you don't have anything to change. You don't have anything to remember because your story stays the same.
Yep.
And you wanted the house in Salem, and now you're both making it sound like it was this dream house, but Jim's wrong. That house would have cost, if not as much, more. And I think it would have likely cost more because there were better interest rates back when Sally bought it, back when they bought it years ago. Okay. So that house, plus you're forgetting that your mom said that there was something structural or something when they did the walkthrough that made the house, it just, no, they weren't going to buy. She knew better than.
Electrical and
Oh,
something
yeah.
about the narrow staircase.
Yes.
But see how they're just conveniently leaving that out now. And it's like, well, and also the one thing, the reason why she was going to buy it was the tiny house. And it was found out that, you know, and only because someone from here cared enough to do that. Mona cared enough to find that out. And sure enough, you know, they didn't do the legwork on that. Well, that would have been the one thing that the way that Sally was going to be able to live there. So she
imagine that, though.
Yeah. So, and then they were going to make her pay rent. What? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Jerry said, what's the problem with making her pay rent? Remember that?
Unbelievable. That right there, if nothing else shows she's a narcissist, that's a perfect example because she doesn't she doesn't see anything wrong with that. She truly doesn't.
Right.
She sees nothing wrong with that. Whereas the rest of the world has their mouth on the floor and they're like, you would do what? This woman just paid for you for 2 years. Only the mortgage. Okay. Well, then go live in the driveway. If the house doesn't matter. Okay. Just go live out in the street. If it's only the mortgage, it's only the thing that's housing you. I mean, that would be like saying only the streaming. She's only paying the HBO streaming. Well, then fine, take that away. But what are you going to do if they take the house away? So it's just crazy the way they belittle it, saying it's only the mortgage.
Only the mortgage.
Only the mortgage. It's the thing you're sitting in right now. And it's the thing that you're basically saying, come hell or high water, you're not leaving the house.
Well, how many months are people going to donate to them, though? It's going to dry up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, I mean, and they know that. And I think they're getting very desperate now. I do. I could be wrong, but I think they're getting very desperate because they know that, you know, Sally, she loves her new place. You saw how proud she is. Look at that picture again. She's very proud and happy and loves it. It's clean. It's not cold. She's not cold all the time. It doesn't smell. She doesn't have to listen to dog music. She doesn't have the dog jumping on her and tearing her clothes and knocking her down and hurting her foot. She doesn't have to listen to Jim and Jerry argue and Jerry swearing and Jim ranting and mad that he's having to every 5 minutes, literally. Lisa lived there. It was admitted that Jim doesn't have 5 minutes where he's not called. So imagine what it was like to live in that. She literally retreated to her room to where they said they hardly see her anymore. So, I mean, I don't think that she's going to give in and go home and live with them. And, you know, I never say never. It's her choice. If she chooses to go get some sort of acreage with them and to take on all that and to give up what she has now, that's still Sally's choice, you guys. I mean, we can't, just like we can't make her sell. We may
Right.
not understand why, especially seeing how stressed Jim is and that he's basically crying out for a lifeline. And you can't expect Jim to be able to say, yes, mom, sell, when he doesn't know where he's going.
Yep.
But, again, it's her decision. And as her friends, we're not going to, even try to, I mean, she needs to be okay with making it.
Right.
And that's why I said, if you're people who are people of prayer, lift her up, pray that God will make it crystal clear to her that even though this is still going to be hard, God, I don't know about y'all, but just
Night,
because
Cozy.
God tells you, or you feel that God wants you to do something, it doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. Okay. Just because God gives you a go ahead on something, that still doesn't mean it will be easy. Some of the biggest and best things that were ever done in life are not easy to do. Okay.
Right.
So, but it's still the right thing to do, but she's the one that has to be able to live with it. And another thing, none of us ever, Dee, this, Lisa knows this, Betta knows this, Kimmy knows this, we have never said for him to divorce her. Never.
Nope.
No, I've never said it. Never.
I'm not putting that on me. That is not on me. That's not in my faith. It's they really, we're taught in my faith that people get divorced too easily nowadays. And that's not everybody, of course, but you got to admit that in our society, we do have a tendency a lot of times to think, well, let me just trade in for a better model. And what happens is, if you don't fix, because it's always a two-way street, it's never all one person. And if you don't fix what went wrong on your portion of it, the next model that you get, you're still that same person. You're going to have some of those same issues. So that's the only reason that, as far as divorce, for me, that's one of the issues. It's not the only reason, but also it's not my place to tell somebody to get a divorce. As involved as we are, I would never say to Jim, yeah, you need to leave her. No. And nobody else did. So that's another untruth.
Just his voice is talking. It's because he can't see what's being talked about, so he makes up stuff in his head.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Jerry.
Right. Now, if somebody asked us, do you think he'd be better off? Do you think he'd this? Do you think he'd that? I would give my honest answer on that. But I am never like I said, I'm never going to say you need to leave her, because again, I don't want Jim waking up one day, he's left her, and then blaming us and doing something to, you know what I mean? No, he needs to want the help enough to walk it out even when it's hard. And that's what happens. She starts working on him and he gets right back under her thumb because it's the easier thing to do. And I
She
think she
really
gets
has a control over his mind somehow.
oh yeah. Well, and I think
You
each
know?
time what she does, Dee, is, you've said this before, she gets him focused on something. So the
Mhm.
camping, Colorado, RVing, which was a little different than the camping, but
Yeah.
lately it's been gardening and it's been redoing the house. Bed and breakfast was even kind of a thing for a bit. Maybe we'll do this, maybe it's renting, maybe it's this and that. I pray to God that Sally does not allow them to start dismantling that house, trying to bring in renters, because we all know that they're not going to be able to bring renters in. They won't be able to live with people. People won't be able to live with them. But not just that, they're not qualified to be landlords. They're just not. They don't own the house, first of all. They are not
Right.
qualified to do work in the house like that. It wouldn't be up to code. And all it's going to do is, like I said earlier, is plummet the value of that house. But again, you guys, it's Sally's house. If she wants to let them, and it might not necessarily be want to, but if she doesn't feel comfortable telling them to stop, I don't know what to tell you there. I mean,
Right.
it's her right to let it happen.
It's sad. I couldn't imagine treating my mother or mother-in-law like that, and it would break my heart if my son talked about me like that.
I
Like,
know, and that's another thing I hope people pray for her about, because I mean, it
mhm.
made me so sad for her. I pray that God will really wrap his arms around her and help her understand how loved she is.
Right.
But like you said earlier, House, um, they're in their 50s and they are looking for someone to support them. And the
Right.
people supporting them are all going to be elderly, not
Yes.
their friends.
No.
$50 only lasts, what, a week?
Right. I mean, her own family don't want her. They know better. So she has I mean, she's burned all her bridges, basically. She has nothing left. And I think that's why she's, we're starting to see her spiral in her own way. She's as a narcissist and a control freak. She's not going to let us see much. But yeah, I mean, she's nervous and she's not done trying to work Sally over. And who
No,
knows what she tried
no.
yesterday, what she'll try tomorrow. I don't know, but it's sad because until this house thing is out of the way, Sally's really not free because it all comes back on her. That's another thing. If mom will just pay for us, or if mom will just signature
Sign. We just need
sign for us.
signatures. We
Can
just
they
need
not do
your
something for
signature.
themselves? I mean,
Thank you.
dang.
Well, they know they're not qualified, but here's the thing: we just need signatures. Hold on, out of the woman who can barely put her pants on because she's got such bad dementia and can't eat.
Right.
You can't have it both ways.
That's
No.
elder abuse right there.
Right. If
100%
she's
it's
got
elder.
dementia and they're trying to get her to give POA and sign this paper and, uh, sign the house over to me. That's
Yeah, that's
illegal.
And she
it
only
is.
gave
It
us a
is.
20-day warning. What?
6 freaking months,
At
guys.
least.
Jim
Right.
is deflecting. He's
That's a time
blaming
estimate, 6 months.
everything he is pointing toward us is what they are doing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Exactly.
So how does this make us like mean? Because if we're defending somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
How does it make us mean because we're pointing something out that the other people are doing
Because he's
wrong?
desperate. What else can he say?
No.
Yeah.
Nobody, he said his mother's bullheaded. How would anybody be able to
We have
brainwash
his
her?
mother on our side. We have Jerry's best friend of 25 years on our side.
30, I think.
I mean,
Yeah.
my gosh, if people can't see what all these other people see,
And we
they
didn't
either
invite
blind.
them. They came to us.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
I mean, they came to us, and just like you did, Jim. You came to Dee's Live last week. Well, nobody invited you. They know better. We know better, Jim, because we know that within a week you'll be doing what you're doing right now.
I
Yeah.
really didn't. I
I
kind of
said
thought he
that from
would.
the beginning. I know
Yeah.
what he's going to do.
And he does it every single time without exception. And
And then we're the bad people.
we're the bad guys every time. And it's like,
But
well,
we're the saviors at first.
right. So,
Well, your name was mentioned finally, June.
I've had the big time, Dee.
Poor
I'm,
D.
I'm sitting back in my chair and I've got
We
the
got your back,
laptop
though, girl.
resting on my pillow, like on my lap, and I got my feet on the footstool. I was trying to get comfortable. And so I had myself on mute, and he said, Joni, I went, yes.
He
I'm
didn't
not
call
gonna
you
lie.
house.
I don't know what I think he called me. I think he said Vox or whatever
He
she
said Joni
called
Vox,
him.
whatever. He said Joni,
He did say Joni. Yeah.
but he called Carla out terrible.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was awful, y'all.
Yeah.
Carla, I mean, that was just shameful.
How
Carla's
much
another
Carla
person
done?
who was, Carla has been, you know what I mean? Like she's been a Jim advocate to try to, she knows that he needs to learn to grow up and be an adult and to pay for himself. I don't mean to put words in her mouth, but the impression I got was that Carla knows all this, but she's still been kind about Jim and that kind of thing. She didn't deserve a bit of what he said tonight.
No.
Despicable.
No, look what all she's done for his mother.
Yeah. He would
I mean, my
still be
gosh,
moving
he's the
his
one that
mom.
helped her pack and move. He
No,
wouldn't
he
even get
would,
off his lazy ass
yeah.
to help her.
Don't you agree? He would still be moving her into that apartment if it was up to Jim. She still wouldn't be moved
Oh,
in
yeah,
completely.
no.
He would still
He
be taking
acts
over
like
3
a
or 4 things.
13-year-old boy that his mama took away his
Oh, yes.
phone or,
But
oh
Jerry
my,
finished raising
stomping
him.
their
Let's not forget
feet.
that. That was disgusting.
Jerry, what?
Jerry finished raising him.
Oh, gosh.
Now
He
Y'all,
said
that's a
that.
little gross right
He
there.
said that.
I know.
gross. I mean,
So
Like,
that just shows he looks
wait.
at Jerry as an authority figure, not a
Yes.
right,
wife.
not as a wife.
Right.
And then
No,
remember
as a mother figure.
he said he hates anyone who tells him what to do. So he hates Jerry.
Right.
You know? I mean, he said he
Oh,
hates
yeah,
him.
he does. Deep
Oh,
down,
but
it's
he
seated in there.
asks. She asks. He clarified that. She asks. Or he's a caretaker. Can I ask, where's her aide? Did she have to let go of the aid to get more money back, maybe on her
I
Social
don't know.
Security?
I mean, there's no
Well,
mention of cancer anymore.
I
So I,
think the next live should be us showing what little Mr. Asshole really said about his wife.
yeah, no
Because we
kidding.
have the proof.
I mean, nobody made him come over here. We get
No.
the opening,
That's what we need to show. I mean, I wasn't a part of that, but
but I'm so glad, Dee, that you have it, because if it had been on his channel and he
oh
had
yeah, it'd be
invited,
gone.
it'd be gone. So,
Mhm.
and Pearl just said this is why the desperation, because the money's drying up. And it's true. I think that she's now realizing, what are we going to do? He mentioned being okay till June. I don't believe that she's being truthful when she says she hasn't touched that money. I just don't think it's
No,
a coincidence that she has so many new clothes we're seeing her in. That's just
right.
not like Jerry.
How
Jerry,
can anybody be spending that money when they know that they're?
I know.
I would be a nervous wreck.
Hmm. Sally says she thinks the home health aid is still there. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
I hope Carla, I know Carla will probably listen as support for Sally, but I hate knowing that it's going to hurt Carla's feelings too, because it was mean. I mean, it's just, we expected him to do it to us, so we're used to it. Well, I guarantee you we'll get a troll comment going, ha ha, Jim put you in your place. Jim did.
We knew Jim was going to do this.
side.
Oh,
Well, you all are
Nothing.
good, but you all are good. I'll share them with you because you know where they're coming at.
yeah.
Hags.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I know. It's we devote a
Since
couple
I
days a
am
week to
a
laugh at
tackle,
them.
I do laugh, but it's better than getting mad about them. I mean, it just, thank you for making us laugh, because we have a good time.
You know what? I
Ready
say if
to
they
Storm
if
said,
they have
"Great
the
timing
money,
for your live."
if they have the money
Yeah.
for June, I say they prove it to Sally and just give her all the money for the mortgage till June.
Yeah, that way you
Boom.
know you haven't spent it.
You know you have it and
Yeah,
you're good.
there you go.
Then
I
there's
mean,
no
Oh,
why
they
worry.
won't
not?
do that. Oh,
You can
something
see.
might come up in the emergency fund.
I'd
What is
pay
it?
ahead of time. Come
Tom and
on.
Sissy? Tom and Sissy?
Mhm.
Dave and
And I
Or
don't know
Sissy.
who was
Rebecca's?
it that said that she had a new phone, y'all. I can't say that for sure. Somebody said that in Discord, had mentioned that they spotted that it was a new. I don't know how you tell the difference in like the 15 and the 16
Well,
or
her
what.
phone looks newer than mine, and mine's the
And didn't she throw it? No,
12
that was her
Pro
iPad.
Max.
That was the iPad. What'd you say, Dee?
Mine's a 12 Pro Max, and her phone did look newer than mine. You could see it could be because she was doing her lives with her iPad and keeping the phone in her hand.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know
Yeah,
how to tell the difference with the phone.
I don't know.
it might
I
be the
think the lenses are
lens.
blackened.
Yeah, the lenses are different.
Yeah, the
Oh,
lenses have a black lining, whereas the older ones are silver or none.
Yeah,
oh,
mine is
okay.
silver.
Yeah, mine's silver too.
Ditto.
So
I
where
only
mine?
got the 13 Pro Max.
I just bought the 15 about, I don't know, 3, 4,
Is
5
it
months ago.
around
Me
your
too. I got the
lenses? Is it
15.
black or silver?
I don't know, Dee. I was just wondering
Oh,
where it is right now.
oh,
Mine's
Oh,
a 15 and mine's silver.
oh, is it? Okay, so mine would be silver if yours is
okay.
15 too. Yeah.
I think it is.
So
Yeah.
that would be a way to tell if she has a black lens. But, I mean, again, where are you getting the money for that? Because Sally, before, I think when she would put these things on their account, Sally would be the one paying for them, because she would
Right.
put these new things on the
Well,
account and,
a friend probably gifted it,
I'm
Oh,
sure.
Martin said, she dipped into the GoFundMe. What if she
That's what
bought
I
it?
was
No
thinking.
way.
Can you do
Because
that?
no, the 16 would have been expensive. They didn't get that much, right?
No, but
Well, no,
can
I
you
mean, I
do
believe
that?
she has dipped into it. Y'all, it's just not
Yeah,
coincidence. She's wearing all these new clothes, and Jerry doesn't do that. And, I mean, she's also, I didn't notice about the phone. I just don't know. I don't
Right.
pay
I
attention
think
to
she
the
traded it in her old
Mhm.
phone, got credit towards the
Oh,
new phone, and
Probably
then
makes
dipped
payment.
into that money.
Yeah.
oh,
Mhm.
maybe.
And
And
she's probably
you got to
making a
see what
payment
an
on them.
unnecessary expense that is. Her phone's not that old. And Sally, I forget how old Sally says her phone is.
I
Sally
think it's
hasn't
a
done that
7.
first. But do
They're
you see how Sally,
teenagers. I swear. They're stuck in 1992.
With no
and who
money.
who are you impressing, Jerry, with the 16? Who? I mean, I don't, I just don't get it. Oh,
Mine, it works fine, so there's no reason to do any update, really, in my opinion, but that's
Hmm.
me.
Same here. I want the brand new one that's coming out. I think it's a 17, but I'm
I
gonna wait
know.
for it. And I'm
Yeah.
saving.
I've been
I'm
thinking
saving
about it, but
cash.
it's like, do I?
Well, what's the difference, Betta?
I think it has the AI. I think the
Yeah.
16 has the AI.
It's got the AI. I love
Yeah,
the AI.
it's got
And
the
the
AI,
front
and then
camera is going to be really good too, they say.
yes, yep, mm-hmm,
Yep.
and just more modern. Modern. I think it has like a M chip, M as in Mary chip,
Right.
in it, which is different than the older phones.
Oh, Chatty's going to look at her husband's
Yes,
16. Yeah.
yeah. See if the lenses are. I'm just
Black around the lens
yeah.
rather than silver.
Here, I'm gonna quickly Google it really quick.
Guys, I never expected this to be a 4 hour.
No.
I
Hey,
I
but
know.
knew it was going to be
what a
long.
perfect
Gee,
timing,
people,
though.
you're going to get a ton of views because people that missed it are going to go back and re-listen and all that.
Thanks,
And
Kimmy,
now
for
they
spotting it.
can't do anything with it, because she really did not want this to be seen. And ha ha ha.
I
Well,
hope
it's just a
Rebecca's
gut feeling.
watching.
When Kimmy said he had a video, my gut was Jerry said they were done doing lives and videos.
Mhm.
And so it just piqued my curiosity, and I just thought, start playing it. And then I shared it, and everyone's saying it's deleted, it's gone.
I didn't know she said they were going to stop doing videos too. I
Yeah,
didn't.
she said her and
I didn't listen
Jim.
to
Lives.
the
She said
second half.
lives.
I
She
just
said
couldn't do
lives
the rest of it.
and videos.
Really.
Jim was gonna,
I
taking
didn't
time
finish it
away.
either.
Oh, I
She'd be
did.
living in the van with her new
I
phone.
couldn't do it.
It looks like the darkest one, with I think it's titanium, has the black lens. I don't know if Jerry has the titanium color, like the charcoal.
Girl, is
And
she?
then
Oh my God.
I could have swore I saw the dark one though that day last week. I could
Oh
be
my.
wrong.
Yeah, I'm not
It
sure.
just shows how irresponsible. Absolutely so irresponsible.
Well,
No
Sally's
house.
with a 7, and it's, I mean, I just, wow.
Pay your bills
Yeah,
first.
pay your bills.
um, I was just gonna say something I forgot. Goodness.
I'm just
Sorry.
glad you went live tonight and we caught that.
Yeah,
Gosh,
Me
that was
too.
I'm
good.
just shocked.
We would have never known how Jim really felt about us.
Yeah.
Girl, I know how he feels about me.
I'm being sarcastic.
I
And
do know how he feels about me.
well, I mean, like I said, we didn't make him come over here. And Jim, you will be
No,
unhappy again within, I don't
He's
think
not
it'll
going to
even
be
be a
welcome
week.
again.
Yeah.
I
And
think I think what happened was he let his better half know about the Discord because he can't keep a secret.
Hell, he
And
can't
then
keep a
she was reading
secret.
it. Then she was saying, see what they say, see what they're doing. And
My
that's when Jim
best friend.
We had that feeling, didn't we? She
Yes,
was reading
remember
or
me and you was
typing.
chatting about it.
Yeah, they were the way
some
she was
sentences
typing.
were.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, guys. I'm like getting tired. So, but the sentences did not look like Jim's.
Uh-uh.
Who do you think is gonna
Nope.
sue? I don't know.
I
I
think
don't
she
know.
was in there.
I think that he's gonna come after perhaps me. I don't
I'm
know.
not scared, D. What's he gonna do? Neither one of them. They
Oh,
Are
got.
you
I'm not
talking about the
scared. They're
lawyer?
just asking. But he got in the camera. Someone said he was threatening, though.
But when he said that he was going to expose like our lives, buddy, you're going to
Yes.
be pretty dang bored with mine. So you head on over there
There
and
ain't
you try to
nothing in my
expose us.
life I'm scared to
Okay. But let me tell you
share.
this, Jim. You try to do something defamation towards my family or something, my husband will be on you. Like I'm tell you, he will legally. It's in other words, I guess what I'm saying is my husband has the money to get an attorney if you try to do something defamation or something like that. But other than that, you're gonna be very bored with my life. So I laugh at that. Bring it on. And also, D, he's not gonna spend the spoons to do it. I mean, it's just too scattered.
Well,
He's
all
not
it'll
gonna,
be is
Well,
trolls sending
yeah,
information. You know what I'm
just
saying?
well,
send the
not
So,
trolls.
only that, he don't take accountability for nothing. Like if someone asks him about this, he's going to say, "Oh, well, my mind was just fogged up. I didn't know
Yeah.
what I was saying."
My
That's
brain
how
was
he gets
scattered.
out of stuff.
Everything gets blamed on, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I
did you
mean,
kick him out? Chatty asked.
Hmm?
Oh, the Discord. Chatty said, "Did you kick him out?"
No, you guys, the
No,
Discord,
it
let
was
me just set
closed
that straight.
down.
Let me set this straight about the Discord. We weren't going to talk about it. The Discord was his mom, Carla, and Lisa. Okay. It wasn't everybody in there with him. Okay. So I wasn't going to talk about it because it's not my business to do. Okay. It wasn't everybody, like none of us, we got to see a few of the things, but that was at the end, it was deleted because he was starting to show that he was back under her thumb. There was no reason to have it. Okay. So that's all it was. Jim was not in a Discord with a bunch of women and things like that. That's not what happened. So there was nobody. And that's what was important about that Discord was it was the people that he knew. You know what I mean? Right, Feta?
Yes, that's exactly what. Yeah, that's what we meant from the beginning. Because he brought it up in his
Right.
live or his video, and it was his mom, dude.
Yeah.
Come
He needed
on.
a place. It was a place for him to be able to talk to his mom and
Yeah.
Carla and Lisa,
Without
and those
Jerry.
people, without Jerry right there. And nobody, no one, because I got to see some of it there before it was, deleted or whatever. Nobody was and I helped, like show them how to do or whatever. But I'm just saying, here's the deal. Either way, nobody was in there, even in that private group, saying divorce your wife.
And
Mhm.
one more thing I want to
Lisa was
just add
only
to
being
yours.
kind and a support to him. That's it. That's it.
In what you told us that you had this weird feeling that it wasn't Jim typing, that you were kind of wary, remember?
Well, there was one time where I was like, I don't know if that I just saw was her or not, but Lisa knows him best. And when Lisa said, well, for a second, I thought maybe it was, but then it wasn't. And the way that, it was kind of treated was if she gets in there, there's nothing that we said, or not me, but you know what I mean, that nothing that his family said that they were ashamed of. You know what I mean? Like there was nothing, like I'm not ashamed of doing it. Jerry, yeah, your husband needed an outlet. Okay. He needed an outlet.
To
And
talk to his mom, yeah.
to talk to
He
his
needs one
mom,
now.
Didn't he
Lisa.
want it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I think
okay. It was his choice. He's a grown
and I
It
think
man.
was.
I think he was mad tonight that it got deleted. But you know what, Jim? When you lash
Yeah.
out at people like that, and absolutely, I'm going to honor a request for it to be deleted. Absolutely. And I'm all for it. I would have wanted it to be deleted anyway because it wasn't the
Because you
whole
knew it
purpose.
would get turned around.
Yeah, and it
Right.
could have gone down. And if that's the case, where you're telling Jerry, and it's becoming a big thing, where in other words, as much as you may think we're haters, I don't want to cause you to do anything in your marriage that's going to be even worse. So that's one of the reasons also that it was not ever a group where everybody was put in there, because he is a married man, and not like anybody was going to make, God, you know what I mean? Nobody
No
was trying to
way.
in any way inappropriate with him, but we
No.
tried to walk a fine line of being appropriate also there, where it just needs to be the people that it just needs to be the people that and so yes, I helped with it, but it wasn't my I told them from the get-go, I don't want to be real big involved with this.
Yeah.
So so I had a few things to say, but it wasn't, and we told the people in the group, because it wasn't a secret to everybody in there either, that if Jim does this, he needs to have it needs to be his people that he knows,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah,
So
everyone knew.
Yeah.
yeah,
And
so there
the
was
ladies in the chat knew that. They can vouch
right,
for that.
right. So that was, but we, and if it makes him upset, why if the group was created to give you a place to quietly get some advice, never saying, no, you need to leave her, you need to this, you need to that, but just get some advice, and to just give you a pep talk every now and then, and to just, say, Jim, did you do this today to help yourself? Did you, go do this? Did you go do that? Then that's basically my understanding, the purpose, what the purpose for it was. It was not, my intention was never for it to be anything more than that, so But it was,
You're right. He got mad because it was deleted.
Mhm. And you can't
Wow.
have it
Well,
both ways.
no,
But
you cannot.
why get mad if he thinks you're haters and such?
Right. Exactly. Why would you want to be in a group with someone that you start lashing out at? Why?
Right,
You
Yeah.
know?
right.
So
Doesn't
I mean,
matter to me.
I'm not going to sit there and be blamed. I'm not going to give you a place to, and Lisa certainly doesn't deserve to be blamed when no one, here's the thing the Hensons don't get. Not Sally. Sally gets it. But they don't get that, none of us, and the trolls don't get it. I think they get it and they don't care. We have nothing to gain from Sally selling the house or not. We have nothing to gain
Nothing.
from
No.
them being kicked out or not. We have nothing to gain from Jim
No.
getting the job or not. We have nothing to gain from trying to help Jim have a little place to be able to have some sanity. He said the other day he doesn't get to really say anything. And so that was part of the reason. Here, you can have a little bit of support and that kind of thing. So, I'm not at all ashamed of it, because to me, it was something only to try to help someone. So, come at me all you want. You've made the mistake by coming at us too often. Because like I said, at this point, we just laugh about it because you guys are the ones who are desperate, not us. We're not the ones who are going to end up without a house. We're not the ones who are only going to have an iPhone 16, iPhone 16 to cuddle up to, if fair, if it is a 16. But you know what I mean? I mean, it's just sad that I can swear with my hand over my heart or on the Bible that everything I'm saying, I would say to a friend. They might not like hearing it, but I would say, dude, you don't need to be buying a new phone. You need to be finding a freaking place to live. And if I knew someone that was living off of their elderly mother, I would tell them I'm absolutely appalled. I mean, I would want them to tell me, wouldn't you, Dee?
Yeah.
It might not feel good to hear it, but I'd
But
still
not
want them
just
to tell
that
me.
though. If someone wanted to move and didn't want me there, I would have been out myself.
No
Heck yeah.
kidding. No
I, j-
kidding.
I just no. No, you got to be
So,
respectful when
yeah.
you live together and your roommates and such. Sally said the music was so loud for Oreo it drove her crazy. The yelling all the time. We hear Jerry in the background how loud she is when Jim's on alive. The dog was the last straw, I think.
Yeah. So
The dog was
I was walking around, so I missed it. Somebody said crafting one maybe right house, you're going after her man. Good
Well,
grief.
I mean, you were
Oh,
gracious enough to invite him to.
your house.
oh, that's true. I did invite him.
You did.
Only when my husband would be here. I forgot about that. I did. And I meant that I would stand by it because I was like, the man needs somewhere to go. But, I mean, once again, Jim, you're your own worst enemy. And what a shame, because people only tried to help you and no one was telling you to get a divorce. In fact, I think the best chance your marriage has for either of you to be happier, Jerry would be kicking and screaming. But if you'd act like a real man, eventually, I think she would like it. Eventually. She would still hate a lot of it because she wouldn't have the control she would have. But I mean, what you are now is basically a child to her and a servant. And it's sad. It
As
really
she
is.
said tonight.
She's gonna start doing dishes now because the counters are high. Have the counters grown?
Oh yeah, that's crazy how it's she feels like doing it no, it's a chore. It's you guys live together there. You're
Right.
married.
It's maintaining.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It is a sinking ship, Charla. I'm going back. I'm reading up.
Yeah,
Mark,
I've
he
been
is
trying to
saying
highlight
that
some.
he's done like a turkey on Thanksgiving Day, stick a fork in him. I mean, you guys, at the end of the day, it's Sally's son. I try to always remember that, even as angry as I get at him or as upset as I get at him. I do not hate Jim. I do hate how he acts. I do hate how Jerry acts. But the closest I can tell you that I've ever said as far as divorce is that I do believe that as long as he's with Jerry, I don't know what kind of chance he has to truly be a free man in his head. You know what I mean? Because I don't know how he will, but that still doesn't mean divorce her. That means, dude, go grow a backbone, go get into counseling, tell her you're doing it no matter what. Go get a job, tell her you're doing it no matter what. Tell her if she doesn't get up and start doing things, she's getting out of the house. I mean, those are things that a loving husband, believe it or not, would say, because it's not healthy for her to sit there and just gain how big will she be next year? And you can fat shame me all you want. Somebody told me I was a fat shamer this week. I got a call. I
They
got a
did?
call about that. Oh yeah, I got a comment saying, I hope your fat shaming ass gets kicked or whatever. When I was telling my funny story about Duncan at the drive-through, I would keep my bad behavior to myself. Y'all, it was a joke. It was funny. I admitted that I probably shouldn't have done my arm going, what are you getting? And I still smiled at the lady like, dude, what are you getting? You know, it wasn't mean. It was the ladies in between us that freaked out. And yes, both of them looked to be like Jerry's size. I guess I shouldn't have mentioned that. They were like, tell us when your fat shaming ass gets kicked. So real classy. After they swear to me like that, then I'm told that I'm uncouth, which is something I've never been called in my life. But I guess I'm uncouth because I was human and got frustrated that it took 33 minutes to get 2 coffees from Duncan. And I still wasn't mean about it. You know what I mean? I laughed
Right.
about it and was like, they were the ones who turned around and got so angry. But again, with the fat shaming, to me, it is terrifying that if I was Jerry, I would be terrified that I am she is well over 400 pounds now. And she is
well over
the
400
weight
pounds.
gain isn't stopping. It's like, how does that not scare you, Jerry?
That's what's gonna
Well, them
honestly
yogurt
kill her.
parfaits. There's no telling what was on that yogurt parfait. Them
Where will
things
you
are
be?
not. I
Yeah.
mean, they're full of carbs.
I don't believe that's fat shaming. I believe fat shaming to me is making fun of
But
somebody
she
saying they
thinks
look.
we're haters because we think she's fat and lazy.
And it's like, no, again, where will you be in another year? You have gained well over 150 pounds in like a year and a half. That
She
to
plays
me
the
is
fat
terrifying.
card.
Yeah, and it's like nobody's forcing you to eat that much. And maybe I shouldn't have said that about those 2 ladies at Dunkin'. I don't know, but they both turned around and yelled at me or whatever, get in their face or whatever. And I was like, gosh, I shouldn't have even said anything. So I just kind of laughed it off. I don't believe that's fat shaming. I guess I shouldn't have mentioned their size. So I'm sorry for doing
Well,
that.
you
That
can't
was
mention anything because these weirdos.
you're looking for anything to pounce on and say
Yes.
that, so it's like, I just, but whatever. Regardless, it's
Well,
hard.
here's the thing. You're not really fat shaming because if you go back and look at the personalities of Chantel, that Amberlyn Reed, the 2 sisters, the big ones, and all of those
They
bigger
live
ladies,
very close to
Yeah.
me.
and even on that show 600-Pound Life, they act like Jerry and they're big and they blame the world for the weight.
Yes.
Yeah, never take any
And they have
accountability.
enablers.
Right.
And
And Jim is an enabler. Bad.
He is.
because like Dr. Now has to say, he says to the family of the patients, he shames them all the time and
Yes.
says, you've got to stop doing this. You're going to kill her. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Because she's
Right.
somewhat dependent on you bringing her all this food. If you'd
Mhm.
at least make her get up and get it herself.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Yep.
Because y'all, good and well when he said Jerry offers to do the dishes. I know I said it earlier, but she knows he will tell her, no, I'll do it. And that just breeds more resentment in him. It just does. He does it.
But doesn't this concern you all? I mean, there is something mentally wrong with Jim. I mean, just
Yeah.
listening to him, like he
He
is
was
off
scarred.
his rocker.
You're a nurse though. I mean, like, I'm
You're
sure
in the
have
psych ward
seen.
all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, he'd fit right in. And I'm not being funny. Like, I'm serious.
Well, what do you think should happen? I mean, what do you think, is the answer here? I mean, I believe that if your health
He
isn't
needs
solved,
some, well, first of all, you have to get away from your abuser.
Mm-hmm.
that's not going to happen.
No, so really
But don't you think that, again, the something that's not helping is the fact that both of them are starting to spiral and get desperate because they know they can't afford this house. So
I
that's
think
one thing that's
I think
easy
it's
to
more
fix.
so Jerry, because Jim
Mhm.
Jim did confront her in that live saying, "Well, what I see in the checking account or whatever, and what you see is two different things."
Oh,
So
he
Right.
he
was
was
upset.
noticing it. So I think that Jerry's feeding him all, you know what I mean?
Honey,
She's
Jerry
just
could tell him the sky's red, and he'd be like, "See, it's red," and
Mhm.
it'd be like
Well, did you
blue.
see him holding the Bible up and going through it? And it's like, well, one of them is honor thy mother. What you're
Right.
telling us we're not Christian.
Right. The Bible also says that if you don't work, you won't eat. And there's so much stuff
Right.
about that you have to go out and do these things for yourself. There's stuff about slothfulness. I mean,
Gluttony.
gluttony. Oh, it's a huge one, and none of us are saying we're without sin. For heaven's sake, I think I was willing to sell an organ today for a Dunkin' coffee. So,
You did.
I mean, that's not right.
With
I
your
What
Okay.
think he
organ?
chickens.
got pissed off because the Discord was gone,
A
and
bit of
he
sarcasm.
wanted to play both sides for a
He
while.
sure did. He
Yep.
probably wanted definitely to put Jerry in there. Look, this is
So
what I
maybe
said,
that was
babe.
done late. When did you shut the Discord? Maybe he did it while Jerry was sleeping.
Well,
That's
this
why he
was
was
Monday when he made the video. I don't know what time, but
Well, Lisa came to me and didn't think it would do any good. And so I was like, okay, and I was like, do you think I should do it now or whatever? Because I was leaving it up to Lisa. Again, I don't, she knows them better than I do. And so Lisa said, and she didn't make me. She said, if you want to, or you know what I mean. She was very kind about it. But I said, no, because sure enough, he had lashed out at her. And he did today, saying that, in his live. So what time was it? I don't remember, y'all. I'm sorry,
I'm
but
sure
it's
it
been
wasn't long after.
no, it was not long after that. It wasn't long after he went off on,
Mm-mm.
you know, just lashing out. And Lisa was like, well, I'm done, and she was kind. She was so kind, you guys, so kind to him. And she
Charla.
basically, yeah.
I'm sorry. Charla says, I confess my lens is black. My phone wasn't keeping charge. I had to do it. I impressing anyone? Laugh out loud. So do you
Well,
have a
Damn.
16 and it's black, the lens? My lens is black, but my
The ring.
circular thing is
Yeah.
silver.
Yeah,
Yep.
my lens is black too, but the around it is the
Same.
gray part. Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Wait a minute, you guys. I was calculating as you were talking. So Monday he made the video. Monday was the day you stopped that thread, right?
Right.
Okay.
I stepped out for a second, y'all. I had to go in our bedroom to get my melatonin
Yeah,
gummies.
it
Did you
was.
ask me something?
It
I put you
was
guys on
late
mute.
morning, I think, whenever on Monday because I was off. I think it was at Dunkin'. So maybe between 11
The
and 12.
Duncan.
And
Yeah.
y'all, let me just say,
Okay.
this was only 2 days, I think. This wasn't a long thing that Jim has had a Discord. This was very short.
Very, yeah, just a few days.
Yeah. I mean, it was basically a little experiment to see if it helped him or something.
It was like Thursday, Friday, I think, right? Of last week.
I wish I could
Or
remember.
Wednesday,
And I
Thursday, Friday,
deleted it.
maybe.
Something like that. But you
It
guys,
was
it was
3 or
just a
4
couple
days.
days, few
yeah,
days.
a couple days.
Yeah. Because, he had to get in there and then, understand that Jim, he's helping her most of the day. He's on a schedule. So it's not like he was very active in the Discord. This wasn't something where, so I can put, Jerry's mind at ease that it's not like Jim was in there bashing her a bunch or something like that. He is way too busy doing for her.
Right.
So it's not like, but he does, it's sad because what we saw last Sunday was the real Jim wanting help. And what we saw when he came to Dee's live was the real Jim.
It's
So,
like the Stepford Wives or something. How they
well, yeah. And the gaslighting and
programmed.
the reprogramming of him,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Jerry, you
Crafting
should
said
know.
Jerry did mention the Discord in her video that Easter video, and that
Yeah.
was done Saturday. But she posted it Sunday. When I heard her say Discord, and I thought, oh my God, Jim has told her.
Well, we
Yeah.
figured he would. I mean, again, it was an experiment. It wasn't something that we knew would go on,
Honey,
that we
you
thought would
couldn't
go
keep
on
a
for a long
secret for
time. Yeah,
$1 million.
the man tells everything.
He
So,
does. But what if she was in there? Like,
but I'm
like if
not,
she,
again, I,
I don't think she was in
I
there because
never
there's only
saw
like 3 people.
anything that was said that was bad. He said much worse at the Gossip Bakery. What he said was the same type of stuff. It's just, no, I need to do this for my life. I need to do that for my life. It was basically that Jim just wants, he would like a life. He's not, he's a servant. And people can say he's not, but he is. And that's on Jim, though. At the end of the day, he chooses to get reprogrammed. She's very good at it. She's done it for 26 years, and I think it gets easier each year in some ways. But what I was going to say a second ago is, Jerry, as confident as you are about reprogramming him, it should terrify you how unhappy he is deep down. I mean, this man, the love is not there. I mean, he talks
Oh,
to other
yeah.
women all
He's
the time. He
below rock bottom.
I mean, he literally said on Dee's Live, maybe you guys can find me another woman. How many times has he been caught talking to other women? This is not a man who is in love with his wife. So for you then to think just because you've stuffed his feelings down again for the 5 zillionth time that you've won, go ahead and think that, Jerry. But let me just come right back to the very same thing that I've said on each one of these. You guys are still going to lose the house.
At
You're
the end
still
of the
going to lose
day.
because
Yeah.
you can't afford it. Even if you get Sally to come home and you basically kill her emotionally and physically by making her come back and live in the hoard and the filth and the smell and the loudness and the dog jumping on her and all of that, and you
Knocking
think,
her down.
yeah, even if you accomplish that, she will not live forever. And I don't mean that mean towards Sally. None of us will live forever, but you'll still lose the house when she's gone. And that's why I don't care who says we are a hater. I would look Rebecca and anybody else in the eye and say, it is not the loving thing to do to enable Jerry and say, sure, live off your mother-in-law. What is she going to do when Sally's gone? What is Jim going to do when
Rebecca
Sally's
told her
gone?
that.
No. And to be fair to
Oh,
Rebecca, I think Rebecca probably is a little conflicted and thinks they probably should move. But it's just, you know what? Where was during the live when it all blew up the other day? All that anybody saw you saying was Jerry in the live, Jerry in the live. Like I said before, Nelly and BGL were saying, stop it, Jerry, stop saying this. Oh, I'm
right.
ashamed. You know what I mean? They were saying stuff like that. The only thing Rebecca would say is in the live, stop the live, in the live. There was no sticking up for Sally, no sticking up for Jim. Now, she did call Sally, and good for her that she called Sally. And I do believe, maybe an unpopular opinion, but I do believe that she probably is conflicted because she's no dummy. I think she deep down, if she is a Christian, she knows it's not right to bleed your elderly mother dry. It's just not right. It's not right on
Would
your
you not be embarrassed though? I mean, think about it.
she's
If
Christian.
somebody wanted me out of their house, they would never,
right.
ever have to, don't even, barely mention it and I'm
Yeah,
gone.
gone.
What a terrible feeling to know that you're sitting there and it's not, and I
Being a
agree with Lisa.
bull about it.
Wouldn't it feel good to move and to be able to afford to shop Dave and Sissy deals? If you really are good at budgeting, let's say your rent is 200,
Embarrassing.
300 a month, you would have, let's say 600 a month. Well, then you'd have to still pay a few bills, but you'd probably have about 150 or so that you could spend as a little fun money. Well, that's now you're in the hole, 400 a month, no matter what, or give or take some. And that has got to be terrifying. It just is. They can say they're taken care of till June, but they're not. Maybe they are, but it's not sustainable. And what a terrible way to live.
Well, I don't think all these people would be wrong. Come
Thank
on,
you.
her family, her friends, or her mother-in-law, this community. Come on.
Right.
Well, her family is mad at her, like she said out of her own damn mouth over
Yes.
that fundraiser.
Yeah.
Right.
And with
So
stage 4 cancer.
I mean, and
Right.
I said it earlier, if your family is upset about the fundraiser, that is pretty dang telling that they don't think you should be asking for it.
That's even
Yep.
more embarrassing
There's
to get on
no
there and say.
Right.
right.
Like, she has no shame,
Oh,
man.
no
I'm not
shame.
lying.
I would be mortified. I
Oh,
mean, to say
God.
any of this, and then to be like, and my mother-in-law does have dementia. She has no concept of how bad it looks. And that's proof that she's a
Oh,
narcissist
that's
because anyone, yeah,
defamation.
yeah. But anyone else would be like, Lord, I can't say that. That looks terrible. I just
Mm-hmm.
can't
Yeah.
say that. That is only going to make people hate me more. She doesn't get it. She truly doesn't get it. And just like she said, what's wrong with charging her rent? She doesn't see anything wrong with it. She sees nothing wrong with asking people to do without themselves and to give to them. She sees nothing wrong with it.
And she watched her mom and dad work their butt off,
Yeah,
raising kids,
that's a good
you
point.
know. And I mean, you would think she would
But
know
she talks
you have to
terrible about her
work.
mom
Bad
too.
mouth them. Yeah, Dee.
She's badmouthed her mother quite bad.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
she has many
that's
times.
terrible. They're not
All
even
we
here to
had was
defend
junk
themselves.
food.
All right, don't talk about the deceased. Leave him
Right.
be.
I got
They,
made fun of.
well, you know what?
Who
I mean,
hasn't growing up? Somebody's
Hmm.
made fun of me, I'm sure. I mean, come
I
on.
mean, I
Kids are
was never
kids.
bullied, so I don't know what it was like to be bullied, but I can
I
tell
was
you that
bullied.
were you bullied?
Oh yeah.
So how
I
did
mean, I
you
wasn't
handle it?
really
It was
bullied,
like,
but I mean,
I'm
you know how
still
girls
handling
are.
it, but I'm still handling it, but I don't how do I've been to therapy, I've tried to do things to help myself. I don't
mhm,
sit like her and cry and beg for, you know what I'm saying? Like for the attention, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh,
Right.
we know. I'm sorry, Betta.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh,
Don't
I
worry
was
about me.
bullied. I was called names and made fun of. I was the one with the biggest chest in the school, and everyone just thought it was funny. And
oh wow, Dee, really?
oh, oh yeah. I mean, I used to wear two bras and a sports bra just to cover them.
Oh, Dee,
Oh.
sorry.
It's
Yeah, kids
okay.
can be cruel. Adults can be cruel. And
Yep.
again, I'm not proud of everything I've ever said on this. I let myself at the bakery, and I say I let myself because it's not Jerry that made me say some of the things. I chose to say them. That's why Jim is abused, but Jim still chooses to stick around. He does.
Jim
Yeah,
needs to go to intense therapy, inpatient,
he
intense
does.
therapy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
So,
sorry to say, but I don't think there's anything that can help Jerry right now
oh no.
because she
She never
doesn't think
see
anything's
anything
wrong with
wrong.
her.
Yeah.
Mm-mm,
If you don't think you need help, there's no way that,
no. But
and
I think you could break Jim down enough
mhm.
to want to go get help, but not Jerry.
But the problem is once he's back home with her, those claws are so
Right.
deep.
You
They're
have
just
to
so
get him away
deep.
from the
Yeah.
abuser.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, she
And
would even
again,
be
y'all, that
calling.
doesn't mean divorce. It just
She would
means
even
get
call
away
and
long
text him
enough.
at work. He would say, so much.
Do
Right.
what?
She would call and text him while working.
Oh,
Ruin his
yeah.
job. Yeah.
And brag about it on her videos. I
Yes.
remember that.
Yep.
Messaged Jim twice and he had to
Yeah.
come home.
Remember the video she did where she was like, I mean, laying in bed praying? You remember that video?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
subscribers contacted Jim, I guess, and Jim rushed home, but the video was from the day before.
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
And you know what? I think maybe it was House that said this was he had professional help. She reprogrammed him. He
Yeah.
has friend, even though we're internet people, whatever. We tried. She reprogrammed. She overrid a professional's help.
Yes.
So there's
She
no
told
help for
him,
this.
you can talk to my family and my
Yeah.
friends. And I don't
There
think she'd offer that now.
and
Well,
there's no
she'd
help
offer
for
to
him.
talk to her
Isn't that
advisor, maybe.
awful?
Yeah,
But
he has no help.
yeah. So, I
No,
mean,
Jerry cut his hair. Yes, Jerry cut his hair. Oh my gosh.
Well,
Let
like
that poor
he.
man go to a barber shop.
oh, that's her
Right.
dating sissy money. I mean, it's just as,
He
it's a
can't
shame,
spend
y'all.
$5 at the CVS.
right?
Oh, sad. I'm not sad anymore. He's mean.
Sally, can you say if the acreage thing, that's not on the, is that, a possibility again?
Please
You
say no.
please say no, and you don't have to tell us if you don't want to. That is absolutely you're right.
What did you ask? Sorry.
If his thing about getting acreage and going and acreage that he would have to take care of when he can't do a small lot, on the
Right.
regular. But is that on the because he seems to think now that the acreage and the tiny house thing is now a possibility again. I'm
The
just
one, the
curious.
same one in Salem, or no?
I mean, it's her choice, but
I would think that
Lord
house would have
God.
sold by now.
Right. I mean, y'all, where she is now, if her health should decline, God forbid, if she would get hurt, if she would have something go wrong, I mean, she's in the perfect place now because she has professionals there that can offer help, things like that. So, oh yeah, I'll turn it down. Sorry, I am too close to it right now. So, y'all, so she said not really. Okay. But y'all, we have to remember it's
I
Sally's
think Big
choice.
Mama asked her a question because it says, I didn't think his hair could look worse if she did that. And I think she replied, not really to her, right?
No, I think
That's
Oh,
how
is
I
it
took
I
it.
to
think I think she did to Joni.
Oh,
I
was
don't
that
know
to
which
Joni?
one.
Okay.
I said yes, she did shave up the sides, uneven as well.
Oh my
Yes, a
God.
barber shop would do him well. They would trim him up. I don't know.
I mean,
Oh,
that's Sally's choice. If that's what she wants to do, if that's what makes Sally happy, but I hate that they are trying to make her feel guilty
me too.
and
She's in a
manipulate her
beautiful
mind,
apartment.
which they say we're doing to her, but they are the one that's doing it to her because she's happy right where she's at and she wants to sell her house.
Right.
They're the one
And
that's trying to
she's got
manipulate
the
her
little
mind.
patio.
But
She could smoke right out there. She doesn't smoke in her apartment. She's getting some vitamin D while she's out there during the day when it is sunny. Raleigh is much warmer than central New York. She was answering Joni.
okay,
Gotcha.
what
Okay.
did Joni ask her?
I was asked if it was a possibility about the moving moving her out of there and onto acreage to get a tiny home and all of that. Was that a possibility? And
She
again, I
said,
mean, like you said, it's Sally's choice. That terrifies me, but I'm not qualified to say that like they are. She is their mom and mother-in-law, so but um it is what it is. I mean, again, Jim has the freedom to go back to Jerry and say, "This is my life." And Sally has the freedom to not sell. And Sally has the freedom to say, "No, I'm going to move out of this place and I'm going to move on to a big property," and, all that. So, like you said, it's up to her. We need to remember it can't be easy to be dealing with Jerry.
but right now she don't really have to deal with Jerry. If she gets on the same property, she will.
Yeah,
She'll
that's
hear
why I said
that
it
mouth.
terrifies me.
She'll hear that dog.
Yeah.
So
Well, that was my point of saying it terrifies me because it's just, it's at least now she's a little drive across town and it's, that's more of being by herself, but it's up to Sally, so um you guys pray for her, please, because it can't be an easy position. They are tonight that just proved they're relentless. Um
right.
And y'all, I mean, to me, I don't know how they could more strongly prove that what they want is the money. Tell
Right.
me, tell me how that video didn't show that what they
It
want is their
showed it.
money.
It showed that that's all. They
Because I
need
would
money
love to
for
not
money.
think that's the case because that hurts my heart for Sally.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
It does mine too, but I mean if
Yeah.
she willingly knows and that's her choice, then she has to be happy with that choice. I
yeah,
mean, you know, at least she really knows the truth, and
yeah,
that's all we can show her,
that's right.
or they can show her actually.
Right.
Um,
All right, guys. It's been almost
mm,
4.5 hours.
I know.
I hate to end it
ooh,
because I know, there's still there was still a lot there, but I'm just tired and
I am
I have
too,
to
and I got
get
to
up
get
at
up early in the morning.
I gotta get up at
yeah,
5:30.
Yes.
Oh, are
So,
you watching the babes?
yep, yep,
I
yep.
am too. I'm watching
And
mine.
it's spring
Watching
break,
what?
My babes. My baby.
Oh.
the Grams. So, and it's
My
spring break, so I'll
grand.
have all three of them. So,
Oh.
woo-hoo.
Oh
Yeah,
gosh, I would cry.
yeah. So I'm gonna have them from like 6 to 10:30
Two
or
of them.
11.
One of them wears me. Oh, well, the 9 month old, he's good, but
Mm,
when the other one comes in, it's she wants all the attention on her.
mm.
Of course,
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, girls are like that. You know what I'm saying?
they
I
are.
know. My brain hurts too. And man, I have boys, little girls screech so loud. I want to take a chalkboard and just go,
Oh.
not gonna lie, but all right, guys.
Thanks, Big Mama.
Yeah.
And
Thanks,
thank you
guys.
Thank
guys
you,
for
guys.
Bye,
showing
big
up.
mama.
Thank you to
Yeah.
all my mods. Thank you for everyone on the panel. Thank you, Kimmy, for saying, "Oh, Jim posted a video."
Yes.
Well, you know,
Thank you, guys.
it
Yeah.
gave you
You
some
know.
content, Diane. You know that you just want the views.
Yeah, right,
And the
right.
cash
And then I just
flow.
got that. I don't know why
I
I got
hope
that
you did have the
feeling it was
views
going to be
so
gone.
everybody can see her or him for what they really are. I
Right.
hope you got a lot of views. And make
Yeah.
sure everybody likes it too. It helps get this out there.
Mm-hmm.
It helps let them know how people treat their mother.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very sad, guys. Very
Very.
sad. Hopefully
Well,
that was an eye opener to a few people.
yes.
Can only hope, you know.
Bye,
You can slow
Jan.
you when you rewatch this, just let you know, you can slow mine down so then Jim will slow down and you could hear it better. Just
Yeah.
know you can always adjust it while you watch that.
Good point, Dee. I'm glad you pointed that
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yes, because some people was saying he was manic, but I think it was because he was sped
He was
up.
on 1.50, I believe,
We would
right?
Yeah.
still be listening to him if Dee had not sped him up. So,
Right.
Right, right.
yeah.
So
Or
that's why
pretty
he
close
sped him
to
up.
it. Yeah.
Because his was over 2 hours and we were only like an hour into it before we started talking.
Yeah.
So
Y'all be sure to give Dee a like on your way out. Okay.
yeah, hey guys, give me a like. That's free. Doesn't
Yep.
cost you a
It's
thing. Whoop,
free.
whoop. It's the only thing
And
you
if
can get for
anybody
free.
hasn't told you, we
Oh,
love
just
you.
kidding.
Girl. If Feta dropped out, girl's already gone.
Aw. Love y'all.
Love you
See you
guys. Have a good
guys.
night.
Good
All
And you
right.
night.
know
Remember to
me.
send up those prayers for Sally and for Lisa and
Yes,
everybody involved in
please
this
pray for
Carla too.
Sally.
Yeah. All right, you guys.
All right, guys. Thanks. I'll be
Good
All right.
back.
night.
See you later.
Night.
Okay, Dee.
And
Thanks.
trolls,
All right.
be kind.
Oh Lord.
Bye. Bye.
Jeannie has her
Bye.
own page. All right, bye.
Aw. We'll at least have fun laughing. All right.
That's
Right.
right.
Night, everyone. Bye.
Good
All right.
night.
Bye bye.
Yo, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. I need to breathe, get me up and out of the sheets, onto my feet. Another cup of coffee and me, that's what I need. My eyes puffy, I can't see. I'm too tired to function, but too lost to sleep. Ay, I think I need to be on something medication. I think I need to figure out the segregation. I think I needed just a better education to understand a world that's so complicated. Intoxicated, every night faded, just so I can sleep thinking that it's sated. I feel hated, I feel hatred. I'm lost deep in my mind that I've created. I have dreams where my life is devastated. Feels so real that I wake up shaking. Need thicker skin cause this life is no haven. Nod your head if you get what I'm saying. All these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. Yo, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. I don't really think I understand this world, nah. Got my head spinning round in a circle. Everybody lacks what they need internal, so they compensate with everything external. Not trying to throw shade, no way. I'm just trying to find the meaning of life, hey. There's happiness if you try to live the right way. Forget about what others have and live your life, hey. Be aware of who you are, what you're good at. Take a step forward, see where your foot's at. Stand tall, stand proud, talk loud. Every word out your mouth has purpose now. You just gotta get rid of the bad thoughts. Hating others cause you know that they got a lie. Forget that though, you got plenty, you're alive in this life. You got time, go get it. All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. What am I doing, did I do it right, yeah. All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. I can't think straight, need the light, oh. All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. What am I doing, did I do it right, yeah. All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. I can't think straight, need the light, oh.